I picked it up. I just went back.
Triple. Mm-hmm. Mm.
We recently lost an actor, Graham Greene, and but he'd been involved in making a lot of movies and that had a lot of impact on the culture of the Native American people and the things that we actually experienced. I think you remember the Dances with Wolves and the movie that Kevin Costner made. And then we have another one that he was involved with and participated in the production, of course, was Thunderheart.
You're wearing brand new shoes that are a little too tight in the instep, but man, they look cool, and that's what counts. Am I right?
The thing that came about with all of the things that Native people experienced in the setting of the making of the movie of Thunderheart revolves around the exploiting of the resources of Native people and the great dangers in that are involved.
Target Circle Week is here with hot daily deals so big you can't miss them. Score.
Are you sitting?
Test drilling for uranium. Look at that. Seal it.
When uranium mining began, and there was many places that produced that. I remember in southern Utah, particularly, when they found a lot of rich deposits of uranium that became available, but also on the Navajo reservation, many places there were sources of uranium and ore. And of course, the people that were involved in those things, they built uranium. Dug it right out of the ground and used local workers who were Navajo in many cases, if they were doing the mining on reservation or near the reservation, without protective clothing or without any protective means to themselves, they were fully exposed. And whole generations of Navajo grandfathers perished. Not one of them survived. So much of it was lost in cultural ways and teachings and so on because of that. And then, of course, after they were mined and they had some process, a little bit before they were transported, a lot of the things that they used to process the ore was left on the reservation in many places, over 300. And so we had tailings that are radioactive for 2,000 years. They have a lifespan. And
Disagree.
people are still living near those tailing ponds and piles and so on their Indian Navajo reservation. And the EPA erected its muscle doing all sorts of things, and they don't seem to do anything at all to make proper disposals of these they're very dangerous sites. They are still there. I don't think that Native people really understand that that those things actually occur and actually happen. In modern day, we have situations where people see resources that are available on Indian lands, from the timber, the oil, the gas, uranium, and even the people. There are so many things that
Dude,
people
oh my
are
God.
being affected
Oh my
by
gosh. Oh
that
my
goes on
God.
off of the reservation in the
This is
greater part of
ridiculous.
the United States. People want to take advantage of the resources of our native people. But our native people are reluctant in many cases in that to allow the greater population to have any control over our net. And yet we are, because of the many rules, regulations, policies, and laws that are applied to only our people, 13,000 of them. Yet outside of the Navajo or Indian nations and that, we have probably 3,000 at the most rules, regulations that regulate the lives of non-native people. But on the Indian reservations and that, the movie in Thunderheart, our people are very traditional in many cases still, believe in visions and the guidance of the holy people.
Go to Red Deer Table. Go to the land where the Elk people used to live. But you must go as two. This is the vision that we see.
They want us to be aware of our past and
That's all you're doing.
the things
You're adding
that matter to our people in the past.
one of the
They
factors
don't matter
over.
to us so much today. To be able to be together as families and to try to gain as much joy and happiness, confidence and peace in our individual lives, but we sometimes are hindered by the things that are of interest to non-native people off of the Indian nations. And they will go to the extreme as far as eliminating the people that get in their way. That has occurred on Indian lands as well. We are not aware of this. We refuse to recognize that there are people that actually are going to harm us to get the things that they want. And they manipulate. Some of our people will believe them and go along with them and join them and actually work against our people. And many of the leaders and the tribal leaders and that are easily hoodwinked to think that it's acceptable for our people to be taken advantage of. Maybe sometimes they get something under the table or something from the side.
Stop it. Stop
They
it.
bribe
Stop
to
it.
participate in some of these activities that are working against our population of people that just try to live their lives in a way that would be pleasing to the holy people rather than pleasing to the ways of government. So we have had our occasions with our relationship with the people that want to govern. They want to control. So the more
Slow down.
control
Slow
they
down.
have
Oh,
over
what?
us, the more
I don't
control
know
they
what's
have over our
happening,
land.
dude. I don't know what's
And
happening. I
the
just had to
resources
stop
of our
moving
land.
everything, dude. I don't know what's
So
happening.
Navajo people
I just had to
relinquishing
relax.
thousands and thousands of acres to the federal government. The federal government doesn't need any more land. We have seen various tribes get united and support the federal government in taking huge portions of land with millions of acres and just handing it to them. Look at the Pearwood Plateau, the Grand
Dude, I
Staircase, the
don't. It's
Escalante
so
Staircase,
fucking.
and the Bear's Ears,
No, this
and
is
so many other
difficult. The
portions
flying
of
thing is
land
difficult. It's
that it could
literally
easily be
fucking.
reobtained, and the native people could apply
This is
the use of
difficult.
those
Yeah.
lands to
It's
help
really
their people.
difficult.
And there are lands in that are over New Mexico, portions of it in Arizona they call the checkerboard area. There's absolutely no reason
Come on,
why
dude. Fly,
the
dude.
Navajo
Come
tribe
on.
itself would not
Fly.
repurchase some of those lands and sections of land that are
No,
considered
it's really
checkerboard.
difficult.
The conflict between the federal government and the Navajo Nation, other tribes and other nations of native people, and that still exists. And we are ruled by the federal government in a way that is very sly. Every time that they
Flying too
appropriate
high.
some money to Indian reservations, they say you have to apply these rules, regulations, and policies to this funding that we're providing. After the funding has gone, those rules, regulations, and policies are still affecting the lives of our people. And so those are the things that we are not aware of. So we're overregulated excessively. Like I say, there are 13,000 or so rules, regulations, and policies that apply
What
to
is
Indian nations that
happening,
don't apply
dude?
anywhere else in this country. And in the country itself, as I mentioned, there's only about 3,000 rules, regulations, and policies and that apply to the average American citizens. If you actually look at the Navajo Reservation
No,
or
this
any
is
other
frustrating,
reservation,
dude. It is just
Native people
really,
actually
really
own
frustrating.
nothing. They absolutely own nothing. If you, as a native person,
It is
want
so
to
floaty.
build a
It's
home,
just really super,
you have
super
to
floaty.
pay
And so you're
a land
over
lease
steering
agreement.
constantly,
And it
and
only
then you
lasts so
try to
many
correct,
years.
like it's made to be
That you
frustrating. But
require
yeah, it is.
to make loose paper.
Just floaty.
Nonetheless, something that we have to do.
It's weird. This is Dragon Souls, or whatever you call it. This is Bloodborne.
Are you sitting down? Southwest is introducing assigned seating!
Assigned seating! Now we can choose our seats
No,
before
no,
we get
no,
on the
no,
plane.
no, no,
I had a dream about this!
Isn't every year
No.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss a somewhat bizarre organism, or technically a somewhat bizarre worm, that you can kind of see right here. A strange animal living in the darkest depths of the ocean that technically is also kind of connected to something that you can find in some of the most famous art. And so basically here we're going to discuss a tale of survival and a tale of toxicity. Okay, yeah, I don't need to explain this. But basically here we're talking about some really important biological processes that turn a deadly chemical into something very useful and into something that we sometimes use for art. And I guess let's maybe start with this first. Let's not start with the deep ocean. Let's start with the typical art gallery. For example, this famous painting by Raphael of Madonna and Child. And so generally when you see these old paintings and when you see something that looks like this with a lot of yellow that represents, I guess, gold, or even something more natural that just contains people wearing yellow, it all essentially comes down to this: orpiment. The beautiful pigment that produces brilliant, deep orange-yellow colors that was highly valued by artists for a very long time, and especially during the medieval and Renaissance periods, including famous painters like Raphael and Tintoretto. And that's because it usually provided one of the few truly clear, bright yellow pigments that was easily available until the 19th century, with its name orpiment coming from the Latin for auripigmentum, essentially meaning gold pigment. And I think this photo here kind of shows you why it was called this. It produced a striking color, and historically it was even believed it contained actual gold, which is why a lot of religious paintings always contained it. But orpiment also contained something somewhat secret. Actually, it was a dark secret. It contained something very toxic, a chemical known as arsenic trisulfide. As a matter of fact, it was often used as an insect poison, and its toxicity was quite well known even back then. And so eventually the artists kind of stopped using it because it was just too dangerous. Although strangely enough, they mostly stopped using it not because it was toxic, but because it was also somewhat incompatible with certain other pigments, especially those based on lead or copper. But even in these ancient paintings, orpiment is still a bit of a concern, because it technically slowly degrades into soluble arsenic, and specifically arsenic oxides, which are known to be toxic, and that a lot of these paintings eventually produced. And so technically even touching this painting can be kind of dangerous, which by itself is kind of ironic. Something that was prized by artists centuries ago, and something that was used to represent holiness, turns out is now also being actively produced by an animal at the very bottom of the ocean. And so this is our segue into today's story. In the deep western Pacific, far below 1,000 meters of depth, and especially in locations where we have a lot of hydrothermal vents, we essentially have some of the most chemically challenging places to survive on the planet. And this is the environment that's filled with highly concentrated heavy metals and a lot of toxic gases, and even super high temperatures of up to 608 Fahrenheit, 320 Celsius. And naturally, you don't really expect a lot to survive in these conditions, but, as you can see from these images, some animals do. And among them is a very strange, segmented worm, very often just a few centimeters in length, or basically about this big. And you can kind of see some of them in this
Yeah, as soon as I hit the ground,
known
it
as
just
Paralodonella
mind
hesleri,
can't
the only animal known to colonize and thrive in the
button.
hottest,
Yeah.
most acidic,
what it wants
and
to be like.
extremely metal-rich zones,
I want to push
essentially
down to go
thriving around
down.
these hydrothermal vents. And when these worms were initially observed by some of the remotely operated vehicles, scientists were actually stunned by their somewhat bizarre appearance. Unlike most of the deep-sea creatures that usually don't produce a lot of colors and tend to be very pale or even transparent, this unusual worm was bizarrely bright yellow, with these worms standing out vividly against the white microbial film, making this whole structure look entirely different. And it was actually hard to believe that this was even real or that this was an animal. Remember, this is thousands of meters below the surface, and in some of the most extreme conditions on the planet, very high acidity, lots of toxicity, and up to 300 Celsius in temperature. Yet here we had something that could survive and even thrive in this very toxic environment.
No,
But the
it's
surprise
tough.
here was not
No.
the fact that this was even possible, but how this worm was surviving here. Because around these particular hydrothermal vents, most animals had to also deal with something very specific. Two highly toxic substances, arsenic and sulfide. And as you probably know, in humans, arsenic exposure can very quickly lead to severe health problems. But the strange color of this animal, as you can probably guess, was actually caused by arsenic itself. Here it was quickly discovered that this worm accumulates so much of this poison that it can sometimes make up more than 1% of the total weight, essentially making it vibrant yellow. And this was an exceptionally high accumulation of arsenic that's never been seen before anywhere. This was literally an arsenic hyperaccumulator. With all this eventually confirmed in the 2025 study that used advanced microscopy and genomics, and of course chemical analysis, to try to figure out what's going on here and how this is even possible. With some of the first microscopic studies revealing these lots and lots of yellow granules containing arsenic. And eventually scientists worked out how this was possible. This was a process referred to as intracellular biomineralization, where basically the worm here evolved a very unique strategy that researchers describe as fighting poison with poison. Instead of trying to excrete these toxins or basically trying to poop them out, this worm takes two deadly chemicals, arsenic and hydrogen sulfide, and then combines them inside the cells to create a mineral that's not dangerous at all. And essentially all of this just involves 4 separate steps. First, it starts to accumulate arsenic, and surprisingly mostly in its toxic inorganic form. Here it usually enters its body from pretty much everywhere. But at the same time it also uptakes a lot of sulfides. And this is just the result of this worm living very close to a lot of venting fluids that usually contain a lot of hydrogen sulfide dissolved in the water. And so once again the worm's body absorbs sulfide directly, allowing it to absorb through the skin. And then during the third step, that's when the magic happens. Here it involves a specific reaction. Certain cells, particularly those in its skin, and parts of the body responsible for breathing, concentrate arsenic into small spherical clumps referred to as intracellular granules. That's basically what we see right here. And within these granules, arsenic reacts with incoming sulfide, which then results in the last step, formation of very bright yellow minerals referred to as orpiments. The same orpiments used by the Renaissance painters. And because orpiment is insoluble and does not interact with a lot of stuff right away, it then becomes locked away in other cells, eventually resulting in these bright yellow colors. And so here, by converting two separate poisons, it essentially results in a solid stable mineral that simultaneously neutralizes both toxins and makes this worm very brilliant yellow. And though at first this was assumed to be maybe some kind of a symbiosis with maybe some kind of an arsenic-based or sulfide-based
15? No, it's fucking break time, dude. That's 10, 15 minutes on a little
symbiosis of any
in
kind,
a fucking
but
video game I'm supposed to be enjoying.
Electron-dense structure enclosed with a membrane that essentially represented a kind of internal detoxification vacuole created by the worm itself. And that's once again something we've never seen before anywhere. With this discovery suggesting that this probably involved some kind of a really complex biochemical machinery and some very specific proteins. And in this case, the study was detailed enough to even identify which proteins and what sort of reactions were involved. For example, for transport, this involved a large molecule called multi-drug resistant association protein, or MRP. This is the protein located on the membrane surrounding the yellow granules that acts as a specialized gate, pumping arsenic into the vacuole in order to be trapped. And for the sulfides, the worm was able to use something that most of us already have. It employed a specialized version of the common biological molecule referred to as hemoglobin. Now, normally we use them for transporting oxygen, but here these internal hemoglobins appear to play a role in also transporting toxic hydrogen sulfides. And so by delivering sulfide into these vacuoles, this resulted in a very efficient reaction and the formation of this stable orpiment mineral, which by itself is a really bizarre adaptation, but clearly worked for this one because they're exceptionally successful in these environments. With the discovery in this case highlighting the profound evolutionary innovation needed for life to colonize truly hostile environments. Because this worm turned something that's super toxic and super dangerous into something that just makes it look pretty. with this discovery changing our understanding of a lot of biological processes. For example,
I need to eat dinner,
biomineralization,
dude.
the process of living things
Fuck, bro,
creating
I need to
minerals.
eat dinner.
Now, in most contexts, biomineralization is studied when looking at formation of bones or maybe shells, or for some kind of a structural reinforcement. But here, this worm uses the orpiment production purely for detoxification and for survival, and also, I guess, for making itself look pretty. Moreover, when it comes to toxic molecules, this worm is only the second animal ever discovered known to actively process and solidify sulfide minerals. The only other animal known to us is the scaly foot snail, Chrysomelon squamiferum. This snail also lives in some really extreme environments, which essentially highlights that for these animals, solidifying sulfide minerals seems to be an important chemical adaptation in extreme sulfur-rich environments. But all of this shows us that a lot of these mechanisms could be a lot more widespread than we previously thought. Even though this is obviously the most extreme case, a lot of related deep-sea worms, such as the famous Pompeii worm, Alvinella pompeiana, can also accumulate very high levels of arsenic, and in theory can also utilize very similar strategies. And so this idea of fighting poison with poison might be considered a very important adaptation for many animals thriving in these deep-sea vent conditions. And this, of course, can also have some implications for biotechnology as well. Since we know arsenic is very toxic and is also technically an environmental pollutant, by learning how this worm has these controlled biological processes for locking away arsenic and sulfur together, humans can also maybe create something very similar for managing and cleaning up various environmental toxins on the surface. So this could maybe lead to certain methods for cleaning environmental disasters. And so by itself, this is a pretty incredible discovery. The same toxic yellow mineral that was used to create some of the most famous paintings is the very substance that allows this tiny worm to survive in an extremely hostile and deadly environment. And actually the environment that up until very recently, scientists believed was probably very hostile for complex life. But this little worm proved us wrong. Evolution always finds a way. And so for this worm, Paralavinella hesleri, survival means transforming pure poison into sparkling golden protection. And that's super cool. Anyway, on that note, that's all I wanted to mention, and we'll definitely come back and discuss this more once there are some additional cool discoveries. Until then, check out some of the previous videos on similar topics in the description below. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support the channel on Patreon, where you can find additional videos without any ads, and you can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access and a few secret videos. Or you can also buy the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
Okay, what was that? The dumplings are good, Mom. The dumplings are delicious.
Delicious.
Delicious. You need more salt.
I know. I was worried.
Because you oversalted the beans.
Uh-huh.
No.
I was like,
I think that's just how we do. You do, yeah. You oversalt something and then you undersalt for a little bit until you oversalt something again.
Are the beans inedible? That way you guys aren't eating them?
I don't think so. I just haven't ate them again. They congeal too.
Yeah.
The fat or something. I think Bubs got grossed out by. Yeah. What do you call that? Yeah. What's the ham hock?
Oh.
The ham hock fat. City boy. Mm-hmm.
Hello, guys and gals, me, Mudahar, and you know when 50% of a video's comments are all about, hey, Muda, can you show us how to run Windows applications in Linux? Yeah, I made a video where I talked about the Comet browser. You know, it was like the previous video. And a lot of people were like, wait a minute, you can just run Windows programs on your computer seamlessly? Please show us this black magic. Why, yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is in fact Photoshop running underneath the good old-fashioned Linux system that I have. And no, it's actually not black magic, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you too can actually use Photoshop underneath Linux. And I'm going to teach you how to do it, okay? You can run any Windows program underneath Linux. So let me get this started and tell you how things go. So first off, ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of tools that we Linux people use to play a lot of our video games underneath Linux. For instance, one of them is Wine, also Proton, which is basically a fork of something known as Wine, which is a set of tools that we use to convert Windows calls to Linux-compliant calls, meaning that when you run a game like Baldur's Gate 3, the Windows version, it should basically run as if it was running on Windows, just on Linux, right? It's a lot of effort put into this kind of stuff, and for gaming, I think things are really awesome. Years ago, when it came to Linux gaming, you know, it was like probably wait a year for basically most of these, you know, top like AAA games to work, but now it's actually more the exception rather than the norm. That's something that comes out day one, just works across Linux, at least in my experience, provided those games don't have wonky anti-cheats or other weird flavors that, you know, just aren't really good for PC gaming anyways. But, ladies and gentlemen, what about running Photoshop, like I just showed you? What about running Microsoft Office? What about running FL Studio? What about running all the programs that people cannot leave behind? So look, Windows 10 is kind of currently at a point where, you know, it's going to be end of life about next week. And, you know, obviously for a lot of people who cannot upgrade or maybe are taking this time to switch over to Linux, a big question is, can I run those applications I really enjoyed in Linux? So I'm going to teach you how it works. So basically, one of the long-about ways is a tool called WinApps, which basically installs a virtual machine on your computer that runs Windows, and using something known as FreeRDP seamlessly runs those Windows programs and displays them on Linux, as if they look like they were running natively, but they're in a virtual machine. Now, if you're wondering, whoa, Muda, this is really complicated, but there's a lot of cool programs like this. For instance, anything you see in this list runs pretty fine, and this includes a lot of programs that people need. But there's an easier version, ladies and gentlemen, something known as Winboat. So Winboat allows you to run Windows on Linux with seamless integration. So the features are, it's an elegant interface, automated installs, running any application, file system integration, and much, much more. So this is very much an infant program. It's not even at version 1.0. So there's a lot of stuff coming. So bear in mind, this video is going to be outdated in the next few weeks, months, even years. Because if this develops the way that it has been, this could be a serious way for people to move off of, you know, Windows, or at least a dependency of needing Microsoft. So look, how do you get this working? So first you can download this as multiple packages. So for instance, if you're on a Debian distro like Linux Mint, Ubuntu, or Debian, you can download a deb file and install it using the software package manager. If you're on Fedora, like Fedora Linux, CentOS, or you know, something like Bazite, for instance, you can download the RPM. If you're an Arch user like me, then you can download it through the OR. But I'm going to use the app image just because that's what they actually showcase for most
What's
Linux
the matter?
distributions. So you can
download
the
the
app image,
baby?
and it will actually take you to this download page, and you can download it anywhere on your system. Now, inside my actual Linux directory, what I have is a folder of app images on my home directory. So go right over here, and I have Winboat placed. So right here, go to Properties, and then go to Permissions, and allow executing it as a program. So now to install it, it's actually a pretty simple installation. There are a few other programs you need to install, which I will guide you through.
Was it the towel?
This by far will be the quote-unquote hardest part of the video.
Right there on that
so
part.
So as you're installing it, the Winboat application will give you
really
a list
sensitive
of
right here.
As long as you have 4 gigabytes of RAM, which I'm sure most of you do.
That's where you're breathing to.
I chose to give this around 32 gigabytes of memory. I have 128. Again, you give however much you can afford. As long as you have 2 CPU threads, which I'm sure most of you do.
God, never
again,
salt on the
don't
table.
Leverage your system. Give enough threads.
I know you have to, but God, I didn't think I missed my bowl.
As long as you have 32 gigabytes of free
Is that one of
space,
those
because we
things?
are
Oh,
installing
yeah. Well, you
Windows
can't see it
as
because
a
When
it's
you
so
actual
solve
bright.
operating
something, that
system,
it
so you
Yeah.
need
just
to have
goes
space for that,
everywhere.
And I've
plus
got to go
space
in
for,
Barbara's room.
extra
Gotta
stuff
call
that
one
you're
of the
putting on this
parents.
system. So I gave it
Okay,
around
yeah.
200
It's fine.
gigabytes
They just
because
they
I
can't
know
make
that I'm
it to a
going to be
conference.
actively using
Her
this.
hours
Now
are
you need to have
fine.
Easy.
virtualization enabled, which most
So.
You want
CPUs will have
minis?
this. I don't think I've ever bought a single CPU that doesn't have this, but generally,
Oh,
if
the
this is not
pants are in there
enabled, go into
actually,
your
Dad. I
computer's
saw them.
BIOS
In
settings
the laundry
and find
basket?
an option
All right,
called
watch out.
Intel
Get back. Go
VTD
get your
or
pants.
AMD's SVM, and over there
Because
you
you're a
should be able
spoiled
to
baby.
enable that option. It should usually
Yeah,
come
yeah.
enabled by default,
Oh,
and then
oh,
you
this
can
looks a
just
little
start
mini.
any then
This looks like it
virtualization is
might
enabled.
match.
You can play around
Got
with
polka
virtual
dots
machines
on it.
beyond just this.
Boom, like
Now, the
that.
difficult stuff would be
Oh,
installing
like her
Docker
bow,
and
just like her
Docker
bow.
Compose too. Now, depending on
Oh,
the
that's her
version of
dress.
Linux
Got
that
polka
you're
dots on her
on, it'll
dress.
actually
Great.
give you a little howl
Minnie's
like
always so
click
pretty.
that'll take you to the
Always dressed
installation
so
page for
nice.
Docker. Now, here you can follow the instructions for your version of
You
Linux, whatever
okay?
flavor you're more attributed to. Since
Oh,
I'm on
and mini
Arch Linux, I'm
panties?
going to go to
Good.
the Arch wiki and
She might be
actually
the
read
first one to like
Docker
Minnie
itself. Now,
Yeah,
again,
I think
you
so.
I mean,
have
they
to
all kind of
basically
did, but they were
navigate whatever
knowingly.
specific version of Linux you're using. Now, a couple weeks ago, I showed you guys that I was
Yeah,
using
yeah.
CashEOS
Well,
because I
who
really
would?
consider it to be
Disney
the
kids are
best
always a little
gaming or just
funny.
best Linux
Sorry,
distribution
but like,
in general at the
I
moment.
What, baby? I'm
So
trying to do
because I'm using
stuff. I gave
Cache,
you your
I'm going to be using
panties.
Arch
What?
Linux's wiki. Now,
because it
again,
was
there are
always like the,
differences
It's
even
okay, baby.
between
It's just, it's
Arch-related
fine.
yeah, it
It's
was
distributions.
just,
always
So
the middle
again,
class,
you
upper
kind of
middle
have to
class
know what you're
kids.
doing.
So I
But
get
here
it.
it's going to tell you
But it's
install
almost like
Docker.
Apple.
So what
Like
you
you're
do is
into
you start
Disney
that
because it's a
really
brand.
spooky terminal, right? And here you can actually feed it commands. So for instance, installing Docker is as simple as going to sudo
Some of the stuff is
pacman
good. Don't get me wrong.
capital S, which is
I'm
the
sure Frozen
installation
is really
command,
good.
typing in Docker and hitting enter. As long as you put your password
What?
in, it'll basically
Sure,
let you
Frozen
install
is
the
super
Docker
good.
engine. Now, since I already have it installed, I'm going to hit no. So then it's going to tell you to enable start the Docker service or the Docker socket. So we're going to actually start the Docker service. So here you type in sudo systemctl enable, and then just
Yeah,
because
so
we
now
want to
can
make
hear
sure
our
that this
voices
works
over the
immediately,
podcast.
2 dashes now, and then of course you want to do docker dot service. So as
I love
long
it
as you
when
hit
you
enter over here, Docker service has started. So you might notice that it will
It's
give
like
you a
it's
little
like
bit of a
old
failure
person
if you do end
sex.
up getting it, if you
When
have
you
things like VPNs enabled. But if you don't see an error,
yeah,
not a big issue. Remember, read the wiki pretty thoroughly. Then it'll ask
what
you,
would you
hey,
call that?
just
Not
make sure
sex
everything
bot. You
works.
go
So anytime you see
flirting.
these pound signs, that usually means you need to give an
Oh man,
elevated
she
command.
just
So
drove by
inside
again.
here,
No,
you
I'm
want to do
seriously
sudo
bugged. Our neighbors moved.
docker info. Now, as long as you can see this
Well, is it
string,
because we're
these
old enough now?
as
I
long as
like
you can see Docker
stability,
is
and I
activated
don't,
here,
I don't
you
like
should
it
be
when
and I
fine.
don't like
You
to
should
think
be
she's
just
having a
happy.
tough time. Like
So, of course,
I
the
don't like
next stage
seeing
here
people
is
broke
to
down on the side of the
install
road.
Docker
Dude.
as an actual or Docker
Oh,
Compose.
You do
okay.
need your
So
bumpy
going
cream.
back to
Good
the
job.
installation prerequisites, you can see that it also needs Docker Compose version 2. So going back to the Docker wiki, you can see version
Tell your mom
1.1.
we got
It'll
all
tell
caught
you
up with
if you
our
need Docker
schoolwork today.
Compose, just go back to the actual terminal and do sudo,
Oh, I'm
and
so
then install
proud.
whatever
Your
your
hand was
command
kind
is,
of
and
tired.
provided you have the
Oh,
actual Docker Compose,
was it?
install
Oh,
Docker
look
That,
Compose.
and we had a
It'll give
little
you,
trouble
again,
with
this
small
version.
p
Make
and
sure it's
big
around
P.
version 2
yes,
and
that's a
above,
tricky
because you
one.
need
Small
version 2,
p
and
starting in
just
the
hit
middle
install. So
of the
once
road
that
and
is
going
done, you
below
need
the
to add
line was a
yourself to the
real.
Docker
Tricky
user
one.
group.
That's a
And
real.
it's
It
as
is.
simple as going back to that
Good
Arch
no,
wiki and
because it's
reading
the
how
same
to
shape.
actually
It's the
install
same.
put
I
yourself
told
into that
you. She
group.
was looking at me
So
like
it says if you want to be able to
it
run
took
these
us a minute to
commands
recover
without
from that. We didn't
using
have a
root
meltdown.
privileges, which you
She
do
was
for
very
this
happy
program,
with me.
add yourself to
So I
the
had to
Docker
stop her
user
to
group.
start in the
So you can
middle.
see the way that it tells you
And
to add
she did
users
not
to
want
a
to go
group
below
is through a
the
command called
line,
the
Jude.
password. So simply,
So,
again, because it's a
and they're done. You can only
pound sign
understand
over
some
here,
of
a
them.
hashtag, if you will, if you're of the
So,
new generation, do
Yeah.
sudo
maybe education should wait. You're
gpasswd
like,
dash a, and of course, then it's going to ask
they
what your
say
user
that.
is. So
Well, my
whatever your
professor
user is in
used to say
Linux,
that.
mine is my name
Because,
here,
I
my
went to
last
adult,
name, and then
I
of
had a
course
bunch of
hit space,
non-traditional
and then you
like
want to put
night
in a
classes.
group. So
Yeah.
the group
You
here
have
is
a bunch of adult
obviously
students.
Docker. Now, once this command has been passed through and everything is done and dusted, you then have one more thing to do, which again is IP tables and IP tables NAT and installing free RDP. So whatever the instructions are with this How tab, you can go down here and follow the rules. With RDP, it's another
Young people
program. So again,
don't
as you know,
appreciate
underneath
their
any form of
education, and old people
Linux,
don't know
you
how
can
to
just do
shut the fuck
sudo
up and
pacman s
play.
and then do free
Yep.
RDP.
It's one of the two.
So of course, put
Mhm.
that password in, install the program, and as soon as all of that is done, restart your computer. And hopefully, if nothing has gone wrong, which I don't think it should, provided you followed these steps, which is what I did, at least for CachyOS, your mileage may be
Hey,
different
come
for
put
other
up the
systems.
vitamins, please.
Then the next step will be looking. Then the next step will be seeing that all these checks have
So, did you
passed.
guys
And
take
once
them?
they've passed, you can basically hit that big purple
Okay,
next
go put
button.
them up, please.
Now here it'll
Where did
ask
you go?
you pick the
You
version
be
of
careful
Windows
with
that
that
you
ink
need.
pen. What are you
So you
writing
can
on?
select Windows 11 or
It better
Windows
be
10
paid
or
for
whatever it has, or you can
in a
actually pass
coloring
a
book.
custom Windows ISO
You
file.
better not be
I would
writing
just
in a
say
real
pick
book.
Windows 11 and then select your language and hit the big next button. It'll actually pull the ISO file from Microsoft servers and then move forward. Now, of course, the next big step is asking you what your actual username and password is going to be. So enter whatever username or
No, I
password
haven't
you
made my
want,
coffee yet.
and of
Oh
course,
my
move on
God, I
forward.
did
It'll
that.
ask you what your hardware configuration is.
I just
So
did
again,
that.
pass it 2, 4, maybe 6
Ouch.
cores, however you can
Oh, my
leverage.
little steam
Don't
went out
pass
now.
more cores than you physically have, otherwise you can
Well, shit,
actually
it'll cool
harm the
down by the time I
performance
can make my
rather
coffee.
than help it. Of course, when it comes to RAM, give it all you can
No,
really
no.
give. I could give it 16, 30. I could even give it 64 gigs, but whatever amount you can spare is fine. Now, depending on what you do, let's say that all you're doing is Microsoft Office shit, then you probably don't need a crazy amount of RAM. But let's say you're going to be playing around with some Photoshop, maybe Lightroom, FL Studio, anything creative, you might want to bump those numbers up. And then, of course, for disk size, however much you can spare, again, depending on what you're doing, productivity usually requires more, give it whatever, tailor to your needs, okay? Then, of course, once all of these things are set, you can then hit the big install. And now it'll actually go through this process. Now here you can load up any game you want, play it while you wait. This process takes about an hour because it's basically installing Windows. And using your web browser, you can actually patch into the Docker container and see it installing as you're, you can see a detailed progress. Basically, Windows just has to install. So as you let the system cook over here, you'll eventually reach the actual desktop if you've been monitoring it. But once that entire process is done, ladies and gentlemen, you now have Winboat functioning. So to show you how Winboat actually functions over here, I actually have the program ready to go. At your home directory, you'll see your Windows installation or your container rather, and provided everything works fine, these two boxes should be green. So you can stop the container at any moment and you can start it. You can set it so that it runs on boot. So for instance, in your configuration, you can modify RAM, CPU at any moment. You can enable a shared home folder so you can put files in and out of your actual system, pretty seamlessly. And then of course, you can make sure that you can either start the container as your system boots, or you can personally choose to start whenever you need. And then, of course, there's also experimental features like USB pass-through, which we'll touch upon a little bit later. And then, of course, you've got a bunch of experimental features, some that are, maybe they'll be here, maybe they won't. You've got smart card pass-through, all that stuff. Well, let's show you how this magic works. So hit that big old play button and start up your actual container, and it should take a few minutes, depending on not really a few minutes. You can see that the container is running, and the moment that Winboat guest API goes green, you're good to go. So inside the apps list over here, you can see that I have a whole bunch of applications. And what this does is when you install applications to this, it'll also reflect itself here. So I've already installed things like Comet Browser, Photoshop. I've already got a bunch of other web browsers, FL Studio, so on and so forth. So if you click that big Windows desktop button, you can see that it actually blows up an entire desktop for us. So here you can see that my system is functioning. It's used free RDP to bring an entire Windows desktop that I can patch in at any moment. So again, let's fire up an actual program. So when you have something like this, you can actually use this tool set to fire up a bunch of browsers and install programs. This is the system you're going to be jumping into when you want to download things like, for instance, let's say you wanted to, install the Adobe Creative Cloud. You can fire up Microsoft Edge and just download it within this. And then, of course, once you have it downloaded, you can install it. and then do all of your setup initially from here. Yeah, Photoshop is firing up on my actual Linux system pretty much seamlessly. Now here's where the caveats kind of come into, especially if you're in the creative field. You can see that Photoshop is actually fired up, and of course I've have a little image right over here. You can click there. And ladies and gentlemen, Photoshop just works. Because sometimes the RDP can have a bit of an issue, especially with certain graphical related applications, but you can see like in many cases, it just works pretty much out of the box underneath this virtual machine system. And of course, I would say that for most Photoshop people, this is going to be a pretty fine thing. There's also obviously Lightroom for anybody that wants to play around with it. And this is where limitations come into it. So obviously Adobe Premiere Pro, Adobe After Effects are probably not going to run as smooth. You can actually see that there is lag in this. I'm not trying to sell you this as like a perfect replacement, but there is going to be some lag in the story. Because obviously, as you can see, like moving things around, it is kind of laggy because we are using free RDP, and it's not really meant to be like any, it's not really meant for use in cases like this because there's no real GPU acceleration. But I think for a lot of people who are playing around with this stuff, it's a start, and it's not really what the end product of this will look like.
No, it takes a while to cool down.
But yeah, it's crazy to see that you can run at least some of these production apps on your system. Now, obviously, one of the comments that I ended up getting in my video, for instance, was this one right over here, where one user said, a video about how to run Windows-supported software on Linux would be amazing. Well, you're getting it right here. I use Metabang to draw, but I don't think it's ever going to come to Linux, and the Linux-friendly alternatives are really difficult for me to get used to. Which is a really good point, right? Like, even though that software is, free, even though there's some free and open source alternatives, obviously there's a lot of people that will say, I can never get rid of After Effects. I can never truly get rid of Photoshop, no matter how hard I try. And that might be true for a lot of cases. So I went to Metabang, the actual Paint, the software that this user was saying, and it looks pretty interesting. So of course, obviously it's only available for Windows and Mac. So I decided, sure, I'll download it, install it, and ladies and gentlemen, here we've got Metabang Paint Pro running underneath this system. So by hitting it up and firing it, you can see that this works pretty well. It's giving me a little ad. I'll skip through the ad. I'll skip through all of this. But yes, I fired up this program, and it seems like it works. So what's really actually interesting about this too is you can open up files, and it'll actually open up the Windows. The Windows Explorer. And again, this is all RDP bringing up the virtual machine in pieces as it needs to. So I'm going to fire up this program that I brought over here, this little image, and of course you can modify it and do whatever it is to your heart's content. Now for people that use things like drawing tablets, for instance, remember Winboat has the ability for you to pass through certain devices. So if you can pass through your drawing tablet through the USB pass-through, for instance, you could actually have it connected to this program, and that goes for Photoshop or really any other creative tool as well. In fact, that goes for, let's say you need to use Microsoft Teams, or let's say you need to use Zoom, for instance, which doesn't natively work, from my understanding, underneath on Linux. So you can pass through a camera, you can pass through a microphone, and you can use this as a way for, communications if people that you're working with are using software that doesn't natively work underneath Linux, especially if you want it to just seamlessly work out of the box. So what about people that are on FL Studio? Well, there are options for you too. So you can see in the case of FL Studio, it just works underneath Linux through this method effectively as if it was running seamlessly on Windows. Now, I'm not an expert when it comes to something like FL Studio, so again, depending on how you use this, your mileage may vary, but I think for most people who are experiencing it, and the fact that the compatibility list is so high here, because we're just, again, virtualizing Windows, it's really not a shock that it runs as good as it does. Remember, this is not using Wine, this is directly running Linux underneath, or not Linux, but this is running Windows in a virtual machine and just patching that through as we need. So I guess ultimately for those people that are like, damn, I really need Microsoft Word. So you can click on Microsoft Word and access it as if it was natively running. So here, Word has fired up on my actual system. It's telling me to sign in. So again, you can just sign in over here and feed it your Microsoft account. Now remember, this is a virtual machine. So again, if you're running malware underneath this, remember the credentials you're running within it could possibly be compromised. So again, if you're using this for serious stuff, treat this about as carefully as you treat your home system anyways. And of course, obviously for anybody wondering too, yes, there are ways for you to fire up your web browser. So let's say you want to use the internet underneath this virtual machine and pass it through. You have a whole repertoire of different actual, web browsers you can install and feed through. But that's about what covers all of it, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, there's some caveats. If you're thinking, man, could I run those, anti-cheat enabled games underneath this? You absolutely cannot, because remember, this is still a virtual machine, and it also doesn't really have, GPU acceleration. So trying to game with this is just not something that I would consider actually worthwhile. For productivity or the programs that I've shown you, it's actually pretty damn good. Now again, if you're somebody that still needs Microsoft Windows and you want to run it underneath your actual Linux system, there is obviously still virtual machines that you can pass GPUs to. Now there's a whole repertoire of single GPU or various GPU pass-through solutions. I've made several videos on this, but again, I can always pass through my graphics card and switch it between a virtual machine and Linux. And let's say I wanted to game underneath this or actually use Adobe Creative Cloud like the After Effects and Premiere Pro, then I could do this. And what's interesting is, obviously, with Windows 11, because there are, things going into the future where it has unsupported hardware requirements, you can actually fire up a virtual machine and pass through some of the requirements, like an emulated version of a TPM, and kind of get Windows 11 running underneath unsupported hardware, all without Windows necessarily knowing. But look, I was reading literally the other day that Microsoft Windows is getting rid of a whole bunch of local install features. Just a bunch of stuff that we really did take for granted. They're really trying to push Windows into this constant internet AI connected bullshit. And for those users who are trying to wean themselves off, this video is important because I think it gives you guys a little bit of a understanding. It gives you a little bit of a exit, or at least an extra tool in your arsenal to be able to move over to Linux smoothly. I'm not making these videos because I just want you to jump onto Linux and then hate the entire process because you miss a bunch of programs and video games. I want to make things really realistic, and I want to show you tools that you can use that make it so that the switch isn't really all that difficult, okay? To be honest with you, it really shouldn't need to be. But I do understand for some people, they've got to have that one specific application. Now, you have a way to basically run almost every single Windows application underneath Linux and have it looking as pretty as it possibly can in the process. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Nudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe just like it out.
Okay, it says I'm live. Does it work? Notes here. Can you guys hear me? Can you see me?
Did I go too far? Oh, I went too far. It's all right. There's a bridge up top.
Okay, I think you can see me. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh my gosh, I've tried to go live like 4 times. This is not an easy process. Okay, so last time I tried to do this and I got interrupted right in the middle of telling the story. I was here to answer your questions. So a little update. I went to the doctor that I told you, and I went to the emergency room, and I had to go get a CT scan, and found out that I have a 40 millimeter kidney stone. Yeah, 40 millimeters. So
ouch, bro.
I'm gonna have to have surgery, and it's very painful. I've been trying not to take pain meds, but man, the pain gets really bad. So anyway, that's where things stand right now as far as that goes. But I wanted to jump in and answer the rest of your questions. We actually, I believe that we stopped on the story about me nearly taking out a legendary guitarist. Okay. And that was asked by Spencer123. So, craziest thing that ever, the question was, what's the craziest thing that's ever happened to you? And this is what it was. So, we're walking up, I was with the guitarist of Journey, Neil Sean, and we were walking up to get the Golden Gate Bridge behind him so that we'd have this beautiful shot, and he was going to play lights. Lights go down the city.
Get on the freeway.
It would have been a perfect shot with the Golden Gate Bridge behind him, and he had his pedals and everything set up, and he was looping the song and playing, and it was incredible. And we have this incredible skyline behind him. The ambiance is perfect. He's playing perfectly. So I was kind of sitting here. He was playing right here. My camera guy was a little bit behind me, but I was off to the side. And so my camera guy, the guy that's been with me for a while, he was filming and had everything set up, a couple cameras. And there was this guy that was there that was flying a drone, a brand new drone. And he said, he walked up to my camera guy and said, "Hey, you know, is that Neil Sean from Journey?" He's like, "Yeah, because we're out in the public, you know." And he's like, "Oh, well, I have this brand new drone that I just bought. It's like a $5,000 drone, and I'm taking pictures and up there. And while I'm up there taking pictures, you know, hey, I'd be happy to take some pictures and take some video and just send it to you guys." And so, you know, my camera guy's like, "Sure, you know, whatever. That'd be nice. I appreciate that." So we're sitting there, and the guy's flying the drone, and I guess he got to the point where he started getting really crazy with the drone, trying to get these cool shots and zoning in. And the wind picked up the drone. So the drone starts going crazy, and all of a sudden it starts whirling around and going all the way down. And here I am, and here's Neil, and the drone comes all the way down. He's like, "Look out, look out." And the drone hits about in the middle of where Neil and I were, and it just shatters into like hundreds of pieces. And I felt some of the shrapnel. I actually got cut right here, and none of it touched Neil. So, but had it gone like a foot and a half this way or a foot and a half that way, it would have taken out me or taken out Neil. And so I could just see on the 11 o'clock news that night in San Francisco, legendary guitarist taken out by a drone, and I was pissed. I ran up to the guy like, "What are you doing? What, are you crazy?" And he's like, "Oh, I was just taking some shots, and I guess I got too low and everything like that." He's like, "Oh, my drone." I'm like, "Dude, you're lucky you don't get sued. Are you crazy?" Like, I didn't know that he had talked to my camera, to my director of photography, and so it was just nuts. But I mean, just if fate would have went one way or another, I wouldn't be here. Neil wouldn't be here, and so I apologize profusely. I don't even know if Neil knew that had happened. I mean, he definitely stopped playing and everything like that. But I don't know that any of the shrapnel hit him. It definitely hit me. I had a cut, and I was just, wow, it was very, very scary. So I had a guitar legend on my watch, and it was very, very scary. All right, now the next question that I got was from, yes, I'm that Lisa. And so I would love to hear what your original career path, what point did you get into interviewing, how did you get your start in radio and music and all those related fields? So actually, I've always been an entrepreneur, and I was doing different things, but how I got a start in the music business, I actually was in a band called the Turks, and we recorded a swing album, a jazz album, and a couple of rock albums, but I worked with a guy that played piano with like Frank Sinatra and Desi Arnaz, and a lot of Dinah Shore. He was an older guy, and I actually took 80s and 90s songs and had him put together arrangements, and we released those 80s and 90s hits, and I'm kind of a crooner. And anyway, and we actually did win the Hollywood Music Award for Best Unsigned Band on Grammy Weekend back in 2010. That was going to be my trajectory. Then, I had my son. I didn't want to be away from my son. I became a dad a little bit later in life. I was about 33, almost 34. And so I didn't end up, we got offered a record deal, didn't end up taking it. So I started a company called Music for the Masses after the Depeche Mode album. And it was a music development company to help kids get into music. Anyway, we had the local affiliate ABC4 here in Utah, who had kind of a cattle call, and they brought a bunch of people together, and they basically wanted people related in music companies to be the guinea pigs or like sponsors for a new show that ABC4 was going to do. They got a new general manager. His name was Richard Jones. He came in, and I was one of probably 25 people in this room, and he was talking about this new music show that they were going to have about local music. And as he was talking about it, I raised my hand and said, what if you got some of the touring bands coming through here and basically did interviews with them, and then you would have like a big artist to push, and you could still do local music and everything like that. He said, I love that idea. So long story short, he actually asked me after the meeting if I would help him produce the show. We hit it off, and we started going out there trying to find a host for this show. So in finding the host for the show over the 2 or 3 weeks that we did interview with DJs and different things, he said to me, you know more about music than anybody I've ever seen. You got kind of a cool hat with your fedora and your glasses and everything. And why don't you do it? He said, so I was like, well, I've never done anything like that. And he said, well, let's do a test interview and see how you do. So we did a test interview, and that interview was with Kenny Loggins. I actually owe my career to Kenny Loggins because we sat down, we did this interview. It's supposed to be like a 15-minute interview. I've actually got it still. I can show it. But anyway, inside the interview, Kenny goes, this is an amazing interview. Like about 10 minutes in, he said, how do you know all this stuff? And he said, this is the best interview I've ever done. And this is what he said. And I thought, well, I'm sure he tells everybody that as a brand new interview. For me, his first interview experience, it's a Hollywood thing. I'm sure he just tells people that. I didn't really think much of it, but he kept saying things. And then after the interview was over, he was like, this guy's going to be around for a long time.
It's Dr. Phone kept telling me
You got like what the old guys have.
And then I didn't want
So
to
he
keep
pulled me
telling
aside
him.
and he said,
What'd you
listen,
say?
you got a gift for
Oh, I
this.
hate
You really need to
I
go after
know.
it.
No,
If you'll
'cause
go
that can be
after it
super
and take it very
frustrating.
seriously, I'll open
And
doors
that's
for you and
what I
help
was
you out.
like,
So by the
If
next
you're the
week,
person.
I had
Yeah.
an interview with the Doobie
You know,
Brothers, and then the next
so-
week after that, I had an interview with the Beach Boys, and they gave me my nickname, which Professor Rock. After the
I was
interview
like,
was
oh,
over,
I really would like to
it
hear
was
what she's gonna say.
Bruce
That'd
who
be
said,
important.
"You're like
I
a
know,
Professor
I know.
Rock."
I
And
think, I'm
the
not sure
general
if that's a part of
manager
getting older
happened to
too.
be at that
What?
meeting. The guy from
You
ABC
just
and
don't,
said, "That's what
your
we're going to call you,
hearing's going
Professor
out a little
Rock."
bit.
Yeah, and
So it's not a
so
self-professed
it
title.
was
I've
just,
never really been comfortable with
I
it. To
don't
me,
know
it's
that we
more
were on speaker or
the
anything,
idea of
but
the
it
show
was just
behind it.
like I could
But
hear
that's how
fine,
I
and then all of a
got
sudden it would
my
kind of
start.
like
Kenny pulled me
mesh
aside,
out, and
opened
then
up
she'd
doors
come
for me,
back, and
and
then
almost 1,000
so
interviews
then I
later,
was
I
like,
have
no, and
Kenny
I hate
Loggins to
asking
thank for
people to
that.
repeat
We're actually
themselves,
inducting him
then I was
into
like,
the Hall of Fame, the People's Music Hall of Fame, which is going to be in February. We'll let you know about that. We're going to honor him. We honored Huey Lewis last year, and we're looking at Boston in the next one, and Bryan Adams and people like that. So you have to let us know. Last question, and I'll go because I don't want to go too long on this live
Oh,
stream.
okay, that's how you
But
do it.
somebody had asked me,
Cub Scouts.
it was
Cool.
William 45. His first story
Oh, that
that my
paid 10
dad
grand.
ever told
Sweet.
me about
Okay.
music was the question. Okay, so I remember as a little kid, my dad used to have a subscription to Rolling Stone, and he had some old Rolling Stones
shit,
sitting
I
out
walked all the
in
way
his
there.
shop.
Gotta walk
He was a
back up.
painting contractor. So I walked, I was kind of sitting there. I think I was like 4 or 5 years old. I was really little. And I saw this cover that had a drawing on it, and it looked like this really kind of cool drawing. And it was Dr. Hook
Maybe
and the
that's why I
Medicine
see tow
Show.
trucks around. I'm
And
supposed to tow that stuff
so
in so I don't have to
I
walk
asked my dad, like, Dad,
all the
what's
way back
this?
from
You know,
the.
is this a
Basically,
cartoon? And
I'm
he said, oh, this
stealing cars and
is
taking them through
Dr.
the.
Hook and the Medicine Show.
This
They're on the cover
new?
of the Rolling Stone. You ever heard that song? I thought I played it for you.
Oh,
So he played me the cover of the Rolling Stone, that song. And I loved it. I thought it was great. You know, I love the harmonies and everything. And Dr. Hook, you know, with the cool patch and everything, Ray Sawyer. And so he told me the story about how they wrote this song and kind of making fun of being a rock star and everything like that, cover of the Rolling Stone. And then they actually, from that song, were put on the cover of the Rolling Stone, but they didn't put the actual picture. They put a caricature. And I mean, Roy,
no.
Dr.
Naturally.
Hook is very
Okay,
interesting to
because
me.
the
I
light
actually
was
got
out,
a couple
they're
of
like
emails in
going
the last
bed,
few
so-
months from people saying
I think
if
they
I would
wanted
cover
TV, you know,
Dr.
they
Hook.
wanted
Would you
electronics.
guys like to see Dr. Hook? Should we do a story
How
on
many
Dr.
cop
Hook?
cars we got here, guys?
Amazing, because they had 8 huge hits. I mean, 8 huge hits, like that Sylvia's Mother, and When You're in Love with a Beautiful Woman, Sexy Eyes, cover of the Rolling Stone.
I need that shit you dropped.
They were huge. 8 big hits, and then they just disappeared. They up and
Trying to figure
disappeared.
out how to fix the radio.
As soon as the 80s, you know, they were just gone.
I just turned the volume
And
all the way down.
I'd like to actually track them down. Would you like to see me track them down? I know that Ray passed away in
sucky kind of
2018,
cure.
but Dennis is still alive. So we'll definitely have to do that. I would love to interview them and see where that goes. But yeah, and then the story that got cut out, it was about the interview where David Crosby walked across the street to get a burrito. And I saw a lot of funny comments about that last story. So just for those who didn't see it, I'll just tell you really quick. I sat down with David Crosby. He told me to ask me anything that I wanted to. So I started asking him about, the birds, and I was all excited. He was telling some great stories about being with the birds. Then I got to Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and he said, you know what? This is boring as shiz. And I can't say the real word on here. And he said, nobody wants to hear about Crosby, Stills, and Nash or the birds. They want to hear about my new album. And we were very straightforward, David Crosby. We told him exactly what the interview was going to be, and we were going to cover his new album. And he said, I'm going to go across the street and get a burrito. I'm going to get some Mexican food. And then when I come back, we're going to talk about my new album. And I was pretty bold, and I said, no, David, I told you what we were doing this for. We will talk about your new album, but we were very straightforward about this interview is about your whole career. So he went across the way, ate some food, came back. We finished the interview. He let me ask a couple of questions about Crosby, Stills, and Nash and Young. But I think he was just hangry. I think a lot of people were right about that. He was hangry.
I swear they
he got ticked and he went across. Where you been? And then there were a lot of cars on a shopping list. When the live stream went down, they were like,
I literally remember us coming up with that.
For nothing.
Could be wrong.
You'd have to ram her off the road in order to get a chance to get her
that doesn't mean other
that
people
car is
didn't
no
either.
good to us. I swear she's playing with me.
Dude, calm down. If
she playing with you, then she probably won't get one time involved until the turn
Simon
up.
Garfunkel. So
We gotta find a way to stop her or slow her down.
He's not going to talk about the old times. I've heard Robert Plant's the same way.
Then we could pop her crazy bitch tires and bang her crazy bitch ass in jail for being a danger to my sanity.
And you got to see that coming Led Zeppelin. Anyway, excited about Rush. Man, I heard you're going back out on tour. The new drummer. Very excited about that. What do you guys think about that? And hey, we're going to keep going here. I'm going to wrap up here in a few seconds. But thank you so much for your support. It has been a rough couple months. But since August, and I know this is for everybody on YouTube, impressions are down. I don't want to complain too much, but seriously, it's getting to the point where I've lost almost 65% of impressions and everything like that. And I don't know what the future of this channel is. I'm going to keep punching and keep going forward, but we'll do our best. But there may have to be a different way that we move forward. Let me know what you'd like to see in the comments. I love doing this. I've got a lot of great interviews. I actually have something special I'm doing this week in a couple of days. I got an email about a month ago about it. It's a very legendary late night talk show host that is a fan of the show. And I'm going to be on with him. I'm not going to tell you who it is. You can make your guesses. But that's going to be happening this week. And then I've got a couple of other interviews that are really great this week. So keep watching. We've got a great one coming out tomorrow. Look for that. And thank you so much. Let's see, Tracy's Fractured History and more. Thank you. Appreciate that. And we'll keep going forward. Let us know what you'd like to see. I'm going to sign off now. But ask me any other questions you might want to hear about.
Just natural.
And wish me luck on my health. We're going to keep going. And between YouTube and kidney stones, man, it's a battle, but we're going to keep going. So appreciate it. Until next time, 3 chords and the truth, my friends. We will talk to you soon. And now, just have to figure out how to end the stream.
Adramelech. Adramelech is a pagan deity mentioned in the Bible, specifically in 2 Kings 17, verse 31, as one of the idols worshipped by the Sepharvites, a foreign people who were resettled in the region of Samaria after the exile of Israel's northern kingdom. His name literally means the majestic king in the Semitic language, yet the rites associated with him were gruesome. According to the biblical text and ancient Jewish tradition, Adramelech was worshipped through the ritual of child sacrifice, similar to Molech. Children were burned alive on an altar, presumably before a statue of the god, which, depending on iconographic interpretation, had the face of a goat or an eagle. Some rabbinic texts even describe his idol as having a human body with an animal's head, seated upon a throne to receive human offerings. Adramelech appears not only in the context of idol worship, but also in medieval demonology as one of the princes of hell, serving as the grand chancellor of hell in texts like the Dictionary Infernal. In the biblical narrative, this deity's presence serves as clear evidence of the spiritual corruption of the nation surrounding Israel, thus reinforcing the monotheistic message that rejects all forms of idolatry. He is a symbol not only of paganism, but also of the cruelty of ancient religions that devolved into the practice of human sacrifice. Anamelech is mentioned in 2 Kings 17, verse 31, as the idolatrous counterpart to Adramelech, worshipped by the people of Sepharvaim. The name is believed to mean child of the king, or offspring of the god Melech, suggesting a divine position, perhaps as a consort or companion goddess. Although the Bible mentions her only briefly, Jewish tradition and ancient commentaries equate Anamelech with a moon goddess or a dark fertility symbol. Alongside Adramelech, she received the sacrifice of children who were burned alive on an altar as part of a religious ritual considered heinous and detestable by the prophets of Israel. Some scholars believe that Anamelech may have been a local version of the goddess
Paulie's just trying to get his cracker here, guys.
Paulie's
just trying to get his cracker here, guys. Come on, man.
But in the case of the Sepharvites, this worship had twisted into a destructive cult that sacrificed the lives of children.
Let's see how crazy it gets.
Not just a goddess of fertility, but a symbol of extreme spiritual corruption.
The
existence of Anamelech
no, seriously.
in the Bible demonstrate how idol worship was often linked to total moral decay, where even parental love was sacrificed in the name of an idol. She is not merely a mythological figure, but a dark reflection of an ancient fanaticism that stood in opposition to the value of human life. Ashima is mentioned briefly in 2 Kings 17, verse 30, as a god worshipped by the people of Hamath, an ancient city in the region of Aram, modern-day Syria, who were resettled in Samaria by the Assyrians after the exile of the northern kingdom of Israel. Her name likely derives from the Semitic root word shem, or name, which suggests a connection to identity, fate, or destiny. In later Jewish tradition, particularly in the Talmud, the idol of Ashima is described in very strange terms, as a bald goat, or in another version as a human figure without hands or feet, consisting only of a torso and a head. This makes her one of the most mysterious and obscure deities mentioned in Scripture. Ashima is believed to represent a god of fate or destiny, similar to the Roman concept of the goddess Fortuna, but in an ancient Near Eastern version. Her worship in Samaria was considered part of the great apostasy of the Israelites, following the influx of foreign peoples and religious syncretism. Uniquely, the existence of this deity shows that even an abstract concept like fate could be personified and made an object of worship in the ancient world. In the context of the biblical narrative, the worship of Ashima serves as an example of how a society can be drawn into the veneration of abstract forces that are faceless and amoral, making her a symbol of a spiritual deviation that is passive yet destructive. Milcom, also spelled Malcolm or Malcolm, was the national god of the Ammonites, Israel's eastern neighbors, and is often equated or associated with Molech. His name comes from the Hebrew root word melech, which means king. So Milcom can be interpreted as their king or the ruling god. Milcom appears in 1 Kings 11, verses 5 and 7 as one of the foreign gods worshipped by King Solomon due to the influence of his Ammonite wives. The Bible records that Solomon even built a high place for Milcom, an act considered a grave sin and a betrayal of Yahweh. The worship of Milcom is believed to have included the practice of child sacrifice, just like Molech. Some scholars consider Milcom and Molech to be two aspects of the same god, while others see them as separate entities with similar functions. In archaeological texts, Milcom is depicted as a god of war and a protector of the kingdom. The worship of Milcom became a symbol of how easily power, politics, and intermarriage could introduce idolatry into the heart of Israelite worship. In the biblical narrative, Milcom stands as a warning. When the nation's leader compromises his faith, the entire nation is led astray, even to the point of sacrificing children in the name of a king god. Nehushtan is a unique example of a sacred object that was transformed into an idol. Its origin was noble. In Numbers 21, verse 9, God commanded Moses to make a bronze serpent and set it on a pole. Anyone who looked upon it would be healed from the bites of venomous snakes. After the people of Israel complained in the wilderness, this object subsequently became a symbol of healing and salvation, a symbol still used in modern medicine. Centuries later, however, the meaning of the bronze serpent shifted. In 2 Kings 18, verse 4, King Hezekiah carried out a great reform by destroying it, because the people of Israel had begun to burn incense to it, worshiping it as an idol rather than a symbol. Hezekiah called it Nehushtan, a term meaning a piece of bronze, to degrade it back to its status as a lifeless object. The case of Nehushtan reveals a subtle but real religious danger. Even an object once ordained by God himself can become an idol when the people worship the medium rather than the true God behind it. This was not a foreign pagan god, but an internal idol, born from the spiritual deviation of God's own people. In a theological context, Nehushtan is a reminder that idolatry can grow from within, not just come from the outside. Nebaz is mentioned briefly in 2 Kings 17, verse 31, as one of the gods worshipped by the people of Ava, a foreign group resettled by the Assyrians in Samaria after the exile of northern Israel. Although the Bible provides no details about his former attributes, rabbinic and Talmudic sources describe Nebaz as a deity with a human body and the head of a dog, similar to the Egyptian god Anubis, though there is no direct evidence that the two are identical. The worship of Nebaz is believed to have involved syncretic practices where elements of local beliefs were mixed with Near Eastern and Egyptian mythology. In later Jewish tradition, Nebaz was considered part of the pantheon of foreign idols that brought negative influences into the land of Israel, and his worship was seen as an example of the spiritual decadence resulting from assimilation with pagan cultures. Interestingly, the form of a man with a dog's head is often associated with deities of death or guardians of the underworld, reinforcing the impression of Nebaz as a dark entity. The mention of Nebaz in the Bible, however brief, illustrates just how diverse and strange the belief systems that entered the Promised Land were, and how each idol reflected human fears and hopes in unsettling divine forms. He is proof that idolatry was not only misguided, but often grotesque. Nisroch is mentioned in 2 Kings 19, verse 37, and Isaiah 37, verse 38, as the god of the Assyrians, in whose temple King Sennacherib was murdered by his own two sons after returning from a failed military campaign against Jerusalem. The reference is very brief but full of symbolism. A king who mocked Yahweh in Jerusalem was ultimately killed in the house of his own false god, a clear theological irony. In Assyrian iconography, Nisroch is often identified with a winged eagle-headed being, perhaps another form of the god Ninurta or Asher, a patron deity of protection and war. This winged figure frequently appears on Assyrian royal reliefs, standing majestically with the head of a bird and the body of a man, holding symbols of power and protection. In the biblical context, however, Nisroch becomes a symbol of the powerlessness of idols. Even before his own statue, Sennacherib was not saved. Sennacherib's death in the temple of Nisroch illustrates a powerful message. There is no true protection from false gods, not even for the greatest of kings. In the biblical narrative, this is an act of divine judgment, in which Yahweh demonstrates that he alone is worthy of worship, and that gods like Misrach are merely empty idols, unable to save even their own worshippers. Rimmon was the god of the Arameans, Syrians, and is mentioned explicitly in 2 Kings 5 verse 18 in the story of Naaman, the Aramean military commander, who was healed of leprosy by the prophet Elisha. After being healed, Naaman declared that he would worship only Yahweh, but he also asked for forgiveness because he was still required to enter the temple of Rimmon when accompanying his king to bow down there. This request reveals the spiritual conflict in the heart of a new convert still living within a pagan system. Rimmon, or more precisely Hadad Rimmon, was the god of storms, rain, and thunder, very similar to Baal. In Near Eastern cultures, weather deities often held a high position because of the dependence of agrarian societies on rain. Rimmon was the Aramean version of this concept, often depicted holding a lightning bolt and standing on a bull, a symbol of natural power. The story of Rimmon highlights that idol worship does not always stem from hatred for the one true God, but can sometimes arise from social structures, cultural pressures, or political obligations. Naaman was not a villain. He was a man caught between his new faith and the realities of his country. Rimmon in this story becomes a symbol of a God who is served not out of love, but out of compromise. Tammuz is the only deity from Mesopotamian tradition mentioned by name in the Old Testament, specifically in Ezekiel 8 verse 14, where the prophet sees the women of Israel weeping for Tammuz at the gate of the Lord's temple. As part of a vision of the abominations taking place in Jerusalem, this was not merely idol worship, it was a symbol of the deepest spiritual syncretism, where God's people were mourning a pagan god within the house of the Lord himself. Tammuz was a god of fertility and vegetation in Sumerian and Babylonian mythology, the consort of the goddess Ishtar. His myth portrays him as a god who dies each summer when the ground dries up and plants wither, only to be resurrected in the spring. His death and return were commemorated with rituals of weeping and lamentation, usually by women, which is what Ezekiel witnessed. The worship of Tammuz shows how powerfully human emotions can be directed toward a cult that seems romantic or tragic, but is ultimately false. In the biblical narrative, this is a perversion of the heart when the suffering of a false god moves the people's hearts more than the suffering of their fellow man or the call of God. Tammuz was not just a deity, but a representation of a spirituality that was melancholic yet tragically misguided. Tartak is mentioned in 2 Kings 17 verse 31 as one of the gods of the Avites, a people who were moved to Samaria by the king of Assyria after the exile of northern Israel. His name and form are not described in detail in the Bible, but according to Talmudic tradition and ancient Jewish literature, Tartak was depicted in the form of a donkey, or even more strangely, as a man with the head of a donkey, a depiction that makes him one of the most grotesque idols on this list. Some scholars believe that Tartak represented a god of the underworld or of death, perhaps a local form of a broader Mesopotamian mythology. His shameful form, the head of a donkey, could also have been a theological satire on the part of the Israelite writers who sought to ridicule foreign cults. In Roman satirical literature, Christians were once mocked for supposedly worshipping a donkey-headed god, which shows that religious insults through the deformation of a divine image were common in the ancient era. The worship of Tartak reflects an extreme religious degradation, a time when a god was no longer a symbol of morality or natural power, but a kind of caricature of belief devoid of ethics and dignity. He is a representation of the spiritual chaos that is born when a cultural identity is destroyed and replaced by absurd and horrifying false beliefs.
Hi there. Sorry to interrupt. Interruptions can be quite annoying, like a stuffy nose. Getting in the way of your day. Wow! Afrin No Drip is here to provide ridiculously powerful nasal congestion relief fast for up to 12 hours. And it stays right where you spray it, with no drips all day. That's why we call it Afrin No Drip. Afrin, the wow is real. Use as directed.
I was going to turn on the desk light here to illuminate it a bit better so it doesn't look like I'm telling scary ghost stories, but I decided I kind of like this vibe for the topic, because this is a scary topic.
Too many people are sleeping on an incredible
I think I
show.
landed it.
I'm not seeing enough glaze. I'm not seeing enough movement. I'm going to be honest. There is a show that I just finally finished that only just recently ended that I am just not seeing get proper nut care. Like, I'm not seeing enough people fondling those balls. It's To Be Hero X. So far, it is my favorite anime of 2025. I do still have a couple others to catch up on, but I can't really imagine any of them somehow surpassing this in my eyes. I think the show is extraordinary. The first, 3 or 4 episodes had me under a very different impression for what kind of show this is going to be. Immediately, it's pretty clear that the animation is beautiful, and it's a show that uses multiple styles. So it'll flip-flop between an arcane vibe and then a traditional 2D anime style. And it does it with the snap of a finger. The best hero, the strongest character, X, you will sometimes hear snap his finger, and that's when it flips from arcane to some of the most breathtaking 2D animation you'll find in a show. It's not to, Demon Slayer Infinity Castle level, but it's really not far behind either. It excels in its visuals. So, it is majority 2D, but for the first arc, the first character you follow, Nice, it's mainly arcane-ish. And I think it is so cool when it flips back and forth. It is so creative. It doesn't feel like a gimmick or anything, because it doesn't need to rely on it. Like I said, it's mostly 2D. But it does go between them occasionally. And it is so unbelievably pretty. Now, don't worry, Puppet Pals, I am going to gush and grannies further on its visuals, but before that, I want to tell you what the show's about. So, this is a world where there are heroes and powers, and those powers are directly tied to how much others believe in them. It's trust value, so if people have faith in somebody, that trust value goes up and it makes them stronger, or if they don't have any powers, gives them some based on people's perception of that person. For example, there is a character, a hero named Firm Man, whom always stands tall, standing up straight, firm, and basically nothing can crush him or move him or anything, because when he was a firefighter, he caught some debris that was about to fall and kill a child, saving her life. So when that story broke, people started to believe in him with that perception of being immovable, firm. So it gave him those powers. It's a creative spin in the genre. I actually really appreciate it. But there's also another force out there that's starting to take hold, and it's fear. Fear also grants people some extraordinary abilities, and of course these two forces clash. That's kind of the big point of To Be Hero X. But it also has a really interesting format where instead of following one character in a story across a season, it follows multiple heroes. And when I say multiple, I'm not talking 1 or 2, I'm talking 6 or 7. So they'll dedicate 2 or 3 episodes to a hero giving you their backstory, as well as setting them up as a domino in an event that has happened. And now these dominoes are falling over, so everything starts to collide and everything plays together. And what sounds like it could be really messy and convoluted, or even annoying, jumping from so many characters in so many different positions.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone.
It's not. It flows so well. In the last 5 episodes of this season, I could not turn it off. I literally could not pull myself away from watching it. It was so gripping. I think it is just a really, really well done story. And the first handful of episodes had me believe this show was going to be something that it's not, because it felt very slice of lifey, and it felt like it didn't take itself super seriously, and it was more about maybe comedic aspects or something like that. It's not. There's nothing childish about it or slice of lifey or anything. It's a really well done deep story that gives a lot of emotional depth to its characters, and it's not afraid to kill people off as well. it was very refreshing. It does feel very different from pretty much all other superhero anime. Now, in this world, there's also a ranking tournament that goes on where the strongest heroes will fight each other in order to establish their trust values, because everyone's going to watch and they'll see who's the strongest, what's going on, and the strongest character gets crowned X. And typically, when someone gets crowned X, the strongest, they only hold that title for a very brief period of time because everyone else is able to catch up and surpass them in the next tournament. But the new X is someone we don't know a whole lot about, but he defeats people in an instant. With a snap of his fingers, he's just victorious at all times. And this guy aura farms like a motherfucker. He is super cool. He is such a cool character. He has very, very, very little screen time, but every time he is in an episode, he's the highlight of it. And it just gets you glued to it. I really, I cannot praise this show enough. It's not just carried by outstanding visuals. It is the complete package. But anyway, since I did mention the visuals again, I can't stress enough just how good looking this show is. I think this has the best fights of the year as well. Pretty much every single episode has a huge battle, a big fight between characters. And they do not cut any corners. Holy shit. It is so well animated and well choreographed. They are drawn out long fight sequences, just full throttle. And they are outstanding, especially Queen vs. Boa, I think is the best example. That whole episode is basically that fight, and it is so fucking great looking. I highly encourage you to just watch that clip of Queen vs. Boa. We are talking ufotable level animation to its action. It's so fucking good. I really think that what they've done here is something special, and I am shocked more people aren't talking about it. Another thing about this show, it has really good music. It has boner jams. I'm telling you, they use the music in some very hype moments, and it elevates it to a new level. There is one thing though about this show that I really wish they didn't do as much of. Since they are telling so many different character stories, it's more of an anthology than anything. Which, again, I actually really like the way they do it here. But there is one thing they do a lot that kind of got annoying towards the end of the show, where they will reuse the exact same scene that you've seen before and then sprinkle in the new spin on it from the character's perspective. So for example, when they're about to go investigate an alien ship, this is a pivotal moment, and you'll see it from one character's perspective, when he was recruited to it, and then another. But instead of just showing you that character's perspective when they get introduced to it, they will reintroduce the entire scene to you. So they will repeat literally whole scenes sometimes because, again, they revisit it but from a different angle. But instead of just showing you that new angle, they show you the whole scene again and then add the new angle. So there was a lot of times where I was like, oh fuck, I've already seen this before, and I contemplated just fast forwarding through it because, again, it's the exact same scene with no alterations until the character comes into the fold there for it. So I think they did that a little too much. Maybe that was for budget reasons. I would think that's probably why, because obviously they've already animated that, it's already finished, so if they reuse it, well, they save some money there having to do something a little different. I think that might be the reason, but it did get kind of annoying. Overall, I highly recommend the show, obviously. I do think it is underrated right now. I think this is flying way too under the radar. This is a show that I really would expect more people to be hyping up because there are so many, notable fight sequences. At the very least, I thought this would be something that people would be sharing, a lot of clips of from some of the bigger fights. So I'm really surprised to see that's not the case. So I really think this one, for me personally, is my anime of the year, and I really think a lot of people would really enjoy it. They maybe just haven't heard of it. So I'd say check it out. To Be Hero X slaps. That's really about it. See ya.
So over the last few months, we have seen Xbox increase the price of their consoles not once, but twice, to the point where Xbox Series X's, for example, costs anywhere from $650 to $800. This is 5-year-old hardware, by the way. We're talking about their new handheld in partnership with ROG costing $1,000. We have their failed attempt to increase their first-party games to $80. They had to back away with Outer Worlds 2 and make that $70, though. That's not to say that they won't make another attempt to price their games at $80. Then you've got the lack of exclusives for the Xbox ecosystem, with Xbox basically going third-party by shipping all of their third-party games on competing platforms like PlayStation and even Nintendo. Then most recently, and among the most controversial things, is the massive price increase for their flagship service, Xbox Game Pass. Anywhere from 50% to 100%, depending on what region you're in. In the US, it's 50% from $20 to $30, which makes that yearly price point of $360 much more difficult to justify, given that you're subscribing to a service where you're renting games and not really owning them. So at $360 a year, you might as well spend that money buying games that you get to access without any caveats. And then there's the fact that Game Pass actually removes some of the value from the service by removing discounts of DLCs that it once used to have. Most recently, we got reports that Xbox is working on a free version of Xbox Cloud Gaming with a caveat of you have to watch ads to engage with this service, alongside a time limit of 1 hour per session and up to 5 one-hour sessions per month, which just defeats the whole purpose of this tier. And all of that is paired with mass layoffs, with studio shutdowns, project cancellations, and just generally a mistreatment and just a misuse of the myriad companies and game development studios that they've purchased. Faith in Xbox is pretty much completely shattered at this stage. And now we're getting some new rumors that the future of Xbox might be looking murky. Now, it is important to emphasize that these are rumors. Nothing about this is in any way, shape, or form confirmed, but there are aspects of recent goings-ons that might lend some credence to these rumors. Microsoft have responded to these rumors and basically denied them, though how much the word actually means, that's another topic of discussion.
Like, it's one of those things you have to pay attention, but not yet.
What its validity actually looks like. So right here we have a NeoGAF user going by the name Sneakers SO. Now you might be wondering, why are we trusting some NeoGAF user when it comes to these kinds of massive rumors? Well, one thing I want to know before I actually read what he's reportedly leaking here is this statement by Tom Warren from news outlet The Verge. Tom Warren, being a pretty reliable video games journalist, he's on the bottom right here. Here's what he had to say about
NeoGAF. I don't think there are. Dude, get off me, man. Okay, I bumped your car. Okay.
Sorry, what?
But I don't know if anyone does forums anymore.
He's a developer, isn't he? Isn't he a developer?
Sure, some people do. Yeah, like, I don't know, maybe.
The record is hit or miss.
Okay, dude.
Reddit's kind of a forum, yeah.
So yeah, Tom Warren's
I guess they still do like Reddit and stuff.
Does know a lot about the internal goings-on of the games industry. The fact that Tom Warren went out of his way to be like, maybe there's some truth to what he's saying, lends some
I have this
validity
cat
to what
just like fucking with my car, dude.
And then we'll get to the other side, which is
some algorithm. They go suicidal
on
you.
Let's check out
Because, I mean, that's GTA.
Here's the full quote on what the future of Xbox looks like, based on information that Sneakers SO
and they just
has
keep trying to ram you off the road.
Sources as of right now. Quote, without going into much detail, not long after the last round of mass layoffs, next one should be coming in Q1 26, by the way, and it's going to be just as massive as the last one. So that's not a good sign already. Some rumblings out of Xbox starting coming out that were a little hard to believe. The ramifications of the Call of Duty Game Pass gambit not working out were just starting to get properly measured. But the thing that really stuck out to me was that suddenly really concrete plans for actual Microsoft Xbox hardware went from definitive to up in the air, which was really startling given that this thing was meant to be out relatively soon. It was one of those situations where despite folks being told,
they're coming out with new hardware,
we want to pull the trigger on this new Xbox hardware in 2026.
No, they increased the prices on all the hardware and then didn't expect that people wouldn't be willing to buy them as often.
Started getting pushed.
You know what I mean? Like, that goes hand in hand. You increase the price of the hardware, well, people aren't going to buy them like they're toys anymore. They're not going to buy them every 3 years.
Stop selling Xbox consoles, as reported here by Destin back in September 25th, 2025. But more
And then
recently,
the
on
games,
October 3rd
everything
of
else is so expensive.
2025,
The
we learned that
controllers, the
Costco
games,
isn't in
it's all
fact
the
the only
peripherals, the
retailer that is
headset, the
clearing out
internet
Xbox
connection,
consoles from their
and then
shelves.
the game
Sam's Club seemingly has also joined in, as
microtransactions.
reported here by Cheap Ass Gamer on Twitter, saying Xbox consoles clearance sale at
I
Sam's
noticed.
Club. Prices differ depending on region and location, but you can see right here,
I
extremely
was
low
thinking about
prices
getting
for
a
Xbox
PS5,
Series
and it
S
was funny
and
because
Xbox Series X. I mean, we're looking at
Gershman was
dirt
talking about
cheap
the next
prices, given
generation
that
stuff.
now
And they
the
were like, you know, when will
MSRP for an
people,
Xbox Series
upgrade to
X
a
at the
PS5?
lowest price point if you want
And they're
a
like, when the
disc drive
PS6
is
comes out,
$650
yeah, it's
or
about sounds about
$600 if you
right
go
for
for the all
me.
digital version. So yeah,
At this
Costco
price,
got rid of
like I'm not.
Xboxes, and Sam's Club is now trying to get rid of
I'll
Xboxes.
keep
So that's
playing old
extremely not a
games,
good look
you know, when
for
they're on
Xbox
sale
to
and when they're
see
like.
their flagship console disappearing from store shelves in some major outlets, some major retailers like Costco and Sam's Club. Sneakers SO continues to sum it up. The future of Xbox is software publishing with a significantly honed-in focus on profitable IPs.
I think it's
Call of Duty,
60,
World of
70 bucks
Warcraft,
for a controller.
Minecraft,
For
Candy
a
Crush, Forza
controller.
Horizon. They're basically
So,
taking the
yeah, and
Sega
that's
route
ancient
is
fucking.
what
That's
Sneakers
10-year-old
SO is trying
hardware,
to convey.
dude.
Cloud gaming being the home of the Xbox platform, transitioning
No,
Game
no,
Pass
I'm just
into
saying.
basically
Yeah,
becoming the
so
point of entry subscription
what do
for
you?
xCloud access. That's
Cool
wild.
what
If
they
they
tried
drive
to,
up
but
prices
yeah,
for
they
Game
just tried
Pass
to
even
squeeze the
further
market.
than
So
right now,
and it's
$30 a month,
the market's
$360 a
fucking
year for
whatever
Ultimate.
restricting or
This is a
contracting.
doomed
That's
service. And releasing
not
their
a
software on
surprise.
any
Yeah.
device that has a marketplace and users willing to buy their titles.
Yeah.
Maybe some OEM, which stands for Original Equipment Manufacturers,
Come on,
like say
dude.
ROG, will take up the
Sorry, I'm
Xbox
trucking.
name, similar to
I'm
like
trying
the
to back a
Xbox
fucking
ROG
semi-trailer
LIX.
truck up.
But given what is clearly a collapse in favorable mind share and faith in said brand,
it is out
I'm
of
not even
control.
sure a third-party OEM is going to want to have an Xbox console
So
by the
just,
time
it's
Microsoft
the way it is. They
done
got what they
with
wanted.
their
The niche
reorienting
market. They,
of
you
its
know, the
vision. So
arcade.
there's any validity
You
to this. That's
follow
a
art.
pretty
You
grim
follow
outlook for
arcade
the
video
Xbox
game
ecosystem,
design and
especially where
philosophy. It's a
hardware
boom
is
bust
concerned.
market.
They do own some major IPs
So
that
they
are going
got
to be
what they
successful
want.
no
Now
matter
they're.
what, that are too
I
big
don't
to
know what
fail.
they're doing,
Call
but
of Duty, World of Warcraft, Minecraft, Candy Crush, you name it. But in terms of being in a competitive space where they challenge other competitors like PlayStation and Nintendo, this is not a good look at all. And the thing is, like Xbox going away from that particular competitive space,
Too much.
I don't think it's a good thing because competition ultimately fuels everyone.
No,
It
fuck
fuels
no.
other companies
Spending
to be
$200
better
on fucking
because it means they
controllers.
actually have to keep each other in check.
I know,
because
dude.
of the fact
I
that they have
know.
to one up each other to draw people's attention. And so a
So it's
major
just free
competitor
market
like
shit.
Xbox going away, it'd
But
be
yeah,
a
they
damn
crashed the
shame
whole
if that
market
were to
again, and
happen,
it's
if
been
there is
crashing
validity
for.
to
It's been crashing for a
this
long time.
rumor and
It's
leak that
covering it up.
Xbox is basically foregoing next generation consoles and going full software publishing. And then there's another leaker going by the name Zuby Tech who reaffirms Sneakers SO's rumors, but also has one rumor
But
of
yeah,
their own. They've
gaming
apparently
will
leaked some stuff
survive. I'm
before.
playing a
They
20-year-old
say
game,
that
dude.
just like I leaked before, Xbox will
No,
move
I'm playing a
to full
20-year-old
brand
game.
change to Microsoft Gaming. Internally,
Like
they already
gaming will
see themselves
survive,
as
and all their
Microsoft
shit will
Gaming.
crash and
Now
burn.
they will become a
Nobody
full
knows
third-party
what they're
publisher.
doing,
They'll
really.
publish even more
Yeah.
games on PlayStation and Nintendo. Now, I don't know how reliable Zuby Tech is, but the fact that all of these rumors are not even that hard to believe already says a lot about
No,
the
I
current state
haven't.
of
Will you
Xbox
dig it
and the
out for
current
me?
image
I'll
surrounding
do it
them.
tonight.
Now, Microsoft has caught wind of these rumors, and they have gone ahead and issued a statement to various news outlets, including Windows Central here, who had the following quote to provide from a Microsoft spokesperson, stating, quote, "We are actively investing in our future first-party consoles and devices designed, engineered, and built by Xbox. For more details, the community can revisit our agreement announcement with AMD." So that's a long-winded way of saying that we are working on more hardware developed internally here at Xbox, and we are partnering with AMD to that effect. And indeed, back in June of 2025, Xbox did release this video titled Xbox plus AMD Powering the Next Generation of Xbox. And this is a video where Sarah Bond came on and discussed details about that. Here's a quote from Sarah Bond that Thurrott.com archived. It reads right here, "At Xbox, we're investing in our next generation hardware lineup across console, handheld, PC, cloud, and accessories. I'm thrilled to share we have established a strategic multi-year partnership with AMD to co-engineer silicon across a portfolio of devices, including our next generation Xbox consoles in your living room and in your hands. So look, it may very well be that these rumors have no basis and that Microsoft and Xbox are fully intent on developing the next generation of Xbox consoles, that they're still going to be in the hardware race. But it's become abundantly clear over the last few months and even years that hardware is not as big of a priority for Xbox. It's more about distributing their games to as many devices as possible through Xbox Game Pass, through their subscription models, and through xCloud, allowing their games to be played on not just, your Xboxes and PlayStations and Nintendos, but also on your laptops and tablets and smartphones and your smart TVs, you name it. And then there's the element of Xbox spokespeople and Xbox executives are just really hard to trust. It's hard to have faith in anything they say these days because consistently they've said one thing and then done something else. Recall that Xbox once said that they're all about supporting those smaller games and studios, and then they went ahead and shut down a lot of those smaller games and studios. They attempted to shut down Tango Gameworks, the developers of Hi-Fi Rush, which gave them one of the best games they've ever shipped. It won so many accolades and awards that year. They shut down The Initiative before they could ship Perfect Dark. They shut down Arcane Austin, which is a really beloved studio, among many others. This was after promising that they're all about supporting these kinds of studios, and maybe that was the intent on the part of Xbox, but the second they made these multi-billion-dollar purchases like ZeniMax and Bethesda and Activision Blizzard, Sauron's eye, Microsoft's eye, paid more attention to Xbox's spending and what they were contributing financially. And so Microsoft suddenly became a lot more involved, which forced them to essentially cost cut because Microsoft needs to appeal to investors and the stockholders, you name it. And with the Xbox business just not thriving as much as they'd like to when it comes to like hardware sales or even Xbox Game Pass subscriptions, those development studios had to go despite past promises. Then there was a promise that Xbox's first-party games, including newly acquired studios, would all remain exclusive to Xbox, that Xbox would see a lot of exclusives. But that promise quickly went away when, in recent months, Xbox has been iterating that they want to see their games come out on as many platforms as possible, including Nintendo and PlayStation. And look, while that's great for accessibility in terms of everyone being able to play Xbox games, in terms of like being invested in the Xbox ecosystem specifically, that aspect is completely devalued because like what's the point of getting an Xbox when you can play its games just anywhere else? And when Xbox consoles are priced so highly, now Xbox Game Pass is priced so highly. So yeah, that's another area where Xbox said one thing, we are going to release our first-party games exclusively on Xbox, and then they went back on that word not too long after. And then most recently, Sarah Bond stated that Xbox Game Pass is doing really well, that it made $5 billion in revenue, that it's a very sustainable service, and that it's doing just swell, right? To the point where you would assume that they have no need to increase prices so substantially. And what happens next? They increase the price of Xbox Game Pass by 50%, and that's the minimum. Here in the US, from $20 to $30 for Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. For Xbox Game Pass PC, they increased it by roughly 50% and didn't add anything to it, no additional value. Again, they removed some value from Xbox Game Pass Ultimate by removing those DLC discounts. And then in some regions, it's a 100% increase, like in Brazil, where the price of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate doubled. And this was after saying that Xbox Game Pass was doing really well, which means that on some level, that is a lie. Xbox Game Pass is not doing well enough for them to be able to sustain a low, a more affordable price point where the value of Xbox Game Pass makes more sense. Instead, they have to keep jacking up the prices because Game Pass just is probably not doing as well as they'd like. They don't have the subscriber base that they want. It's either that or Xbox Game Pass is actually doing really well and they just want even more money, which just makes them look greedy. And now they're coming out here saying that they're fully invested in the future of first-party consoles and devices designed, engineered, and built by Xbox. And I'm not here to say and confirm that they're completely and absolutely lying. What I am saying is that these days it is very difficult to take Xbox at their word because they've broken their own promises, because they've gone back on their word so many freaking times in just the last couple of months alone, and certainly in the last couple of years. Maybe they are telling the truth and denying those rumors and saying that they are working on next-gen consoles. But the fact that it's so easy to believe in rumors that Xbox is canceling future hardware plans goes to highlight the current optics surrounding Xbox and how much faith has truly been shattered surrounding Xbox's future as a console manufacturer and as a first-party publisher and developer. And I think a more valuable question to ask isn't whether these rumors are true, whether Xbox is or isn't making next-gen hardware. The more prescient question is it worth it for Xbox to make next-gen hardware? Is it worth it for Xbox to stick with hardware development? Their hardware is too expensive, their cadence of first-party releases, and the quality of them just isn't at the level of what Nintendo and PlayStation are outputting. And then even when those are outputted, you can play them on other platforms. They're not exclusive to Xbox anymore. The way Xbox has been handling the Xbox hardware strategy just feels like it makes the Xbox hardware pursuit completely null and void and moot. If Microsoft is planning to pursue next-gen hardware, they're going to have to make some drastic changes to their current strategy to make that justifiable and worth it, because otherwise people are going to buy their PlayStations and Nintendos, because those are consoles that are actually currently more reasonably priced and have those big exclusives they can only play on those specific hardware. And with PlayStation, while some of their stuff does come out on PC, that happens, a year or two after it first comes out on their PlayStation consoles, so there's still incentive to play on PlayStation. So yeah, Xbox is in a position where people are wondering why make a next-gen console at all, given their current strategy. And then on top of that, despite Microsoft's statement, people are questioning whether it's worth trusting a Microsoft statement, even if it may very well be true that they are denying the rumors and in fact working on next-gen consoles. The fact that the existing rumors from Sneakers SO and other sources can be believed, is so easy to believe, highlights just what a shattered image Xbox currently holds when it comes to like future viability, long-term viability, and just the overall image of the brand and the gaming community's faith in Xbox as a first-party hardware and software manufacturer. But yeah, with all said and done, nothing is confirmed. These are still rumors. Do not take these rumors as law. They're not the hardest rumors to believe, but these are big enough claims that we shouldn't just jump immediately to trust that this is 100% true until we know it is true. And ultimately, only time will tell how all this will play out, but they're not the most unbelievable rumors, which again says a lot. Or at the very least, that's one man's take. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on the current state of Xbox and whether you think we will see a next generation of Xbox hardware, or if you think Xbox is backing out of that race and focusing on releasing their games, their biggest franchises on as many platforms as possible and going full Sega and going full third party. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time.
Basically Microsoft being
Young
Microsoft.
out.
And then everyone acting surprised. And then a bunch of other people surprised that people would act surprised that Microsoft is evil. Like, what? We've known that for like 40 years now, dude. So, no, it's really weird. You just wonder, that's a Gamergate. Wondering how these people were so... How were they doing this to these people? Getting them to say things that obviously were not
Hello, guys
true.
and gals.
Yeah.
Me, Mudaharan.
Like,
What's
that's
the most important
Gamergate.
thing on your
What
computer,
the
ladies
fuck,
and gentlemen?
dude?
Not the homework
But
folder,
it's
not even the
brand
operating system
loyalty,
that you
it's
use.
whatever,
Okay,
they have
Windows,
their way,
Mac, or
yep.
Linux. No, ladies and gentlemen, it's
How do
actually,
kings get
believe it
people
or
to die
not,
for
your
them?
actual web browser. Now, how often do you guys change your web
Same
browsers,
shit,
okay?
man.
I would wager once you have something that you really like,
For the
you
brand,
probably
dude.
stick with it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Google
Everything for the
Chrome is by far
brand,
the most
baby.
used
For the
browser.
brand.
But what if I told you it's being threatened, ladies and gentlemen?
So,
To be fair with you, if you just
but
look
yeah,
at the graph,
Microsoft is
logically
fucking
it just
evil,
keeps
dude.
evolving, but this measure is not entirely foolproof
So,
science. A lot
to
of web
everyone,
browsers that
bro.
compete with Google literally
You
just use Google
yeah, dude,
Chrome's
that's,
base, right? Remember,
who would
Google
do
Chrome
that?
is open source. You can take the
Like, they
Chromium
killed
project
Halo.
and
They
you can
raped
stuff it
Halo
with
right in front
whatever
of you.
you want and make your
What's
own
up, kid?
browser. So today I wanted to cover a web browser that apparently is being totally challenged right now, okay? There's a new browser, there's a
Hey, you
new
got like
bucko in the market that is absolutely
15
about to
minutes.
step all over Google
It's probably
shoes.
that run club stuff.
Ooh, this is a new AI-free
She has
browser
run
by a
club
company
and
known
art
as
club tomorrow.
Perplexity that's
Oh,
here to rival Google
Slander,
Chrome. Now you might be like, okay, well, why have I not heard about this? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever look into the world of hardcore internet geeks, this used to be an entire browser that some people were willing to pay at times $200 a month to use if you bought the Perplexity Max plan. Now maybe like, whoa, who the fuck is paying $200 for a browser? But that also comes with a whole suite of other AI shit. I would assume it's not just the browser. If it is, my god, is it easy to milk AI nerds. But obviously, this is a pretty huge deal, right? So I was kind of watching this, and apparently it's a huge browser that's supposed to change the way you and I interact with the internet. It's a AI browser that I guess does the fucking browsing for you. So you go to Comet Browser, and it's like the browser that works for you. So immediately when you go to the download page, you can download it for Windows or Mac. Unfortunately, it does not work on my Linux system, which is fine, because there are ways to get Windows applications running underneath Linux, and it does not involve wine, okay, all the time, even though I would love some wine, but it's a little too early in the day for it. No, what I'm going to do is use something known as Winboat, which is an amazing way for you to run almost any Windows application underneath Linux and have it look as if it was natively running. Now, if you want a video tutorial on how to get something like this set up so you can run your things like Photoshop, I shit you not, underneath Linux, I would be more than happy to help you. Let me know in the comments section below. But I am going to put this effort and actually run this tool myself. So here I got a little virtual machine running. And of course, because it's a VM running in a small little
I think I'm going to make a rule about
my
my
applications list, and here you can say I've already installed Comet Browser, but I haven't set it up yet. So since it's free, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to pop my virginity and blow a new way of looking at the internet together. Is it worth it? Or is it something that, honestly, we probably didn't even need? Whoa, it's floating off the screen. Come back here, ladies and gentlemen.
That might make
We're going to hit
them,
start on
like,
Comet.
that's
And it's going to ask me, unlock your personal assistant.
Yeah.
Pick up where you left off. Now, if you have a different browser, for instance, Edge
dead.
or Brave, you can just grab from here, okay? But I'm going to do
always
it fresh.
wondered
I'm
what
going to make it a
DJs do.
virgin system.
When they
Make
talk
it
about their
yours. So I guess
family,
we're going to
their
call it
personal shit.
Muda.
Yeah.
All right?
I don't know. That would be
just
a
to make
weird
it
life.
simple.
I
And I
thought
guess we
about
can
that
pick which
before.
planet we're on.
Remember back when DJs were big?
Well, first off, I do like dark
gotta be
mode, and
weird.
I'll be honest, I love Neptune as a planet the most. So
It's
we're
one
going to go
thing
with
when you're a
Neptune.
movie star, you know,
Make
and you're
Comet your
completely
default.
removed.
Try it fully,
Yeah.
risk
some of
free.
those
I
people,
guess sure, it's a
that's
VM.
their
You do whatever
job,
you
is
need
to
to. And of course, improve the
public
product.
figure.
Sure, I mean, why not send some more information back home? So here it is. Comet has fired up and started, and of
one of
course,
my
it's now
kids
saying
that
Windows.
I,
Yes, just make it a default. Just do it. So here it is,
just
ladies and
left it
gentlemen, the
free.
world's first
She
real
messages me
AI
through the
browser
page
for
too.
anybody to grab.
And
Now,
I
first things
CC her
first, you can
mom on my
sign in with your
response, 'cause
Perplexity account,
I
but
did
I'm not going to
everything
do it.
like
I'm just going to
a
skip that
book.
shit and get
Yeah.
right
Like
into
I
the
like
meat and potatoes, okay?
emailed her mom,
Because
and I was
anytime I
like,
have to
hey,
log
she
into browsers,
contacted
I just
me.
don't do
you
it.
have
So I
You
guess
know,
this is the
like
browser itself. Now,
I always
immediately,
told
if
the
you're
kids
looking
I
at
would
it,
be here
ladies
if
and
they
gentlemen,
needed
this is
talk,
very
but I
much
want to
a
make sure.
Chromium
That's the
browser.
trick. You just
So the whole
keep.
thing about fighting
And I was
Google
like,
Chrome
would you
was
like me to
we're
make
never going to
sure you
escape the
CC'd them
Chromium
on
web
the
engine, okay?
application,
Everyone's
you
just going to
know?
really stick with it.
And
Now,
so,
of course, I'm
but
somebody that's really interested in privacy, and I would never
you
endorse a
would have
product
thought
like
like
this
the
that
scout
clearly
But
has a
The
lot to do with
scouts
a
have
company
that.
that loves
some of those
grabbing your
teachers
information
think
on a
that
day-to-day
they're
basis.
a
But of course, you
you
can
know,
see
well,
that
you
their
have
private
abusive
data,
parents,
they have
and
auto
so
suggestions,
But
improvement of
like, yeah,
Comet,
but
the
no, the
assistant,
scouts have always
blah,
had
blah,
that.
blah.
Like, no, your
Block
parent
trackers and
isn't
ads from which you
any
follow the
yeah,
web.
you
So
can't.
basic
you can't
security
hide.
applied in there.
And
But
And then
again,
if
we'll do
it
a little
comes
test
to
for
a
it down the
parent
road. So I
being
guess the
a
way that we
problem,
get
then
things
that's
working
law
is
enforcement.
obviously
Yeah.
in their
That's
little like
outside,
browse
yeah.
tab. You can basically
But
tell the Comet
so
assistant to
no, she
do,
was
you know, a bunch of
messaging
things. So
me,
you can tell it to
and
scan my inbox for
she
deadlines,
was like,
which there ain't no
because
fucking
no,
way I'm
she's a
signing
really
into my
smart
email with
student.
this.
It
That's that's for sure.
Zoe, the
Yeah.
one
Open
that puts,
LinkedIn, Gmail,
like,
and calendar in tabs
But,
and
uh,
group them as a
Yeah.
morning
sorry.
routine.
But,
What kind
no,
of sick
but I
fuck
really
opens
liked her.
up
She was really
Twitter,
smart. And,
Gmail, and these
she
three
was
tools
like,
as
she
their
has a
morning?
cute
That's the
nap,
worst
and
morning
she's
routine
like
to have.
really
So I
smart
guess one of the
nap. So
ways
I
that
was
you can
like,
ask
okay,
it is like,
come
can you
now.
make dinner
And then,
reservations for me?
no, it was just
Find
like,
me top
just like we were
dinner
talking about, that it's
restaurants.
hard
Find me
once you
top
jump into the
restaurants
big
in
pond.
Toronto,
Yeah.
And she was
and
like,
we'll go
I've
from
got 2
there.
A's, 2
Damn, it's really
B's,
throwing me in the
1 C.
Michelin star
And then she
places.
was like,
Jesus
dot,
Christ!
dot, dot. I'm
You know
not
what?
as
I'm
bitchy
actually
as I
down
thought I
for
was.
some
I
Spanish
You
style
just
food.
tell
Let's
her
go
like,
for a bar
house
Isabel.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm asking
You
it to
just need to
reserve
tell
a
her
place
no.
for me.
It
It's like, wait
becomes
a minute,
work for
sign up. No, I
everybody.
do not
It
want to
doesn't
sign in
matter
yet.
how
You
smart
said
you
this is going
are.
to be free. I am
Sooner or
not getting
later, you're
trapped
gonna
into
hit a
like
wall
paying
where
for
you
something
just
here.
Oh,
you're
no,
So
hitting
I
that
guess
wall, and
it's
that's about
now
middle
using a
school.
reasoning
no,
model and
because she
actually
said
browsing
she
for me. So
wrote
if we
that.
For
open
the
it up,
smart kids,
you can
you
actually
got to
see that
start
it's
doing the
doing
work.
a
No,
bit of
this is how
browsing for
smart
me.
she
So it's
is. She was
actually
like,
putting
3
in the
B's, 3 A's,
time, it's
1
trying to
D. I'm
find
not
stuff,
as
and then of
bitchy
course
as I thought
things
I
are
was.
kind
Sad
of going
face.
wrong
You mean you
in its
can't just
attempt
sit
to
there
complete
and
the
listen to
reservation.
the
No,
tea
and
and
So
she
then
one
put
of the
no,
first
because this
tasks,
is,
which
yeah,
was
she's like,
reserve a
the
table
work
for
is
me, the
getting harder.
AI
and
Period.
like
got as
work,
far as
Yeah.
to
real
entering
And
work,
so
it
details,
like,
sucks.
but it just
Yep.
kept
no,
erroring
and so
out.
that's what I
So
mean.
one of the
Like, no,
things
you
that it
can
was
tell
built to
she's a
do and
smart
actually
kid.
just
She's
constantly
about to
erroring on
realize it.
was not a
But
good
she
sign. So I
realizes,
figured the
like,
next
no, the
stage
work
to
is
go is
getting
It's
maybe
harder.
making it
becoming
browse
work.
You
YouTube
have
for
to
me and
work
finding
at it
specific
now.
clips,
Hey,
which is
girl, it's
something
almost
that's
bedtime, young
actual
lady.
example. Let's
She
go
was
there.
smart enough
All right, anyways,
before. She
whatever. I
didn't
just
have to
signed in with
work so hard
Perplexity
on
just so I can
it.
actually like use it, built an account, and of course, I guess we'll try the
Yeah, no,
assistant. So the
she just
assistant
admitted.
actually
It
tells you a bunch of
was
things that you can
fractions and the
do
periodic
that I
table.
guess is
Yeah.
supposed to change the way
Those
you
were the ones that
browse the
started
internet.
Yeah.
because
So
I
if you
wouldn't do my
ask the
homework. I
browser,
wouldn't try
right,
to
go
memorize.
to
I wouldn't.
Spotify
I
and
didn't
create a
try to
playlist with
memorize the
popular
periodic table.
electronic music,
So I didn't
check
just
the
natural.
status
I
of
couldn't
my most
naturally.
recent online
So I think
orders,
that was
or
about
open
fifth,
YouTube,
sixth
find the
grade.
Well,
official
sixth grade.
NASA
See,
moon
she just
landing
went to
video,
sixth
and
grade.
jump
So
to
it
the
And
is.
moment
that's what I mean. In
Armstrong
fifth
says
grade, she
one
was
small
fine
step
because, you
for
know what
man.
I mean? It
That's a
just,
pretty like
And if you
interesting ask.
stay
Okay, so
smart beyond
I guess we'll
that,
try that.
then
Let's
usually you're
let's
one of
try the
them
test.
autistic kids,
So for
dude.
instance, the actual browser is going to
No,
go
I
through
just
this
mean
effort.
you're
It's going
usually a
to
little,
find the full
and that's
exact
fine.
page,
But yeah,
and then it's
that's
going
what
to
most
I mean.
people
open
don't
that
want
specific
kids like
page,
that,
Yeah.
and it's going
dude.
to take
And
you to
that's
Like
that
you
what
want them to
place,
be
which I
smart
assume it
but
does
to
by
be able to
checking
do
the
the
transcript
work.
of the video and just
that's what
guiding
I
you in
mean.
there.
And
Now,
she's
this
not
is where
like,
the AI
she's
ended up
smart.
just
She's also
reasonably
very
thinking and
social.
looking
Yeah.
at this
So
video
Most
and
people don't
assessing
want
it
kids with
for just
photographic
God
memory
knows
and
how
all that
long.
shit, dude.
And
That
it
will
took so
impact
long at
them.
this
The rest
point
of
that
their they will
instead
be
of,
different.
me trying to
yeah.
find the quote,
Like
it was
they will
easier for
not
me to
be
go to YouTube
normal
search
people
engine, put
if
the
they're
quote
that
in, and I
smart.
could
They
just
will not be
immediately see the
normal
video
people.
in
Yep.
question, all
So,
without needing the
but
AI
no,
to try and
so I
find the
was
stuff for me. It's just
I was like,
insane. All
that's
right,
cute.
like
Yep.
the
No,
use
you were doing
No,
cases,
something,
even the ones that are provided, in my
yeah, it's
opinion,
middle
aren't
school.
exactly
And we kept
functioning.
trying to
You're
tell,
seeing it
like,
right
we
here.
tell
It
them
just
all year
doesn't seem to
long.
be
Well, I think
working,
that's why
and
you
this is
do
what
it
they're
because
comfortable
then
showing
they
to
hear the
people right
echo.
now.
Nope, that's what
It's
she,
Then
that's
that
why,
helps.
you know,
It
I was
helps.
supposed to have like this
Then it
crazy
helps.
what the
yeah.
fuck
Never
moment, but it
gonna
really
work when you
feels
tell
like
them.
yeah.
But you hope
for
then
a
they
fucking
hear that
big
echo
top
and
tier
then it
AI
Which
helps.
browser is
it's
fucked up
cute
pretty
with
royally,
Zoe
so it
because
can't make
she's
a dinner
repeating back
reservation.
she's
Can't even go to a
admitting I
YouTube
can
video
hear
to
your
open up a
echo.
fucking
Like she even
like
wrote like in
exact
her last
quote
video,
at all,
I
unless
really
it
thought
spends
you
like a
and Ms.
crazy
Leach
amount
were
of
being
resources and
dramatic
still makes
about
that
middle
mistake.
school.
And then
So I
that
guess
helps.
we can just ask it,
Sadly,
go
you're
to
right.
Newgrounds,
And
I
I was
guess.
like, yeah.
Go
And
to
then that helps
a
for the next time.
website known
Trying to
as
talk.
Trying to say
Newgrounds
something. Like,
and
listen.
find me a game called Pico's School.
But no,
I wonder if it can actually do
Yeah,
that.
they ain't gonna get any easier, dude.
So, all right. Whoa,
Especially
it
not
opened
for a
up,
black girl.
boys.
Yeah.
It's
I
reasoning
don't mean
model,
that
and it's
bad,
actually
but I'm
browsing
pretty
for
sure,
me. That's
dude, this shit
crazy.
is,
So
it's
it's
real.
going to the
Yeah.
webpage.
It's like, the only thing
It's
that's
identifying
different is
Newgrounds,
my poor
okay.
son.
And it's
It's
it
black
actually,
men,
I think
it's
it does
black
your like
women,
actual
and it's
captcha
white
for you, which is kind of insane. If
heterosexual
it can
men,
do
dude. Those
captchas
are
for
the
me,
two
okay, I
out
will skip
groups.
everything and just
No, she's
unironically
same as our. She's
support this
got
browser
everything
to no
going
end.
for her.
If it
She's
does
smart.
that. Okay, so here it is.
She's
It did
just like
succeed in
that.
one
Years
task, which
ago,
was
dude,
finding the game
Yeah.
called
it would have been
Pico's School for
everything
Me,
would have
in which you
opened
can
up for her.
play
But
right
they
now,
just
or like find me
black
a
women are
flash
too
game
assertive,
called
too
No,
Bush,
and
independent.
she's very.
called
Oprah, they're
Bush
too no, they don't
Shootout
want no
or
more
something
Oprah.
similar. So I don't
So
remember this
And
game, but I
that's
remember
very
playing it like
mature.
on my channel, like
Like,
probably
yeah.
They
7
want the
fucking
short
years ago or
little
some shit.
funny
So I'm gonna
black
see
guy.
if it
They
can
want the
identify this
non-threatening
and
black
figure it out.
male
And it did
Or
actually
like you
find
said,
me the game. So it didn't do
or
the
the sexy
agentic
black
search for
guy,
me,
but
but it did provide me what I needed, which I could have done with any other
No,
yeah.
but you
browser.
know, like
Can you
with
go to
No, the interracial
bestbuy.com
couples in.
and
yeah.
find
It's
a
the like,
PlayStation
it's the
5
you know
and put it
attractive but still
in
white black guy,
the
but he's got to
shopping
be
cart
black
for
enough
me?
to be
So we're gonna ask it to
sexy
do
black.
something
He's
simple
got to be
like
black,
that, which I
but
guess
he's got to make the home
okay.
house
So it's
payment
actually
too,
opened up the
dude.
agentic loop.
And then you know the
So it
little
fires it
headset
up,
set,
and the
or like the
actual
really
browser
cute
will like okay.
white
So it
girl,
went to
you
the
know,
United States, not exactly
usually
what I needed
blonde,
it to do. But again, it
usually
wait,
bleach
Best Buy
blonde.
wants to know my location.
So, but
Did not
yeah,
allow.
that's me
So okay,
getting
so
to
it's
it
made
right
it all the way to the PlayStation
now.
5
And the
section
poor
in the
Mexicans,
store.
they're
And then
never
of course
in,
it
dude.
you know the thing about
I
it
don't know
like
why.
everything that
They
it's
must
doing,
be
it's kind of
too
like if you were so
too
lazy you didn't want to
independent.
browse the
Because
web
you'll
and you just
see
wanted
them
to
try to
walk away
make
and like take a shit
Mexicans
or
like a
something,
thing, you know,
you
like
could, I
Latins,
guess,
George
this might be
Perez,
the
or
only saving
what
grace
was the
for
guy
it,
with the
but
TV
I guess
show?
it did actually complete like 2 of the tasks.
But then
But
pretty
you know,
soon you're
as
not
far
seeing
as everything is
Mexicans in
going, I would say
commercials
what are we
either.
looking at? Like a
So
30,
it's that.
40% success rate. It did 2
And
tasks well.
racially
It
ambiguous
fucked up like 2
people
other
and people
tasks.
from
And
India.
it tried to do the YouTube thing,
So,
but it just
and then
didn't
Karen, you
complete that
always have
whatsoever.
Karen.
So, you know, basically at this point, it did actually complete the task. And I would say, what, like a minute? And then, of course, if you go to the cart, you can see that, yes, it did actually put the slim console in. And I guess if I said,
Why do they
can
do?
you
They don't
put
like
the
Mexicans, dude.
disc version of the console
It's
in
a thing. I
instead?
get
Which I
it.
guess I should have specified it. But, you know,
No,
it's
it
going to
was
try
that
and figure
guy I
this out,
worked
right?
with,
It's
the
going to try and
music.
identify it. So I guess anytime you see this
How
blue
come you don't
bar,
hear
it's like
Mexicans?
actually
If you
reading the
hear a
browser, and then
Mexican
it
on the
opens the
radio,
cart,
he's
and then
not
it tries to find
Mexican.
the actual
He's
disc version.
what
Now, I
was his
guess
name
while
from
one
Menudo?
page is doing this sort of thing, I guess you can
Not
always open up any other like thing over here. So, for
El Vida
instance,
Loco.
I guess
Yeah,
the
but
other big
or
thing that these
he's
companies want to do is
who's the
like
other
they
one
want
that was
AI
big
to
there
basically
for
figure stuff out for you.
Ricky
So,
Martin?
for instance, I have this like
Yeah, so
infographic
he's
show
not really
video, and I guess
not
one of the
northern
big things they
Mexican.
want is like,
Not
hey,
yeah.
can you summarize the video for me?
No,
And what
who's
it'll
that
basically
guy
do
that
is, I believe,
my
just open up the
house
transcript
sugar
over
or
here and do all
lowrider
this for
or
you. Not to say that you
flow?
couldn't just do this underneath
So
YouTube
they're
as well, because I'm
Latin.
pretty sure
They're
they're
not
putting in AI
Mexican. Like they'll
summaries
be
on fucking
Latin
videos now to
stars.
just, again, more shit. But let's go back and check the PlayStation console again and see how
That's
far
what he
we've
was to
gotten.
know, I guess.
So
And
the
there's
disc
some I've seen
version
on YouTube
of the
now, but
PlayStation
it's
console
not
is
on the
in your
radio that
Best
I
Buy
hear.
cart
It's
for
not.
$549.
It's
Now,
not
of
those
course, this is
Texas
bullshit, ladies
Mexicans
and
or
gentlemen,
those
because
northern.
that does
It's
not contain the disc version. In fact, it just did the original task without modifying
and
the
even that
prompt
with music.
whatsoever. So
You're
you
telling me
might be
there's no
like, okay, but
Mexican rock
it's an
stars with
AI. We expect it to
Santana?
fail.
That's
Look,
it.
bro, nobody is telling you that you need to have agentic
Santana.
AIs to do every
And the only
single
reason they
possible
let
thing
him in
imaginable.
is because, yeah, he's
So
Mexican,
ultimately,
but
you
like
know,
he's
this isn't the
very
only business in the
counterculture.
game. There's other products like Feloo, for instance, which
Yeah,
is the
like
world's
his
first
music was good.
agentic
Even his
browser.
his
Again,
thing
I
was
think
it had a
everyone is
Latin
trying to
kind of
do a
vibe
fucking
to it,
agentic
but the
browser at
same
this
thing.
point.
It wasn't
And
Chicano.
none
It
of it is
wasn't
super duper
Mexican.
impressive
It
to me.
was.
You know, I feel like for a
That's
lot of these
why.
services, what's
No,
really
if you're
wild is like
Mexican,
I've
no,
read
I mean
so
like
much
Mexican.
dick
They
sucking
no,
stuff
dude.
from
They
like a
do
lot
not
of these
like
big tech
Chicano
companies,
culture for some
where
reason.
you know,
They don't like
literally right here,
Mexican
I'll read this
culture.
quote from you. So
So,
Perplexity's
and
comment
they
is
don't let
here.
those
After
fuckers
using
on
it for
TV.
48
They don't
hours,
let them on
I'm
the radio.
convinced
They
AI
don't let them.
browsers are the future
So,
of the
I don't
internet.
know, but yeah.
So literally, right over here, they bring up the same
Old
shit. It
shit. Who
unlocks the
knows?
internet. If you're like me, you
It's
probably
like
have a
Cuba.
million
I
things you
remember
need to do in a
they
day.
still hate
From
fucking
booking vet
Cuba.
appointments, sorting. Wait, how often are you booking a vet appointment? Hold on a minute. Sorting dinner, ordering prescription medications,
I think
and
it
even
goes back to
finding
somebody
deals to buy
killed
new
somebody's
games like the
grandpa.
upcoming Donkey Kong Bonanza.
No,
Well, I
really
just
weird
asked it to
shit.
try purchasing a specific version of a PlayStation 5, and
Really?
it fucked up. So if it's fucking up my
Puerto
PlayStation 5
Rican?
purchase, there ain't no goddamn
Like
way I'm
Cuban?
getting the fucking AI to buy my prescription medicine, okay? That ain't fucking happening. All right, goddamn. So basically, I asked Comet to browse Michelin Guide restaurants for
Yeah.
my upcoming trip to
Because I
Copenhagen.
think there's a lot of
Based
Cubans
on
right
the
in
specific
Florida. Like there's
criteria, check
Cubans here. I
hotel
just haven't run into a into a lot of
for my
Cubans.
honeymoon next year in
that's
Japan.
For some reason,
Bro,
I've run
we're
into a
doing
lot
all
of
that
Puerto
in the
Ricans.
same day?
Even before you were in the army, where I grew
Well,
up, I
Comet
knew a
has been
couple
handling
Puerto
those
Ricans.
tasks. I've been able to devote my entire concentration to work. And you know, much like vibe coding and all that bullshit, it's like, yeah, you can get the AI to do stuff for you, but then immediately, you know, you have to start correcting all of its mistakes. So the question has to be asked, just do it to begin with, okay? Do your chores to begin with, so you're not A, burning needless energy, probably spending money in a subscription service if you really enjoy this grift so much, and then, you know, at the end of the day, still fixing up the mistakes that it offers, all right? You probably
All I know
ironically
is we
spend
never
more
saw
time
broke
than you're
That's
actually
not
quote-unquote saving. Now, for a lot of these organizations like Perplexity, the reason why they made an AI browser is because the internet's broken, the internet has stifled our curiosity, and knowledge work taught us to have answers, not questions. The clicks and traffic model of the web has done nothing but convert it into digital yellow pages, where every path leads to a checkout button.
All I
Look,
know is
people
we
want a
never
better
saw
internet, and I don't
Lopez
think a better
again.
internet
What?
is
No, well, that's when you find out
created,
there's
or a
guys
better
that
internet
fall
is
off those
found
shit
through like
that they
using the same
never.
I know,
technology that's
but
actually
what are you
inshittifying the
talking
internet as
about?
we
That's big
speak.
army shit.
I
It's
know.
a big
Obviously, look,
navy,
this is
dude.
a
It's a
big new
really,
thing. Agentic
and yeah,
inclusive AI
motherfuckers
is
can
obviously a
disappear.
big
Oh
step
my
up
God.
from like
What?
just using
What?
ChatGPT. Imagine if you could use
Are you
ChatGPT and
serious
also just
right
ask
now?
I told you
ChatGPT
guys not to
like
go
do
down
the whole
there.
like browsing the internet side.
When
I
they
mean,
put
how
out
fucking
warnings there.
lazy are
No.
you getting to the point? Okay,
Chill. I was like, we're at, they were
can't
chopping
even
heads. We
browse the
listened to that.
internet.
We
Like,
listened to
come
that.
on, bro.
Well, I
Like,
think at the time
stop.
there was zero.
Now, people have talked about the
It was,
privacy
and they were
aspect of
recommending
this, and people
civilians
have looked
don't
into
go.
their
Period.
privacy
I'm
notices
pretty
and said
sure
that
the
obviously,
whole time we
they're
were
grabbing
there,
a lot of
Yeah.
information. So things like your
military
interaction
personnel
data,
were
including
We were
browser
and then
history
when we were
information,
there, some
such
poor
as the
white kid.
URLs of pages that you
It
visit,
was something
text
about went
images,
down
and other
at
resources
upholstery
from
to
those
get
pages,
upholstery
permissions you
done,
have granted
and
to
then they said,
websites,
yeah, sure.
the number of open tabs in Windows,
No.
Yeah,
your
well, we were
search
down there.
queries,
Some poor white
records
kid
of what you
went
download
across
from
the
websites,
border to get
cookies from
his
websites
fucking
I mean,
car worked
basically
on.
every single
No, because
fucking
we
thing that
had
you're looking at,
more
okay?
than a few
But you
calls
do have the
from
option to
privates
block comment
fucking
from using this
panicking,
information,
bro.
as
Because,
well
like,
as
you
your
know,
browsing
that
history.
border crossing,
And
you
if you
get
browse in
sucked into
incognito
or
mode,
something.
they don't check for
And they would
any of this shit.
all fucking
Now, the thing is,
like, they
ultimately,
didn't
that requires you
need
to
to,
trust
but
these
then, like,
companies first
yeah,
and
they got
foremost, and I
sucked
do not
in,
trust
and
these
you'd be like,
companies, okay?
okay,
So if
calm
you're somebody who's
down.
really, like,
Like,
worried
you
about
get
your
yourself
privacy,
turned
look,
around.
I
That's
think
what
it's insane that you would download a web
you gotta
browser that
get
just
the hell
openly says,
out
look,
there.
from the get-go,
Wait,
unless you switch this off, we basically just look and process everything. And why wouldn't they? They're a fucking AI company, okay? Their job is to analyze and watch how you use the internet so they can replicate it in their agentic purpose for other people. What really just also chaps my ass about this too is how open the CEO is saying that they're just going to track everything that you do just to sell hyper-personalized ads. And here's the quote right here, right? That's kind of one of the reasons we wanted to build a browser, is we want to get data even outside the app, so their actual page or the Perplexity app, to better understand you. Because some of the prompts that people do in these AIs is purely work-related, it's not like that's personal. However, on the other hand, what are things you're buying? Which hotels are you going to? Which restaurants are you going to? What are you spending time with? And the thing is, yeah, it's true that they're probably using this to hyper-specify ads to you. And again, that's still creepy to me. And the thing is, I just don't know how people feel comfortable sharing this level of personable information with the browser that they use. Generally speaking, if I'm using a browser, I consider it to be a program that I use to access an HTML document on the web. I don't want to sit next to a big company in Silicon Valley that just looks through what I do
I just can't play
and like
nonstop.
scans everything that it seems to do. Even though you could technically turn these concepts and features off, do you trust these AI companies to do that?
I think it was the
I
direct
don't.
water.
And that's the thing.
We haven't
It's
had
just
water in a little
fucking
bit.
creepy, dude. And of course, if you
No,
might be
and
wondering,
like,
okay, why not just
I
stick
think
to
you're
Google
right
Chrome
about
or
being
something? Look,
old,
I'm gonna be real with you. I think almost every single web browser now is switching to some level of AI. Look, a couple of weeks ago, I saw that Microsoft was like, wait, you know, the future of using Windows is going to be with agents instead of using it like with your mouse and keyboard. This is like archaic shit. And I thought this was pretty much peak good enough, you know, just using a keyboard and mouse. Never in a million years did I ever want to sit down and like write in prompts to my operating system for it to do
she's
things
been here a
for
while
me.
now,
And I
so like
pretty
we
much
know
have to fix down
you
the
start.
road
It's
because
because
an
you
AI
build
just cannot be
history.
trusted to do any,
And then
I
all
would
of a
say,
sudden
complicated task, okay?
So,
But
yeah.
again, when they talk about like Chrome, for instance, they wanted to build a browser that was
Especially
faster,
because we've all
more
been here
secure,
for a while.
stable, and open. And of course, how do you like fuck up Chrome even more? Well, you just start infesting it with all the AI shit you can imagine. So basically stuff Gemini, stuff everything into the system so that you can make your browser more bloated, which really the only job of a browser should just be to browse websites, watch videos. And generally the lighter these things can be, it is what I want.
Can't afford
And
the
look,
rep
even
by
my
yourself.
favorite browser is not immune from this shit either. I love Brave, but Brave was probably one of the first browsers to start infesting itself with shit like artificial intelligence. It's not uncommon for me to like look at the side and see, holy shit, I can get this to, I can use a bunch of AIs to help me browse the internet.
Yeah, you weren't a good slave.
Can you go to Newgrounds and find me a game?
She wasn't a good slave, so.
Pico's School. I can't browse the internet or search
And it's
stuff.
not
However,
just
you can
she's
search
paying
for
the price
Pico's
for
School
she's
directly on Newgrounds by visiting their site.
she's keeping
thank
everyone
you for
else in
providing
line.
me that brilliant stuff. Now, if it was
But Mia had a
agentic,
good thing,
I'm
that
sure it
Carla
might be
Jordan,
able
she's
to
here to
somehow
scare the
connect
fuck out of
into
everybody
my
else,
system and
dude.
do things
That
for
you
me.
don't end up like that.
But is that really what the
In your old
future
age, helpless,
do you really need
getting
to
to where
have
you
all
can't
these
work
AIs
anymore.
in your life for you to be
You ain't got
browsing
nowhere to
for? Come on
go.
now. So I
You
will
ain't
say,
got no money.
according to
No,
the
dude,
EFF, it does appear that
there ain't no
like
water
the
in Tulsa.
actual
I
browser
started to
Perplexity
realize.
does have strong protection
No, if
against
you ain't got a
things like
home,
web
dude,
tracking.
there ain't no
That's not to
bathroom.
say
If
that
you ain't got a
Brave browser
functional
doesn't also
bathroom to
have
keep
this
yourself
too.
clean,
But with Brave, you also
it's
do have a randomized
good
fingerprint,
fucking
which I
luck,
think is
dude.
pretty important. Browsers like
Well, I had
Perplexity's
to buy a
comment are
latte at
actually
Starbucks
unique,
to
so
use the
they're still
restroom in Fresno,
identifiable. So
California.
just know that when
To,
you're actually walking into this, that you're not
so
totally
yeah,
unique
just,
as
and
it
I
does to
get
the
it.
other
I
browsers.
get
But
it.
look, at the end of the day, all right, Brave
But you know,
alongside
that's
LibreWolf
one of the big
alongside
things when they
Movad
see those,
kind
you
of
know, the
remains
ancient
one of the
cities
best
was the
options.
water,
That
free
is to
fucking
say,
water,
a lot of those
water fountain.
agentic AI-based
The
browsers
plaza,
aren't anywhere near here.
it's free
And
fucking
again, for
water.
these AI browsers to
But
function,
then maybe you
they
get
have more
mafia.
of a
And
need
then
to
no,
look through
that's
your
what
personal
happens. You get little
information
fucking
than the
punk
other
kids who
standard
start
stuff out
driving.
there.
No,
Look,
you.
at the end of the day, ladies and
So,
gentlemen,
anyways, that's
I think
no. You
the
gotta have free
experience for
water,
me has
dude.
not been a mind-blowing one.
Rome had
If
free
anything,
water
I
and
wanted to
free
show you a
fucking
realistic
food.
look. There are some cool
No,
things,
I
like,
guess
yeah, you can go to
I'm
a
pissy
Flash
about
game
San
website and
Diego
find a
because
specific
I'm
game
like,
for me, which,
I'm
you know,
on
the
the
amount of time it took
beach
to do even that,
spending
I could have
money
easily
and my
done myself.
toddler's about to
I
piss
think
herself.
for it to
Yeah.
try to find a
And
specific
There
quote
should
on a
be
YouTube
restrooms
video would
and
have
I
been
have to
cool
buy a
if it
latte
succeeded,
so that my
but it
toddler
ended up
doesn't
taking
piss
several
herself.
minutes, and
You're
I
making me a little pissy.
frankly could have found that
Yeah.
information long before the
But
AI would have.
Really?
Now, this is all
So
done
I
under
get
the
it.
free
I get
tier, so I'm
it.
pretty
no,
sure
they
that
literally
maybe it
make
might
us
be
the
better if I
bad
paid
guy.
money
I
every month.
know.
No,
But
because then
dog,
when
with the
the
amount of
population
monthly
crash
subscriptions that
happens, all their
exist,
shit
there is
burns
no
down.
fucking way in
You
hell
can't
you are
help
going
but
to
be
catch
like,
me
"Fuck, dude."
paying monthly to
But then what
consider
sucks is
having
they
a
know that
better
that's their.
browser
They already
experience. So
know
yeah, ladies
that.
and gentlemen, AI browsers,
They
in
know
my
it's a
opinion,
boom
they ain't
bust shit.
fucking worth the
They
hype,
know
okay?
that.
Just stick
So
with
it's
something
just
like Brave.
fucking sad, dude.
If you need
They're
AI
not
that
gonna
bad,
try.
okay? All right?
That's
You know,
why
get
they
a
do
local
it. They
model
save
or
all their
shit, I don't
money.
know,
They
use something
build
like
their
Gemini on a
bunkers.
different
They
tab.
get all,
You do not need it
and then
infested
they
so
wait
deep into
for
your
all.
browser that this is how
They
you
know.
check the internet in
So
the
anyway,
future. Again,
that's sad.
look, the
Sad
more I look
story.
at this AI shit, the more I personally see it as nothing
Tron.
more than an insane fucking
The story of
bug.
Tron.
I'm just waiting for this bubble
How
to
we
finally
all
pop
ended
so
up
I can,
inside the
I
fucking
can keep track.
Matrix.
That said,
No,
ladies
it.
and gentlemen,
So, what are you gonna do, bro? What are you gonna
Levite's
do?
concubine. This is one of the most disturbing stories
Original
in the entire
sin. What are you
Bible.
gonna do?
It tells of a man whose wife or concubine leaves him, and he sets out to bring her back. But on their journey, they're confronted by a violent mob.
I don't
In a
even
shocking
remember what I.
decision, the man hands his
Oh, I'm trying to
concubine over
deliver
to
the
them.
scar.
She's abused all night and left barely alive.
I can't
By
hear
morning,
shit
she
now.
collapses
My
at the
wife has
doorstep,
me doing
and he takes her home,
laundry
cuts her body into 12 pieces,
at
and
9
sends
o'clock
them
at
throughout
night.
the country. The story is found in Judges chapter 19 during one of the darkest times in Israel's history. There was no king, no national leadership, and as the Bible puts it, everyone did what was right in their own eyes. Morality was collapsing, and this event shows just how far things had fallen. The Levite had gone to reconcile with his concubine, who had returned to her father's house.
I really don't
After
like
2
you
days
work.
of hospitality and delay, they finally began the
I don't
journey
like
home.
you work.
When night fell, they stopped in the town of
It's not just
Gibeah.
that. You
An
were
old
better
man
at
took
it.
them in for the night,
Just
but
better
then
at
came
it.
the knock at the
And I'm
door.
sure there's
A group
some
of wicked
men
men
who
from the
could.
town demanded that the Levite be handed over to them. Instead of
No,
resisting,
there's like
the
house.
Levite
There's
gave up
men
his
who like
concubine
run
and
hotels.
abused her all night.
Like they
By
enjoy
morning, she
cooking, they enjoy the cleaning.
Levite places her on his donkey and rides
But like
her.
getting into snacks,
Then he
and
cuts
like
her
it's
body
not
into
just
12
like
pieces and
it's
sends
doing
them
the
across the
extra,
12 tribes
like
of
the meal, like
It
when
was
you
a
started
shocking
cooking
message.
and then
Ancient
trying to make
calling
sure
an
you
entire
have different
nation
things
to
for
witness
them,
the
so it's
horror
not the
and
same
do
shit.
something about it.
Anyways, it's
The
just
tribes were
you were a
outraged.
lot better
What
at it.
followed was a brutal civil war against the tribe of Benjamin.
Yep.
Jephthah's daughter. In Judges 11:30 to 31, Jephthah, a judge of Israel, made a tragic vow. He promised God that if he was
That
granted
women
victory
are
in battle,
caregivers.
he
Just
would offer as
trial.
a
We've
burnt
learned it. If
sacrifice
it
whatever
wasn't
came out of his
true, then we'd be doing it the other way, dude.
Jephthah did win the battle against the Ammonites.
And it's not
When
that
he
men
came
can't
home,
do
it
the
was his
job.
daughter who came out to greet him.
But they're
His
different.
only
They're
child,
different.
They're just
joyfully
literally different.
celebrating his return.
Yeah, you were
Jephthah
just
was
better at it.
heartbroken.
And I know.
He believed he had made a vow he couldn't break.
Yeah,
His
but
daughter,
we can,
upon hearing what
But
had
we're
happened,
better off
didn't resist.
while we're
Instead, she
Yeah,
asked
no,
for 2
dude.
months to go into the mountains and mourn the life she
No,
would
we were
never
full
have.
for it. Yeah.
Specifically,
Oh,
the fact that she would never marry.
no, we were almost
Jephthah
full.
allowed it,
Yeah.
and after the 2 months, the Bible says he did to her as he had vowed. The passage doesn't clearly state whether Jephthah actually killed his daughter,
Homelessness
or if he
is
dedicated
too high
her
of a
to
price
lifelong
to pay
service
for
at the
mom being at
tabernacle, which
home.
would mean she remained
That's
unmarried and
the
childless.
truth of it.
The
So,
detail that she
yeah.
mourned her virginity rather than
Yeah,
death
Mikey
suggests she was set apart for
Oh,
service
dang it.
and
I know, that's what I'm
sacrifice.
saying.
However, the text also strongly
Yeah.
implies that he followed through with his original
But the
vow.
summer held
Regardless
here
of how it
for a
ended,
long
he
time.
never
Yeah.
wanted this. Human sacrifice was explicitly forbidden. Several other passages in Scripture make it clear that offering human beings as sacrifices
Yeah,
was
until they try to make it all year round.
something he never
No, I swear they were doing that. Now that we're in it too, they did that
Elisha and
just
the
to
two
make
bears.
it less
Wait.
normal
After
to,
the
you know what I
prophet Elisha
mean?
took over from Elijah,
No, because
an
like,
unusual and
Take
shocking
that
event
away
took
from
place.
women, like,
As Elisha was
dude,
traveling
they
to
must
Bethel,
be
a
like
group of boys
ramping
came out
it
of the
up
town
on
and
the
began
internet.
mocking him.
because it's
They
coming up
insulted him,
again.
Because
yelling
my
things like,
son
"Go
keeps
up, you
talking
bald
about it.
head." They
Look,
weren't
No,
just
you know,
teasing, they
if
were
you
showing
hear it from your
open
teenage
disrespect
boy,
for the
it's
prophet
a
of God.
Microsoft.
Yes.
No,
Someone
it's
who had just
them.
been
yes.
confronted
It's
as
a, no,
Elijah's
it's that
successor
Tim
with divine
Poolmar. It's the
authority.
Charlie
In
Kirk
response,
crowd. Yep,
Elisha
You
turned
know,
around,
and I'm like,
cursed them
yep,
in the
yep.
name
you
of
know,
the
I
Lord,
try my
and then
best to buffer.
something
I was like,
terrifying
I
happened.
guess I'm just
So do
old
I.
Two
school.
That,
bears
no,
came
my
out of the
poor
nearby
son, he
woods
gets it
and
I
all.
was like,
attacked
Because me
40
too.
I
I get.
guess
Israeli
I'm
boys.
just
This
old
story
school,
has
but
confused and
you know,
disturbed
it's
many
just
readers.
we
On the
like our
surface, it
summer
sounds like a
breaks.
group of kids were torn
Yeah,
apart
Like,
just for
yes, that's
mocking
the way
someone's
I grew
moms.
up.
But
yeah,
That's
there's
the
more
way
to
I
yeah.
it.
like it.
Japan,
First, the
this,
Hebrew
yada,
words that
yada,
describe the group
etc.
could
And I
refer
was
to
like,
young
but
men
no,
or
he keeps
youths,
going back to
not
like,
necessarily
no,
small children.
you're around
They were
school
likely
is back.
old enough
Like,
to know
what
what they were
the
doing
Who
fuck
the fuck
and
told
are
you
intentionally
you?
that?
mocking God's
What the
prophet.
fuck's
This
wrong with
wasn't
You're
you?
harmless
telling me
joking.
you don't
It was
like summer
rebellion and
vacation?
contempt
What
Like
the
directed
fuck
at
3
is
someone who
wrong?
spoke on
months
God's
off?
behalf.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Second, the
Don't
town
make
of
it up.
Bethel had a
But you
history of
don't like,
idolatry and opposition to God's
like, no,
prophets. The
everybody likes
disrespect
summer
shown by
break.
these young
What are
men
you
may have
talking
reflected a
about?
deeper
Yep.
cultural
Yep.
rejection of
Like,
God's
no,
authority.
it's
The
not
story
better.
doesn't say
And
Elisha
I heard
sent
it
the
on the
bears. It
radio.
says he pronounced a
I was
curse
trying,
and
and
God
then I
responded.
tried to tell
That
him
doesn't
from an
make it easy to
educational
accept, but it
standpoint.
shows how
I was like,
seriously God treated the
Bubs,
rejection of his
if you
messengers
take
during that
3
time.
weeks
The
off of
story of
school,
Tamar and Amnon
I
is
was
one of the
like, it
darkest moments
resets
in King
them.
David's family.
Yeah.
Like,
It
no,
doesn't
no.
have a happy ending.
As
There's no
soon as you
divine rescue
stop
or clear
doing
resolution.
school,
Just a trail of trauma,
they
betrayal, and
regress.
consequences that ripple
Like,
through
it doesn't
generations.
make it
Tamar
better
was
that
the daughter of King
you've
David,
broken it up
royal
during the
princess
school
known
Uh-huh.
for
year.
her beauty
Like,
and grace.
if we're off,
Amnon, David's
like,
eldest son from another wife,
1 month,
became obsessed with
3
her.
times a
But his
year,
desire wasn't
guess
love.
what? When we
It was
come back,
lust,
we still
and
have
instead
to
of fighting it,
recover
he
from
fed
what
it.
was
But they
bumped
were
Pretending to be
off.
gone.
ill,
Yeah.
Like, it
Amnon tricked
doesn't
his
matter.
father into
You
sending Tamar to
still
take care of
have
him. When she
regression.
arrived to
Right.
help,
Yeah.
If
unaware of
it's
his
not
plan,
every
he
single
forced her to be alone
day,
with him.
you're gonna
Despite
have
her
Some
pleading and
regression.
warnings about the
Yeah.
And so,
disgrace
like,
this would
it
bring,
doesn't equal
Amnon
out.
raped her.
Yeah.
Immediately
Like,
after,
so
his
it
obsession
doesn't
turned into
matter.
disgust.
Yeah.
So
He
you
pushed her
might
out
as
and
well
locked
give
the door behind
everybody
her.
a
The
nice big
humiliation was
summer
deep.
break. And I was
Tamar
like,
tore
and
her
then on
royal
top
robe
of
and
that,
covered herself in
I was
ashes,
like, parents
mourning
that
what had been done
work,
to her.
that
Her
makes
full
it
brother
almost a
Absalom
bigger
took her
pain
in
in the
and
butt.
told her
That's
to
what they
keep quiet
found
for
out.
now.
That's why it's
And
not
when King
working.
David heard about what
Like,
had happened,
because
he was
now
angry, but did nothing.
sporadically
need,
no
you
justice,
have to
no
find people to
consequences,
watch your
no
kids
comfort
for a
for
month.
Tamar.
Whereas
Years
in
later,
the summer,
Absalom
at
took revenge
least,
by having
oh, okay, hey,
Amnon
they
killed.
can go to
But by then,
dad's
the
for
damage was done.
3 months,
Tamar
or
lived the
they can
rest
go
of her
to
life in
grandma's for,
silence and
and
sorrow,
it's
and
a
David's
worked
household
out
would never
thing.
be the same again.
I was like, it
God sends
doesn't
a lying
work
spirit.
out, dude.
It's hard
In
to
1 Kings
cover
22,
It's
4
hard to
King
3
Ahab of
cover
periods.
Israel wanted to
when
go
you
to
have
war
it
to
just
reclaim a city called
randomly
Ramoth
in
Gilead.
the year.
But before marching into
And I was
battle,
like,
he
and the
decided to
kids
gather his
don't,
prophets, about 400 of
making it
them,
a
to
month
ask whether
doesn't
he
make
would be
them weak.
successful.
It
Every
doesn't
single
work that
one of
way.
them said
Yeah.
what Ahab
And I was
wanted
like,
to
I don't
hear.
know who's telling
Go
you
ahead,
guys this,
you'll
but
win.
Yeah.
But
that's
King
a better way.
Jehoshaphat of Judah, who was
That's
partnering with
right. I
Ahab,
just learned
wasn't
today,
convinced. He asked if there
they
was a
can't
prophet of the
prove that
Lord they could
vaccinated
consult.
children are
That's when
healthier than
Micaiah
the
was brought in.
unvaccinated.
A
No, I
prophet
already
who
knew
wasn't
that.
afraid to speak
Like,
the
what
truth.
the fuck are you
Perhaps
No,
talking?
Micaiah
I've read that
sarcastically
already.
echoed the false
No,
No,
they
prophets.
can't
But
produce
when
a
pressed, he
single
revealed a
study that
disturbing
proves.
vision.
I'm like,
He saw
what
God on
the?
his
That
throne,
can't be
surrounded
true.
by
no, it
heavenly
is true.
beings.
They
God
can't.
asked,
They
who would
Like,
cannot.
entice
no,
Ahab
we
to
live
go
in
to
a
battle
joke
so he
society.
could
Half
fall
of
at
it,
Ramoth
it's
Gilead?
yeah. So
Then
That's
a
what got
spirit
me
stepped
off
forward
that
and
whole
said,
thing. It's
I will
like,
go
no,
and be a
when you
lying
start
spirit
digging
in the
into
mouths of
it,
his
you're like,
prophets.
oh my
And God
God,
and it
this
said,
is
go
means
and
yep.
do it.
there's an
Micaiah told
internal
Ahab
database
exactly what he
of
saw.
things that
He
cause
warned him
that,
that these prophets
and they
weren't
don't
hearing
even
from
want me
God.
to touch
They were
that.
being
No.
used to lead him into destruction. But Ahab ignored the
So
warning, imprisoned
it's what it
Micaiah,
is.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
went to war anyway. He died in battle.
They
This
covered
story
us
is
in
not about
DDT,
God being
bro.
deceptive.
It's about a king
That's
who had
all.
rejected truth for so long that
And they
judgment came, not through thunder or fire, but through the lies
they
he
all
wanted
died
to
from. I
believe.
remember that.
The story of Ehud is
They
one
all
of the
died
most
from cancer,
unexpected
dude, and they
deliverance in the
blamed it on
Bible.
fucking
It starts
cigarettes,
with
and it was
Israel under
fucking.
oppression. For 18 years, the Israelites were ruled by Eglon, the king
They
of
all were
Moab.
full of fucking
Cruel and
cancers. Well,
arrogant man.
goddamn, they were covering them
Eventually,
in
they cried out to
DDT,
God for help.
dude.
That's when Ehud enters the scene. He is chosen to deliver Israel's tribute, a gift or payment sent to Eglon as a sign of submission. But Ehud had a plan. Being left-handed in those days was rare, and it made him appear less threatening. Most warriors wore their weapons on their
Oh
left
man, I
hip
don't
to
know if
throw
I
with their
should
right
here.
hand, but Ehud strapped a short sword to his right thigh, hidden under his clothes. No one thought to check there. After delivering the tribute to King Eglon, Ehud sent his attendants away and turned back alone, saying he had a secret message for the king. Curious and full of pride, Eglon dismissed his guards. Ehud approached the king in his private upper room, and with no one around, said, "I have a message from God for you."
It was
Then
in
he
the
reached
like
with his left hand,
vaccinations
pulled the
and
hidden
stuff.
sword, and stabbed Eglon in the stomach. The
And
king
it-
was so obese that the blade disappeared into his body. Ehud left the sword inside, locked the doors behind him, and escaped. By the time the guards realized something was wrong, it was too late. Ehud returned to Israel, blew the trumpet, and led a successful rebellion against the Moabites. The land had peace for 80 years.
See how bad this is.
Talking donkey. The Israelites were growing strong. As they journeyed through the wilderness, many nations feared them because of the battles they had won and the cities they had conquered. One of those nations
what a
was
nice
Moab.
joke,
When
bro.
the Moabites saw how large and successful Israel had become, their king Balak became very afraid. Back then, people believed in magic and curses. King
Berkeley
Balak
has
thought
a
that if he couldn't
sycophantic
beat
lackey
Israel
to
in
all his
battle, maybe he
delivery.
could curse them instead. He
Launch
knew of a man
the
named
Red
Balaam
Baron.
who was known for putting curses on people. Many believed his words had power, so King Balak sent messengers to Balaam, offering him a large reward to come and curse the Israelites. Balaam really wanted the money, but he told the messengers he would ask the Lord first. To Balaam's surprise, God actually answered. God told him not to go and not to curse Israel because they were his people. Balaam obeyed.
For his war
King Balak didn't give up. He sent more important messengers and promised even greater rewards. This time, God told Balaam he could go, but only say what God allowed. So Balaam got on his donkey and began to go.
Watch the pulse. Watch the pulse. Rudder. Rudder. Back up. Rudder.
Balaam didn't see the
Come on,
angel,
dude.
but his
Is there no
donkey did.
reverse? Okay,
First,
there
the
it is.
donkey walked
Rudder.
off the road.
Oh, rudder.
Then
Rudder.
she crushed
Oh,
Balaam's
rudder.
foot
Reverse.
against a wall. Finally,
Okay,
she
is
sent
that
him
forward?
in
I
the
think
middle of
that's
the
forward.
path.
Or is that
Each
reverse?
time
I don't
Balaam
know.
grew angrier and beat the donkey.
Okay, okay.
That's when something incredible happened.
No,
The
this is
donkey
tricky.
spoke. She asked Balaam why he kept hitting her.
There
Then
is
Balaam
no
saw the angel
way I
himself
can
and
use
told
the other
her,
button
"If your
too.
donkey hadn't stopped, I would have killed you." Balaam was shocked. He realized that God was serious. When he finally met King Balak, he didn't curse Israel. He blessed them.
Where's the
Balak
cut?
was
Where's
furious,
the...
but God was pleased.
Okay. Rudder.
Through a
Rudder.
donkey, a warning,
Rudder.
and a blessing,
Okay. Rudder.
God showed that
Okay.
no
Rudder.
magic or curse is stronger than his will.
Rudder.
The witch of Endor summoned Samuel from the dead is found in 1 Samuel 28:7-20. As the elders
Okay,
had
rudder.
presided over
Go.
did Samuel truly appear to
Haha, only 3 delivery
This
boys
happened near
left.
the end of King Saul's reign.
Yeah, I'm better
The
at it
Philistines had gathered for war,
than I was.
and Saul was
Gas.
terrified.
Gas.
He sought guidance
Gas.
from God through dreams,
Gas.
prophets,
Gas.
and the Urim.
Gas.
But
Rudder.
God was silent, likely due to Saul's
Gotta talk
ongoing
to yourself.
disobedience. In desperation, Saul asked his servants to find a medium, even though he had earlier banned all such practices in obedience to God's law. They located a woman, Endor. Saul disguised himself and visited her at night with 2 of his men. He asked her to summon a spirit, specifically Samuel. At first, the woman hesitated, fearing punishment, but Saul swore she'd be safe. During the seance, she was shocked when she saw the spirit and realized Saul's identity. She described a ghostly figure, an old man in a robe. Saul recognized it as Samuel and bowed down. Samuel asked why Saul had disturbed him. Saul explained his fear and God's silence. Samuel then delivered a harsh message. The Lord had rejected Saul and given him to David.
Oh, dude, that's tricky. Okay, rudder. Track him down.
He's armed with
His sons would die the next day.
Only 2
Saul
left now,
collapsed
Carl.
in
Nice,
fear.
nice.
The woman fed him, likely giving him his final meal before the next day's battle. As foretold, Saul and his sons died, and Israel was defeated. Though Samuel appeared, this doesn't prove mediums can summon the dead. The woman's shock suggests even she wasn't expecting it. God allowed this one-time appearance to pronounce judgment. The Bible clearly condemns necromancy. The dead don't wander or return, and most so-called spirit contact today is likely demonic deception. Saul's tragedy wasn't just disobedience, it was turning to darkness when he had long rejected the light. The story of the prophet who was eaten by a lion is found in 1 Kings 13.
No,
and it's one
no,
of the
what I do?
Bible's most unexpected and sobering tales. It reveals how seriously God takes obedience, especially among those who speak in his name. God sent a prophet from Judah to confront King Jeroboam, who had led Israel into idolatry. The prophet boldly declared that a future king, Josiah, would one day destroy Jeroboam's altar. To prove this was a word from God, the altar split in two and ashes spilled out. Even Jeroboam's hand shriveled when he tried to seize the prophet, only to be healed after the prophet prayed for him. The prophet had strict instructions from God. He was not to eat or drink anything in the land, and he must return home by a different route. He obeyed at first, but then an old prophet from Bethel heard what had happened and set out to meet him. The old prophet invited him to his home, but the man of God declined, repeating God's command. That's when the old prophet lied. He claimed an angel told him it was okay for the prophet to come and eat. Sadly, the man of God believed the lie and went back with him to eat and drink. During the meal, the old prophet suddenly received a real word from God. Because the man of God had disobeyed, he would not be buried with his ancestors. On his journey home, a lion attacked and killed him. Strangely, the lion did not eat the body or attack the donkey nearby. It simply stood next to the corpse, as if under divine orders. The account of Lot and his daughters is found in Genesis 19:30 to 38, and it's one of the Bible's most troubling and awkward stories. It takes place after the dramatic destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, cities so wicked that God rained down fire to wipe them out. Lot had escaped the destruction of his two daughters. His wife, however, looked back and turned into a pillar of salt. Now, hiding in a cave in the mountains, the once wealthy Lot had lost everything: his home, his wife, and any sense of normalcy. It's here that things take a disturbing turn. Believing they were the last people left on Earth, Lot's daughters came up with a plan. They wanted to preserve their family line, but rather than pray or wait, they chose deception. They got their father drunk, so drunk that he was unaware of what happened. And on 2 consecutive nights, each daughter lay with him. Both daughters became pregnant by their own father. The older gave birth to a son named Moab, ancestor
What button
of the
is it?
Moabites. The younger had a son named ancestor of the Ammonites. The Bible doesn't glamorize this story. It simply presents it.
There's
raw
that
and
button.
honest,
All right, go,
as a
go, go.
tragic example of
Oh,
what
you
happens
did
when
not.
fear, trauma,
You did not.
lack of
You
faith
did
take
not.
over. The daughters likely
You did
acted
not.
like
Which button is it, dude? Okay,
and
thank you.
and Lot, though
Okay,
righteous,
good thing it's
is
glitching on me.
shown here as compromised, passive, and
I needed to lock that.
The death of King Herod is recorded in Acts 12:20 to 23, and it's one of the most dramatic divine judgments in the New Testament. This wasn't the same Herod from Jesus' birth, but his grandson, Herod Agrippa the Great. He ruled over Judea and had gained popularity with the Jews by persecuting the early church, including executing James and imprisoning Peter. The story begins with Herod being praised not for his faith or justice, but for his political skills. He had been quarreling with the people of Tyre and Sidon, but they sought peace depending on his territory for food. They arranged an audience with him, and on the appointed day, Herod appeared before the crowd dressed in royal robes, seated on his throne, ready to speak. Then came the flattery. As he spoke, the people shouted, "This is the voice of a god, not of a man." Rather than correct them or give glory to God, Herod basked
Oh my gosh,
in praise.
right underneath
That was
me.
his fatal mistake. Immediately, an angel of the
Where they
Lord
at?
struck him down, not for his politics or power, but because he did not give glory to God.
Oh my god, where's the button, dude? Give me the button, dude.
It's the only choice we have.
It's a gruesome end, but a powerful one. Herod had written himself up, accepting godlike praise and godlike his death stands in stark contrast to the
Come on, turn.
who
Oh,
consistently
too many
deflected
buttons.
glory back to God, even when people were preaching boldly. The account of the circumcision ambush is found in Genesis 34, and it's one of the most shocking.
No, rudder, no, rudder other way, forward, rudder other way.
Goes out to visit
Shoot,
the
lots of
women.
buttons.
While there, she is seen by Shechem, a Hivite prince, who takes her and sleeps with her, violating her. But afterward, he
gas.
claims to love her and asks his father
Come on,
Haman
calm down.
to arrange
Calm
a
down.
marriage with her.
Calm down. Calm
When Jacob
down.
hears the news, he's devastated, but waits for his sons to
Gas.
return from the fields.
Come
Meanwhile,
on.
Hamor and Shechem come to speak with Jacob's family. They offer a marriage alliance saying their people and Jacob's
I don't even know why
together,
it's shooting.
trade and intermarry. But Dinah's brothers, Simeon and Levi, are They respond with deceit. They tell Shechem and his
No,
people
this
that
is
they
hard.
can
I
only
am
agree to
gritting my
marriage if
teeth,
all the
dude.
Hanavite men agree to be
Whew.
circumcised.
No,
Just
man,
like
it
them.
is just.
Haman
Oh,
and Shechem
come
agreed.
on, man.
And
Come
soon
on.
all the
Turn,
males of
rudder,
the city were
rudder.
circumcised.
Camera, turn,
Then comes the
rudder,
ambush.
rudder, rudder,
On the
rudder.
third day,
Okay, forward,
while the men were
forward,
still
forward,
engaged and
forward,
unable to
forward,
fight,
up, up,
Simeon and
up.
Levi
Let's get
took
up.
their swords,
Altitude up,
entered the
altitude
city,
up. Okay,
killed
steady.
every male,
Gas,
including Haman and
gas,
Shechem.
gas,
They
gas.
rescued
Up,
the
up,
men
up,
and
up, up,
looted the
up.
city,
Left,
taking
right,
everything,
up, up, up,
livestock,
up, up, up,
men,
up.
women, and
Gas,
children.
gas, up,
Jacob
gas.
is horrified.
Whew.
He
Oh,
tells
whoa,
Simeon and Levi
whoa,
that their
whoa.
actions have made
No,
them a
man,
target
it's
among the
intense,
surrounding
bro.
nations.
Okay,
But
right,
they
right.
respond
Okay, now left.
coldly.
Not too much,
Should
not
he
too
have
much.
treated our sister
Okay,
like
now
a
he's over there.
prostitute?
Turn.
The
Up,
story
up,
is
up, 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 up,
complex.
up. That's a
On one
tree.
hand, there's a righteous
Oh,
anger
yep.
over Midas'
Okay.
violation. On
Cameras
the other,
not
there's
sticking to the
cold,
back. Okay,
calculated
okay.
revenge hidden
Rudder,
behind
rudder,
the
rudder,
sacred
rudder.
act of circumcision.
Okay, gas, gas, gas. Up, gas. Okay, okay, okay. Keep flying.
This doesn't sound fun.
It's not at all, Mom. It's not. It's intense, bro. I mean, without money, it's the only thing they can do. It's either that or pay me. Like, yeah, it's casino shit, dude. It is intense.
There's no question in my mind that some vaccines are beneficial, but we've always just accepted that they're beneficial without really doing any trial data, so it's not really evidence-based. And when the
No, and
question
it's
marks
claw
for the COVID
hands. I'm
vaccines
playing on
came along, we
keyboard,
started
so like,
questioning another vaccines.
wow, it's true.
And I've
Yeah.
talked to people that, again, have been vaccine advocates all their life, and they say, you know what, reading now, I really don't know whether all these vaccines
Okay,
are good
now
or
he
not.
moved. Okay, okay.
So there's the Henry
gas,
Ford
gas.
study.
God dang, dude, no,
They
it's.
finally did a study
Come on, dude.
that
Okay,
compared
okay.
unvaccinated
Come on, I'm dead.
children with
No,
vaccinated
come on,
children.
come on. Do
and
something
they did
here.
a big study,
No,
and it was
I'm not. Come on,
by
guys. No, you should have
doctors and
seen this thing,
researchers that
dude.
were
Come
pro-vaccine.
on,
They
dude.
wanted to actually do a study that shut up
Come
the
on, back it up,
anti-vax
back it up.
people or the vaccine skeptics, and to
Come on,
show
back
that
it up.
there was no
Flip it
health
over. Flip it over.
detriment to vaccinating children. So they did this study. And
No, that was
here's Aaron
amazingly
Suri,
difficult,
who's
dude.
the biggest
Okay. No,
lawyer
I
who
failed,
covers
bro.
this kind of stuff and sues for
No,
vaccine
I
injuries.
failed, bro.
He just gave testimony to Congress, and I just want to play this for you and get your reaction.
No,
Go ahead.
Is this all vaccines or just
fuck,
mRNA
dude.
vaccines?
No,
these
it
are all
is tough,
vaccines.
man.
All vaccines, yeah.
Yeah,
And
so
then there's a
here we go.
separate button for
The study began by explaining it set out to reduce
Go away, Carl.
one,
I'm
two,
very, very
three,
busy back here.
4,
CDC vaccine
5,
schedule.
6,
Stop for your
7.
eyes.
So they
7
set out
buttons to
when they
apply
did
that
this
plan.
study
homie,
to
No, I've
reduce
got to
vaccine
manipulate
hesitancy
7
to
different
assure
buttons.
everybody that vaccines are
Mom.
safe. But
Which, of course, is the opposite of science.
yes.
7
in
different
science,
buttons,
you don't
dude.
say, you know what,
Okay,
I think I'll go
okay.
and prove that the Earth is round. No, you go out and see, well, what shape is the Earth?
All right.
Yes.
You know, you don't go out and prove something. You go out with an open mind. The answer could be yes, or the answer could be no. You know, the idea that you do a study. You know, why don't I do a study to prove? I don't know. Prove that alcohol is good for you. You probably could. You probably could. You know.
Yes.
It's just not the way science should work. But we'll accept that that's what they did.
Okay, so here he goes.
Yeah.
Step. These researchers found was that vaccinated children had 4.29 times the rate of asthma, 3.03 times the rate of atopic disease, 5.96 times the rate of autoimmune disease, and 5.53 times the rate of neurodevelopmental disorders, which included 3.28 times the rate of developmental disorders, and 4.47 times the rate of sleep disorder. All of these findings were statistically
Not sure
significant.
what you're doing here.
There was also other conditions for which there were numerous cases in the vaccinated group, but 0 in the unvaccinated group, hence a rate cannot be calculated, including brain dysfunction, ADHD, learning disabilities, intellectual disabilities, and tics. For example, there were 260 cases of ADHD in the vaccinated group, and there were none in the unvaccinated group.
So he's saying that there were no brain disorders in the unvaccinated group, but there were lots of over 200 in the vaccinated group, like with ADHD, things like that.
Wow.
Studied
Yeah.
around 16,000 kids in the vaccinated group, by the way, and around 2,000 in the unvaccinated group, so the rate, of course, between those is important, and that's what the study compared. These findings were troubling, including because these chronic health issues can be caused by immune system dysregulation, and vaccines can cause immune system dysregulation. Citations for this are in my written submission. Overall, the study found that after 10 years, 17% of the unvaccinated children had a chronic health issue, while 57% of the vaccinated children had at least one chronic health issue, often multiple. That's
So unvaccinated kids had 17% of them had a chronic health issue. The vaccinated group, 57% had a chronic health issue. Okay.
17 versus 57%. The only real problem with this study and why it didn't get submitted for publication is that its findings did not fit the belief and the policy that vaccines are safe. Had it found vaccinated children were healthier, it no doubt would have been published immediately. But because it found the opposite,
Yeah, I
it
don't
was shown
get
in the
this.
draw.
Just so
We have repeatedly
great.
urged Dr. Zervos and Lamoretta to submit the study for publication. They have affirmed the study was well designed and conducted. Dr. Zervos has said he doesn't want to lose his job. Dr. Lamoretta has said she does not want to meet doctors in public. This is a real-world example of how the science around vaccines gets corrupted. How only studies that confirm the beliefs and policies that vaccines are safe get published. Everything else gets shoved in the drawer. This selection bias is dangerous and results in corrupting all the science concerning vaccine safety.
Yeah, I think
We can't protect children from infectious disease, and we can protect children from vaccine harms. We should and must vote.
So, I'd like to get your response to that. That they actually did do a study. It was done by a pro-vaccine institution with pro-vaccine doctors, trying to prove that vaccines were good for you, and the conclusions were the opposite. They were obvious. There was broad and stark differences, and then they never published that paper because it didn't fit the narrative, because they're afraid they would lose their job because of the financial corruption involved in the medical system. Go ahead, you take it wherever you'd like. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all, but completely appalling. When was this study done, Jimmy? I haven't heard of it. Oh, really? I thought. Oh, okay. No, I thought you'd be the guy. I went to your channel. I didn't see you had talked about it, but I thought you. When did it come out? You know, it didn't come out. That's probably why. Yeah, it got suppressed. It's probably been hushed up. It got suppressed, and I guess he found it somehow. And I wonder when the actual research was carried out. I think it was not that long ago, because I know Del Bigtree had talked to the guy who talked the guy into doing the study, and he had the doctor who did the study promise that no matter what the results, they would publish. And he said yes, of course, and of course they didn't publish. So that's got to be recent.
Dude. Okay, dude. Oh my God.
I'll certainly look into that and try and find out. I've got people that will probably know about that. I mean, the fact that adverse 20. Oh, it's 20. I'm sorry. My producer just told me that study came out in 2020. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, right,
okay. Now I got to go here. Oh, this is too much, dude. Oh my God.
Right.
Oh my God.
The fact that adverse results aren't published is absolutely appalling, isn't it? And the antithesis of science. It's exactly what we shouldn't be doing. And yet it doesn't surprise me at all.
What the fuck is happening, dude?
Of the vested interest that are involved.
What the fuck?
I've actually been an advocate for general vaccination all my life, and I still think
that's too much, dude.
That it's very likely that quite a few vaccines are going to be useful. I mean,
no, it's too, I can't press the shoot button at the same time as I'm flying.
So there's no question in my mind.
And I can't do the rudders. I can't reach the rudders with my pinky, and it's control.
Without really doing any trial data, so it's not really evidence-based.
And my camera won't stay with my...
When the question marks with the COVID vaccines came along,
with the plane, it's not locked on. I guess I need to change that. I guess no one figured out that needed to be done. Okay, it's not turning. Okay.
Because it's actually very complicated.
No, it's bloodborne, dude. It's weighted. It's weighted mechanics.
There's been a lot of fuss about measles lately, that anti-vaxxers are stopping people getting measles. Well, if you give measles vaccine, then children after that will get less measles. That is true. But that's not telling you about overall outcomes. So the fact that you get less of one disease doesn't tell you anything about overall health. So if, and I don't know, but if measles vaccine, for example, it's probably a bad example because I think measles vaccine is probably a good idea. If a particular vaccine prevents a particular disease, then the outcome that we're looking for really should not be that particular disease. It's the entire health of the individual. And we're talking about from that 57% they said with children with a chronic disease condition.
Calm down. Calm down. So I can't press it any lighter, dude.
To take the risk of getting one particular disease and get one particular illness and get natural immunity.
Calm down, dude. Please calm down, dude.
Say a 0.5% of having some nasty outcome.
Calm down.
Or 50% chance of having a chronic disease.
Calm down. Calm down. What the fuck are you doing?
We're looking at far too specific an outcome. So a particular vaccine is going to reduce a particular disease. Yeah, for sure. I don't see any problem with that. But what about overall health outcomes is the thing we have to be looking at. And particularly in the States, when so many vaccines are given, you're giving lots of vaccines all at the same time. Yes. That's got to have interactive effects.
Yes. What is it doing? How is it flying right now?
In healthcare, you want one variable at a time. So
you should have seen what it just did.
People will start taking a particular drug for a particular condition, And then if
Figure
that
out
has
what
an
it wants.
effect, you know that it's the drug that is beneficial because you're dealing with one variable. If you give 6 drugs at the same
weird,
time,
dude.
then which drug was it
No,
that's
this
improved the
is
condition? Well, you
weird.
don't know because
Yep,
you've got too many
this
variables.
is where everybody quits.
So
It's just,
we really need to kind of cut that down, looking at just
okay, let me see.
what's happening here.
I've got to be able to
What
lock
are the
the camera
outcomes?
behind the plane.
And that's such an obvious one.
Okay, controller
Protecting against
setup.
one disease. What about all the other ones? What about the overall effect on health? What about the interactions? But the immune dysregulation. If you're clobbering the immune system over and over again, let me give just one simple example. Whenever you have an infection or whenever you have a vaccine,
Let's try that.
that's going to stimulate an
It'll
immune
lock it behind
response. That's going to have vaccine is going to stimulate an immune response. Now that immune response can be beneficial, it can be harmful, but it's always going to be immune response, and that's always going to use up vitamin D. So when you have a vaccine, it's going to use up some vitamin D. Another vaccine is going to use up some more vitamin D. But because we don't supplement vitamin D, we don't really think it's important. That means if people are given multiple vaccines, they're going to become deficient in vitamin D, which is going to affect their immune system. And we've already said that the immune system is essential for protecting us against cancer, which is another disease outcome. And that's just one example. So given multiple foreign antigens, especially all at the same time, like you do in vaccines,
okay.
What are the interactive effects of that? If you give one and you have one adverse effect, you've got one variable, but we're not giving a dozen.
How am I supposed to see, dude?
You know, how can we possibly say which one is giving rise to which variable?
Huh.
Of course,
No,
that's what
this
our
is
clinical trial
FUD.
does. It has
They're
one
right.
variable
This
at a
is
time.
FUD.
You know, a specific intervention.
Let's take a break. Just got to take a break from it, bro.
We're giving so
Let's
many.
see, advanced.
We don't
Or
know.
go back,
I mean,
go back.
it seems
Can't
to me
think
what's happened
right.
with the
Go
vaccination
back, go
program
back.
in the
Easy,
States is a
easy,
topsy
take it
curve.
off.
We call it a topsy
Just,
curve.
you can't think
So
right
you
now,
have
you're
one brick
frustrated.
and another
Take
one
a
on
break,
top,
bro.
and that's fine. That sits on top of it. But then when you put on another
Gotta
one and
fly
another
around
one and
some
another
more, I
one,
guess.
it
Maybe.
starts veering away from what you originally
flying.
thought. You
Go
might end up
practice your flying some more.
end up half a mile away from where you originally thought you were. You know, what we need to do is go back and compare with a placebo, with something we know to be inert. So, you know, it's like saying, is alcohol bad for you? Well, let's give someone half a pint of whiskey a day, and the other group, let's give them half a pint of
become
water
a serial
a day.
killer,
and then you
dude.
find
Come
out
on,
that half a
calm
pint
down.
of whiskey a day is probably not
Calm
good
down.
for you. But we're often not doing
I know
that.
you're
We're
frustrated.
saying, you know, I want
I
to
know you're a
know, is
loser,
alcohol bad for you?
but calm down.
Let me
Don't
think
take
of a
it out
study.
on everybody
Oh,
else.
I know. Why don't we
Go
give
to the
someone half a
airport,
pint of
grab an
bourbon,
airplane.
and the other half, the control group, half a pint of Scotch
Let's
whiskey,
grind
and see
it
what
out.
the difference is?
Grind it out, dude.
You know,
Grind it out.
it's ridiculous. And that's what we're doing. We're comparing
Grind
a
her
treatment
out.
with a medical treatment or a vaccine with another vaccine,
Easy,
rather
easy.
than nothing. Something
Easy,
that's inert.
easy.
So we need to go back to these fundamental
Calm down.
principles.
Calm down.
So, you know, you're
All
asking
right.
me about childhood vaccines. Basically, the evidence you've got there is pretty convincing. I suspect that they are protected from the particular disease, but what is the overall outcome? How should we be going forward with this? Well, we should be striving for evidence-based medicine. That's how we should be going forward.
After a fail,
we should be striving for medicine. I'm certainly going to look that up if we can find that data. That's pretty devastating. We'll splash that around everywhere. But the conditions that you mentioned there, the asthma, that's very often allergic-based, you know, immune-based disease. It's inflammation of the airways.
Get a snack.
Very often immune-based. Atopic conditions, atopy means a predisposition to produce immunoglobulin type E's, I think it is, when you're not supposed to produce them. But atopy means you can just be develop immunity to different things in terms of allergy rather than immunity. All the neurodevelopmental conditions, I mean, these are pretty frightening because a lot of those perhaps won't get better because, as we've said, nerve cells can't reproduce themselves in the adult state. So there's things there that are really quite concerning. Quite a few of them have immune dysregulation, possible causes, possible etiologies. And if you're giving lots of things at the same time, that's just not what the immune system's designed to do. You know, we're good at fighting one thing at a time, occasionally two. You know, I mean, in a natural situation, you might get one disease and another one superimposed. But, you know, the idea that you get a dozen at the same time, like kids get exposed to all these different vaccines, the interactive effects, I would say, are impossible to predict. because it becomes a chaotic system. It's like the weather. The butterfly flaps its wings and, you get a thunderstorm in Texas or something, because you're giving so many variables,
Maybe it was my fault.
all at the same time. I think it's impossible to
Why are you not locked behind
I
the
don't think you can
plane,
do a
dude? How
study
am I
on a
supposed to
dozen
fly?
variables at the same time. Therefore, if you don't know,
What's happening right now?
you should always err on the side of caution in medicine. First, do no harm. Don't fiddle with things you don't understand, doctors.
Okay.
Fiddle with things you do understand.
And so they try to pretend that they have tested these vaccines against a placebo, but they haven't. In fact, when they test these vaccines, these childhood vaccines, they, like you say, they test them not one at a time. I mean, they test them one at a time, not as they actually give them. They'll give them in like groups of 3 or groups of 4, or within a couple months they'll give you 6, 7 vaccines. And they've never tested, they've never done a test for that. And that's what RFK wants to do. And of course, they have to paint him as the devil so they can stop that. And people, again, just go along with it. People who call themselves liberals go right along with it without questioning the science because they've turned science into religion.
Yeah, and there are other ways it could be done, short of randomised double-blind controlled trials. You can do epidemiological studies. So the Amish, for example.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm thinking they don't have any vaccines at all.
Right.
And they seem to do fine. What you could do is, you could have groups of people around the country where you give them less vaccines or, different combinations or, you don't need to compare it with nothing. There's many ways this could be done. We've got lots of brilliant epidemiologists and statisticians, and they can dream up ways to do this and analyse this data in ways we couldn't possibly imagine as non-specialists. This could be done. In my view, it should be done, but mostly it's not being done. And there's so many ways we can research these topics, but the will has got to be there to do it.
So they did do a study of Bill Gates's vaccination program in Africa, and they found out that the things that they would be vaccinated for, they didn't get the disease, but those people who were vaccinated went on to die sooner. They had overall a higher morbidity than the people who didn't receive those vaccines. So yes, what you were saying earlier, that if you get a vaccine, it can give you immunity to a certain disease, but does it make you have other diseases? Does it screw up your immune system so you now develop other diseases? And it seems like there's a correlation between that, because the studies seem to show that the unvaccinated people had a greater longevity, and the people who were vaccinated, while they didn't get the disease they were vaccinated for, they died earlier and had higher morbidity overall. And so that they don't ever want to talk to you about that. That's what you were talking about, right?
Yeah, I don't mind too much getting a particular disease. What I want is a healthy life.
Right.
For our kids and grandkids, if they get kids always get infections. That's kind of okay. I mean, some infections are dangerous. I'm not belittling that. But what we want for our kids is to be healthy overall. And multiple variables, looking at just one simple variable, saying they didn't get that particular infection for that particular period of time, is simplistic. We need research that's a bit more sophisticated than that. And at the moment, I don't think we're getting it. And it's reassuring that study's come out, and it's reassuring that RFK is asking fundamental questions. Very often we don't ask questions that are fundamental enough. We try and be clever. We say, well, what about if you tweak that little bit or that little bit there? Whereas I say, well, why don't you get rid of the whole lot and see what you like? Being absolutely fine. Why don't you stop eating for a few days and see what happens? Why don't you try something that's completely a bit more fundamental? We tend to ask clever clogs questions rather than fundamental questions. And these simple, almost childlike questions are very often the ones that give us the most profound answers.
Come see me on tour. I'll be in Sacramento, San Francisco, Irvine, California, Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane, Australia, and then Burbank, California, the day after Thanksgiving. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
In a world filled with nasal congestion, one hero rises. Afrin No Drip Allergy Sinus. Experience ridiculously powerful sinus congestion relief. With cooling menthol, it works fast to relieve sinus pressure. No drips, no mess, just clear, unblocked breathing. Plus, try all new Afrin Saline Daily Care. It's a drug-free way to instantly clear out excessive mucus, allergens, or irritants. Afrin, the wow is real. Use as directed.
Well, they believe that when they have listed all his names, and they reckon that there are about 9 billion of them, God's purpose will be achieved. The human race will have finished what it was created to do, and there won't be any point in carrying on. Indeed, the very idea is something like blasphemy. Then what do they expect us to do? There's no need for that. When the list is completed, God steps in and simply winds things up. Bingo.
Hi guys, it's Quinn here. Please hit the like button to help out this channel, and also please subscribe if you enjoyed the content. Check out our Patreon if you want to support this channel more. Arthur C. Clarke was one of the most important science fiction writers of the 20th century, alongside authors like Isaac Asimov and Robert Heinlein. He helped define modern science fiction. He brought this sense of wonder and seriousness to the genre. He was not just a writer or storyteller, he was a futurist and a visionary. Clarke predicted satellite communications decades before they became a reality. He often wrote essays about the ways technology would shape our future. Clarke's stories are interesting to me because they often blend the cold logic of science with a deep, almost mystical sense of the unknown. He doesn't just write about rockets or computers, he writes about humanity's place in the universe. His most famous work, 2001: A Space Odyssey, is a perfect example of this. It deals with evolution, artificial intelligence, the mystery of alien life, and it's all told with this quiet, almost reverent tone. In my opinion, Clarke has his way of making science feel poetic and terrifying at the same time. To me, one of his most striking stories is the 9 billion names of God, which I've wanted to talk about for a long time.
That thing was killing me.
Now, this was first published in 1953. It's short, it's only a few pages long, but inside of it is packed in this massive idea. It is also the perfect example of how Arthur C. Clarke could take a simple premise and build towards a really unforgettable, haunting ending. So the story begins when a Tibetan Lama contacts a computer company, asking to rent a Mark V automatic sequence computer. This machine is incredibly powerful, and it's capable of generating and printing massive amounts of data. 2 engineers, George and Chuck, are sent to a remote monastery high in the Himalayas to install and oversee the computer. At first, the engineers don't fully understand why the monks need this machine, but it turns out that the monks have been working for centuries on a sacred task, writing down every possible name of God. They believe that somewhere among all possible combinations of their special alphabet are the true hidden names of the divine. By hand, this process would take about 15,000 years to complete. With the Mark V computer, it could be finished in just 100 days. The engineers see this as harmless. To them, it's just lines of gibberish being printed out and pasted into enormous books. They view the monks as eccentric but basically harmless. But as the story progresses, Chuck learns the truth about what the monks actually believe. The Lama explains that once all the true names of God are listed, the purpose of the universe will have been fulfilled. At that point, there will be no reason for existence to continue. reality
I wonder, you
itself
can make an
would
argument
simply
that way
end.
that it's almost
This revelation
it's
horrifies Chuck, who begins to
some weird,
fear that when nothing happens, the monks will
goes
blame
back
him and
to a
George.
teenage
Because obviously
initiation
he
ritual.
doesn't believe that the universe
Yeah,
will
not
actually
everyone makes
end.
it. Not everyone
He's
can beat the
afraid of how the
game, so
monks would
it's
react
serving that
when the
same
machine doesn't
purpose
work the
of
way they want it to.
trial,
He even
giving you a
suggests
trial.
sabotaging the machine so that
And
it
then
doesn't
everyone
finish
can't make
before
it.
they leave. But George
So
refuses,
it lets
saying
you
that they should
gather
just do
around,
their
form a
job
click
and
group.
go home. In the final scene, the two men are headed down the mountain after their work is
I
done.
don't know, 0,
George looks
not many,
back,
really.
wondering how the
Amount of
monks will
people who
react
can
when they
play
realize
games, I'm
nothing
pretty sure it's
happened.
1, 2%.
And then suddenly, Chuck
But they're
notices
not
something
designed to be
strange in the
completed.
sky.
And
The
then a
last
lot of
lines
people,
of the
like you
story
playing
are
Farmville, you
unforgettable.
never complete Minecraft.
Look,
Can't really be
whispered
completed,
Chuck,
so it's changed.
and
But even
George
back
lifted
in
his
the day,
eyes to
yeah, the
heaven.
number of people,
There's
like you'd
always
be
a
amazed
last
how many
time
people
for
read those
everything.
comic books.
Overhead,
Mom, they
without
literally
any
buy
fuss,
them, put them in bags,
the
and put them in a
stars were
cardboard
going
box.
How many people completed the full
To me, this ending is
What?
terrifying, memorable, beautiful, all of those things. Clark doesn't describe the destruction of the universe with explosions or chaos. Instead, it's quiet, inevitable, almost peaceful, like
You
turning
think the
off
next
a light
game's
switch.
gonna love you, and you think,
It's a
until it
reminder that the
crashes,
universe
it's
itself
like,
is
no,
far
it's
larger and
not.
stranger than we
It's
can
gonna be-
comprehend. At its core, this is a story about,
And then they got
I think, a
stuck
clash
into
between
that.
two
They were
worldviews, faith,
they were
skepticism.
pandering
The
to
monks
the in
are
group,
representing this kind of ancient
because
spiritual
then those
perspective,
people were giving
while
them
the
free
engineers
marketing, just like in the
symbolize
real world.
modern
The football
technological
players, well, no,
rationality.
they're promoting the
For
football
most of the
program.
story,
They're
the
promoting
engineers think they're the ones in control.
But at the
They
same
view the
time,
monks
it just-
as
it
superstitious
gets to
and
a
assume
circle
that
where
their
you
beliefs
drive
are just
out, yeah, it just gets
symbolic.
too much.
In my opinion, this
People believe
dynamic
it's
is what
too
makes the twist have weight.
something.
Arthur C. Clarke sets us up
Yeah,
to
pretty
side
soon
with
you
the
don't have any
engineers.
freshmen
We
anymore.
think, like them, that this is just an odd little
only
job,
have
like this
upperclassmen,
quirky
no.
ritual sped up by a
And
modern
that's what's going
machinery.
on now. All the
But by
prices
the
are
end,
going
it turns
up.
out that
People
the
are
monks were
calling, well,
right,
dude, you
and the
don't. You're not a
skeptical
mass
scientific
market
worldview
product.
is the one that fails to understand
And
the
you're not
bigger
a
picture.
toy
It's
either
commentary
anymore.
on how small
You're not a
human
toy, and
understanding
you're not a mass
can
market
really
product.
be.
Well, yeah, you're a
I think the moment
hobbyist
that Chuck
product.
learns the monks' true
And those
beliefs
fucking toys are
tells a
expensive,
lot.
man.
They believe when they have listed
Aren't
all
they?
his
Like,
names, and they reckon there are about 9 billion of them, God's purpose will be
all
achieved.
that shit.
The
That's
human
that
race will
hobbyist
have
market
finished
shit,
what it was
dude. Yeah.
created to do, and there won't
Remember
be
when
any
home
point in carrying
PCs weren't
on.
affordable?
Indeed, the very idea is something like
That's what
blasphemy.
it's going back
This
to.
passage really gets to the heart of what Clark is doing.
That's what they
It's
want.
not just that the monks think the end of the world is coming,
They
it's
love
that
that
they
shit.
see the universe itself as having a purpose, like a cosmic machine itself.
We'll be down
Once
here.
that machine has done
Down
its
here, what
job,
is
it
it? Ready
simply
Player
shuts
One?
down. To me, this is
We'll be
an
down here
incredibly
with the
interesting
other
idea.
fours on our
It
junk
takes the
hardware,
concept of
fucking
religious faith and treats it
playing
literally.
GTA
What
San
if prayer
Andreas?
isn't symbolic
No,
at all?
I don't.
What if it's a kind of cosmic software
We'll be
running
drawing
silently in the
checkerboards
background
in
until
the
the task is
sand.
completed?
And what did we
Another
do back
idea
then? What
that's
did we
present
do?
in this short story, and that stands out to me, is the
We'll
theme of
tie
how
a ball to
technology
to a
accelerates
pole.
fate. The monks
Remember
have
that
already been
shit? They
doing
don't
this
even
work for
remember that game
centuries,
because it was going
but
out
it
when
would
we
have
were
taken
young.
them
But our
thousands of years
parents
to
played
finish
that
it.
fucking game.
The arrival of
Tetherball?
the Mark V computer
Because
speeds
even when I was
everything
young,
up,
I remember
and
there were some
ultimately it
kids who
brings
could play
upon the
that
end
game,
much
dude.
sooner than anyone expected.
Like, they could get
In a
that
way,
ball
the
moving.
engineers are completely innocent.
Oh.
They don't believe in the monks' goal, but by introducing advanced technology, they
Yeah, I remember the
accidentally
days.
bring
I
about the
remember
end
when the
of the
playground
universe.
had like
This
a
reminds me
square
of
painted on
real-world
asphalt
situations where
and
tools
a
or
swing
inventions
set
have
and a
massive
tether
unforeseen
ball pole.
consequences. It's a classic cautionary
And half the
tale.
time there wasn't a ball
Progress
on the tetherball
isn't
pole.
always
You just
neutral.
climbed up
Sometimes
it for
speeding
fun.
things up can also change
say we
everything.
really played
And I really do
tetherball.
believe that the
Did
final
you?
scene
Yeah.
is so
It was
effective,
halfway
partly because
going
of
out.
how
Once in a while, that's what I
understated
mean. It
it
was in
is.
that
You've got George George and Chuck just riding away, and they're probably thinking about getting home, maybe even laughing about how strange the job was. Then without warning, the stars start simply going out. No dramatic warning, just silence. This ending is speaking to Clarke's belief that the universe is vast and indifferent. Human beings expect drama and spectacle, but the true end might just be quiet, almost casual. And like many good endings, it has this hint of irony, because the engineers spent the entire story assuming that the monks were foolish, but in the end, the monks were right, and reality itself bends to their
trying to make the world
so the story may be really, really short, but to me, it leaves a lasting impact.
They don't
Arthur
want
C.
you to go.
Clarke
That's why they're
uses
trying to shut down the
a
mall,
really
shut
simple
down
premise to
Walmart,
explore
trying to force you into
really
this
big
weird
questions.
digital
The
economy.
limits of
Get the
human
fuck off
understanding,
me, dude.
technology.
You're
Have you read
binging
this short
King
story?
McDonald's.
And have you read
Fuck
much
you.
Arthur C. Clarke? If you have,
No, just
tell me
they're
some of your
weird
favorite
people,
Arthur C.
dude.
Clarke stories. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Make sure you like and subscribe for more Quinn's ideas. And now it's time for
No, and
Patreon
they want to
question.
see other people.
Donovan
You
Carr
want this?
asks,
That's what I
are
was
there
telling
more
Sydney
stories
when
that
we
you
went to
know of
McDonald's. This
in a
weird
similar vein to
zombie
this, by the more
liminal
Illuminati
space
of sci-fi that you would not
future, this
expect from these
echoey,
writers?
empty
I'd
space future
recommend
with fucking
Isaac Asimov's The
displays,
Last Question.
and then an
It's about a
Oompa
machine
Loompa
that
comes out of
takes
a fucking
billions of
hole in the
years
wall to
to
bring me
answer
my food.
one question.
I'm
How do
not
we
really
stop the
down with
universe
this,
from
dude.
dying?
I'm
And
not.
it's got an interesting kind
No,
of twist
dude,
at
I
the
was
end.
tripping. This
And it
is
evokes
Wizard
a
of the
similar
Oz.
sense
I'm
of
twice
awe
as tall
and
as that woman
wonder
who brought
and
me
kind
the
of the
food.
idea that we don't know that much about the universe and
I'm not
what's actually
taller
going
than
on.
her, dude.
So that would
I'm
be my
twice
recommendation.
as tall. I'm
Thanks
a
for
fucking
asking.
giant to her. Yeah. Well, I think they shut down the Guad. Like you'll still find there for a while, dude. It was all from the same
Wherever
country.
you go,
Whatever McDonald's was doing, and I'm not being racist. I'm just
whatever
being
they
like,
get into,
dude.
from chill time to everyday adventures.
I'm not
Protect your
bitching
dog
about
from
pay. They're
parasites
all
with
working.
Credelio
That's
Quattro.
racist as fuck,
For full
dude.
safety information, side effects,
You
and warnings,
literally
click
have
Learn More
Oompa
or visit
Loompas in your little
CredeliaQuattroLabel.com. Consult
doing
your vet
shit.
or call
Dude, this is scary. This is getting.
1-888-545-5973.
Who the fuck?
Ask
What
your
kind
vet
of
for
boss
Credelio
would
Quattro
do
and
that,
visit
dude?
quattrodog.com.
You're a boss, and then you're like, no, dude, they're not.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
They live
So your
in
level
these
of
hills
suggestibility
around
is
other
how
rich
much will you
people,
think a
and
person's an
everything is
authority
done
figure,
through
even if they're
lawyers
faking
and
confidence. That's basically
managers.
what that
And
is. Will you accept a suggestion and act on it?
like, who the fuck would
we've
build a
got guys
business like that,
Sirhan
dude?
Sirhan, who killed RFK in San Francisco. This is 60s.
I think it's Los Angeles.
I think it was San Francisco.
I think it's Los Angeles because I was at the actual hotel where they did it. They actually filmed Fear Factor there.
Okay.
See, that's true.
I don't doubt you at all.
I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it's Los Angeles. And there's also some debate as to whether or not he did it.
Oh, I did a whole video on this on my channel. Yeah.
What is it? I don't know enough about it. But I know that there's some people that, obviously, there's some people that think that, like, JFK's driver shot him. There's some, like, kooky conspiracies. Yeah, Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, shortly after Kennedy had finished. Yeah. So that hotel, we filmed Fear Factor there. So that's the only reason why I know.
The pores are
And we were
supposed
in the
to order
kitchen
from
where,
Amazon.
like,
Oh,
Sirhan's
And then if you make it,
we were in the spot.
if you make
It's
it
crazy that we could
to
film
the
this
middle
stupid fucking
class,
show in a
then
place
you
where
get to go to your
presidential
Karen
candidate
Fortress strip
got
mall
murdered.
out in the
Was
suburbs.
that the reason we filmed
But
that?
that's not. It's purposely
I
designed
think
that the
a
pores
lot of
and they
stuff
don't have
filmed in
public
that hotel. I think the
transportation.
hotel had been defunct, and a lot of there's like abandoned buildings and things in Los Angeles that they use for filming stuff.
Okay.
Because there's a big filming industry, like they film films and TV shows and stuff there. It's like a cool environment, and it was like spooky, run-down, old hotel. I don't even remember the show, the episode, but I just remember us being in that room going,
That weird feeling.
yeah. So the Sirhan thing is like that. People believe that's part of MK Ultra. That he was some sort of mind-controlled person.
I do.
Yeah.
And I may be the number one guy in the country on the mind control stuff. I think I probably am. And I definitely believe that was influenced by a guy named Dr. Joyland West.
Jolly West.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's not about skill. It's something like if you're doing something like this, it's not much about skill level. It's can you find a good target that's highly suggestible? And you have some basic skills in this. I give you like 3 or 4 days worth of training in how to do covert hypnosis and all of this other stuff, and how to create amnesia in a person, so where you can just tell them to forget something and they'll willingly forget it. I could train you in 3 days how to do something like that. It's terrifying how our brains do not have a firewall, and the moment that our conscious filter that filters like, is this information good for me? Should I accept this information? If I can bypass that filter, which is very easy to do, you can kind of just jam in whatever you want into somebody's head.
And so what evidence do we have that Sirhan was working with Jolly West?
There's not a lot. It's a lot of anecdotal stuff.
But he met with this guy regularly, and I'm not an expert on the case. I wouldn't consider myself an expert. But he met with this guy at the shooting range on a regular basis. And this guy would talk to him privately, whisper in his ear in the shooting range. We all know this is from testimony. And later, when he was arrested after the shooting happened, he said, I thought I was at the shooting range. I thought I was shooting at a target, at a paper target. And he was on record saying this. And he has no memory of that actual event happening. To this day, he went up for parole, I think a year or two ago. And man, all they did was ask him to kind of admit what you did and just say what you did. And he said, I still have no memory of this event. And he had to stay in prison. And RFK believes it too.
Wow.
And you've had RFK on.
So Sirhan is meeting with this guy. Who is this guy?
Nobody really knows. Nobody fully knows. But the guy was involved and connected to Joylon. And they called him Radio Man. That's the only name that people have used to identify this guy. And he met Sirhan at a range and expressed, like, we're both interested in shortwave radio stuff and all that kind of ham radio. And they connected over that initially. And then this guy somehow looped him into the situation he was in.
So the MK Ultra stuff, a lot of it was experimental, right? They didn't necessarily have proof that a lot of what they were trying to do was effective. They knew that they could experiment with LSD on people. That was Operation Midnight Climax, where they took over the brothels, which is so wild. For people that don't know what this is, they took over brothels and they essentially had the prostitutes serve these Johns LSD without their knowledge, and then they observed them through two-way mirrors and filmed them. Yeah.
And filmed how they would act.
Yeah. So the CIA was running whorehouses. I don't even know if they had sex, because they probably dosed these guys up with so much acid.
Nobody went to jail.
They probably didn't want to.
Killed.
But they observed them, and they did it for years. They also ran the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic, which is wild. And until, like, I think fairly recently. And there was a lot of hubbub about it after Tom O'Neill's book Chaos came out. And I think right after that, they closed the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic.
Nobody got the chair? Who did
the
this?
CIA was essentially a part of the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic in the 1960s. And that's where the Manson family came out of.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck,
There's
dude?
a lot of people. I'm not a researcher on this topic. I'm a researcher on the techniques.
Yeah.
But there's guys like Sidney Gottlieb was
Nobody
crazy.
got
He was
the
he was
chair
running the
for
CIA.
that?
It was called OSS back then, Office of Special Services. And it was crazy. They called him a cowboy, but they brought in all this LSD. There's in Canada, they were running, I think this was, I think it was in Montreal. It was in Toronto. Montauk Institute, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Where they were doing things called psychic driving. They would keep people awake, and it was like Clockwork Orange. And they would hold their eyes open and just play these videos to kind of like entrain them and really just drive their brains. And these were people that checked into the hospital with like postpartum depression. And they started doing this shit on them.
They just started experimenting on them.
Yeah, and the Canadian government admitted it so much that they paid these people for damages. So just one woman's case that I can remember, I don't remember her name, but she went in for postpartum, I think, and she did the psychic driving. When she came out, she had no real memories anymore. She wet herself. She had to relearn how to walk and communicate socially. She had to relearn how to hold her pee.
How long was she there for?
I think it was like a month and a half.
Heinous.
Are your
like
daydreams filled with sunshine and a certain je ne sais quoi?
No one got
the French Riviera is calling. Protect your European vacation with Allianz Travel Insurance to help you answer travel challenges with a nonchalant c'est la vie.
Compensation? What about compensation, dude, for the victims?
I think back then they were trying
just kind
to
of
find
release
a bunch
it
of
a few
different
years.
methods
Well, you know, there was
of mind control, right? Like there's a very famous video from the 1950s of soldiers in the UK where they dose them up with acid, and you see them wandering around the woods, laughing and giggling, and falling down.
And we had just got the videos from the Korean War where the Korean prisoners were making these videos like, I realize now that America's a horrible country. I renounce everything. I hate America. These are all the bad things they've done. And the guys in the United States are watching this shit going, holy shit, they've got some secret technology and we're behind. So it was like a psychological arms race. They just went berserk on this stuff. So they figured out, or they figured that there's some kind of secret chemical or secret technique or recipe that these people are using that we haven't figured out yet. And it was a madhouse race to figure out what was going on with these prisoners in North Korea.
What was going on? What were they doing with the prisoners?
Depriving them of sleep. It was super basic stuff. They were depriving them of sleep, treating them really well. They're using these interrogation techniques that were developed by this German guy named Hans Scharf. And every interrogation system nowadays
I gotta find out how to lock the
a
camera
derivative of
behind the
Hans
plane.
Scharf's work.
Or maybe
And
it's
funny
'cause
enough,
I'm
he's the
just
most famous
fuzzy right
interrogator
now.
in history. And he's like the first guy that said, hey, what if we're not assholes? What if we're not just total assholes to these people and take them out on walks, maybe give them a sandwich every once in a while, and the whole time pretend like every piece of intelligence they give us, we pretend like we already know. And that was kind of his premise, like, let's not be a dick. And he got famous for that. So everything is based on his work now. And funny enough, you ever been to Disneyland?
Sure.
Do you know the huge mosaic that you walk through? It's a huge, like, tile mosaic thing at the very entrance of Disneyland.
I don't recall it.
Yeah,
Probably wasn't paying attention.
Yeah. Hans Scharf made that.
Oh, really?
By hand. Yeah.
Whoa.
Weird.
How much time did that take?
I don't know.
How big is this thing?
It's huge.
See if you can find it, Jamie. How big is it? He made it by hand?
Yeah.
Is he on acid?
It had to be.
That thing. Wow. Left a permanent mark on Disney. A former Nazi interrogator. Fuck. Like, as if Disney doesn't have enough problems with Walt Disney being linked to anti-Semitism. The fact that they actually have a Nazi artist.
If there was a competition where I said, Joe, I'll give me $1 million if you can figure out what this Nazi interrogator did on the side.
Not
And
just
this
I
was
come
it.
up with that. That's crazy.
And it's almost
bizarre.
Yeah, it's like a DMT kind of visual going on.
Well, that's just weird in and of itself that he was working with these people.
And it gets deeper. Like there are step-by-step programs they have for creating a Manchurian candidate.
Okay, like what's step one? How do you know when you can get a guy to be a Manchurian candidate? Can you do anybody, or do you have to get a vulnerable guy? Do you have to get a
I don't
guy
want to say
with a
everything.
family?
I think some of this could be misused, but let me.
Well, I don't know if you know about Grok, but Grok's out there misusing information. So,
all right, yeah, I'll just put it out.
He can get anything from that.
So, like, you're a very social guy.
Okay.
And you've got lines in your forehead here from raising your eyebrows a lot. There's people that are your age that are not very socially connected to people that have the smooth foreheads.
Oh, interesting.
So if you're smiling a lot your whole life, you're going to develop these little crow's feet, and you'll do it by the age of 19. If you're a social, happy person, you'll see the crow's feet. If you're angry all the time, you're going to see this little muscle right here, the glabella,
I got
start to... Yeah, but yours is not that pronounced. But whatever emotion we experience on a very, very regular basis etches itself onto the face, as a rule of thumb. Saying that this is science, it's not. This is my observation. There's no study that I can send you. But we can see that. I mean, you can see somebody who's lived a super happy life. They have these little smile lines around their eyes. Somebody who's raising their eyebrows a lot. This is our forehead is a social billboard.
Right.
So you're going to see those lines start coming on the face. But what if I told you to make a skeptical facial expression? What would you do?
If you asked me to be skeptical,
yeah,
this is my skeptic face.
Okay, so like somebody's trying to feed you something, most people will these lower eyelids are going to tighten up.
They do that. I might do that too. Yeah, I might do that.
So you're like,
most of the time though, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
It's my what bitch face. What bitch?
Yeah.
What?
If I have somebody who is not skeptical ever in their life, they have the smoothest lower eyelids in the world.
Huh.
So to test this out, and this is anecdotal, but I gave it to 5 guys who are stage hypnotists. They're out of these comedy clubs every night, knocking people out and all that stuff. And I told them, test this theory over the course of 5 years. They all said it's 100% accurate. Because, they bring people up, and some guy doesn't go all the way in, his hands are stuck together. He's like, all right, sir, thanks for coming, go back to your seat.
Like, how do you pick someone to be a Manchurian candidate? Can you pick anybody?
Yeah.
Or does it have to be a person that has, like, something off about them?
I don't think they have to have something that's off. You can pick a totally healthy person that's very highly suggestible. So I have a TV show coming out. It's fiction. And the bad guy in the book gets access to some of these techniques, and he doesn't know how to, but they're not working. So he goes to these comedy hypnosis shows, and he just picks people that were called up on stage. And he wrecks their life.
Pre-select.
Yeah, so he gets someone else to figure out who's
that's
suggestible.
smart.
So, and those people are highly suggestible, and they're always more open to fun. They're always better, they live in front of their eyes a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
And so suggestibility doesn't mean stupid. It means that you're just more open to the things that are around you.
Right.
And they're typically happier people.
More suggestible people are typically happier people. That's interesting. Because they're just blissfully unaware?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on if they're suggestible and addicted to, like, Instagram, horrifying stuff on Instagram, and they're watching it all the time.
Oh.
So they can get programmed easily for all these things. So this guy, George Estabrooks, makes this formula to split the personality of an Army officer, and they called him Smith. And they're going to split this guy, give his alter ego a bunch of secrets to take across enemy lines, and then deliver these secrets that are in his head to this person that's on the other side of this thing. And in this paper, it's a hypothetical. It's written as a hypothetical. So they're going to split this guy, with the goal being he gets captured, somebody tortures him, they put a drill in his knee or something. This other personality won't come out because there's a secret word and an anchor. Like they'll squeeze his arm and say moonlight or something like that, and it'll turn this other guy on.
Is that really possible to
Yes.
have, like, a partition in your brain where you keep other memories?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, good morning. So this class, we're focusing on William Shakespeare. But before I do that, I want to give you an overview of how we will end the course. To end the course, we will focus on the 4 great modern civilizations that have fought for global dominance these past 20 years. These 4 great civilizations are the Russians, the Germans, the British, and the Americans. Now, what's interesting about all 4 civilizations is that they all claim to be the ultimate Christian civilizations that are heirs to Rome. But because of the differences in their geography and their culture, they have different interpretations of Christianity and Romanness. Okay, so let's compare and contrast these 4 great civilizations. The Russians, as you know, Russia is the largest landmass in the world. It is huge. It is also really cold and dark. Okay, so the geography transformed the Russian character. Okay, Germany, in contrast, it is within Europe, and it does not have the natural boundaries that the other nations have. It is always being attacked and threatened by adversaries. Okay. The British is an island fortress.
Yeah, we just spent
The
500
Americans are the most interesting because it is a continental fortress. It is not only invincible, it cannot be invaded, but also has all the resources it needs in order to have a thriving modern economy. Therefore, America can choose to isolate itself from the rest of the world. Okay? Now, because of the difference in geography, you have differences in Christianity and in its Romanness. So the Russians believe that they are here to the Byzantine Empire. And as such, they are the protectors of something called Eastern Orthodoxy. Okay, so to understand what Eastern Orthodoxy is, think of Augustine. Okay, we read Augustine, City of God. So it is a very mystical, metaphorical, collectivist attitude towards religion. In contrast, the Germans believe that they are here to the Holy Roman Empire, first initiated by Charlemagne. And as such, they are more Catholic than the Russians. Okay? Then you have the British, who believe they are heirs to the real Roman Empire, and their religion is Anglicanism. Okay, remember, Anglicanism, there's really little difference between Catholicism and Anglicanism. When in Anglicanism, you swear allegiance to the King of England. In Catholicism, you swear allegiance to the Pope of the Vatican. And then you have the Americans, who believe that they are the heirs to the Roman Republic, okay, not the empire, the Republic, before the time of Julius Caesar, the best form of government in the world. Their religion, so the elite is something we call deist, okay, so they believe in God, but God as someone who is removed from the world. You also have many different sects of consciousness, okay? So the religion in America is very diffuse, very diverse. Okay, so different cultural outlooks will also determine their cultural identities. So, for example, the Russians, the thing that differentiates the Russians is they have a very dark imagination. So some of the greatest literature, some of the greatest music, philosophy actually comes from Russia. So think of Tolstoy, Dostoevsky. In terms of music, you have Tchaikovsky and Stravinsky. Okay? I will also show you that the Russians produced the greatest geopolitical leaders in history. So in the 20th century, the greatest geopolitical leader was actually Joseph Stalin. And I'll show you this is the case when we move to the 20th century. Today, the greatest geopolitical leader in the world is Vladimir Putin. So there's something about the Russian dark imagination that produces men of genius to lead their countries. The Russian cultural identity is the idea of Mother Russia, the land itself, the nation, the people. It is divine. All right? And so the main objective of all Russian geopolitical leaders is to protect its borders from enemies. Because Russia is so huge, it encompasses 2 continents, it has a lot of geopolitical enemies. Okay, so that's the Russian civilization. When we move to the Germans are really interesting because the Germans have also one of the great human civilizations in history. Okay, so rather than a dark imagination, the Germans believe in the idea of will to power. We will discuss this when we discuss German philosophy, especially Nietzsche. Okay, but the idea is this, that we have the capacity to impose our will on reality. That's the idea of will to power. We are not subject to culture. We're not subject to reality. There are great men among us who can impose their will on all of us. Okay, and that's why you have Hitler and the Nazis. Okay, what the Germans believe in is the idea of Lebensraum. Okay, Lebensraum. I know this is a hard word. It's a German word, but it's actually a pretty easy concept. The concept is called living space. So throughout its history, the German people have always been invaded, attacked by its adversaries. So to protect itself, it needs living space. It needs to move out and colonize its surrounding territories, Poland, Russia, Austria, and make it more German so that the German nation can thrive. Okay? Very simple concept. Okay? But this is the concept that drives the German military strategy in World War I and World War II. Okay? Lebensraum. You have the British, and the British, as we discussed last class, they are a very practical people. Their philosophy is empiricism and utilitarianism, okay? It's not a question of what is right or what is ideal. It's a question of what works now. Okay? The British are extremely practical. The British Empire is based on the concept of white man's burden, meaning that the British culture is inherently superior to all other cultures. And as such, the British have a responsibility to go out and civilize and educate and enlighten all others, okay? So this is the philosophy that drives the British Empire. The Americans are interesting because they are a new civilization, and they try to base their culture on the ideas of the Enlightenment, okay? So Rousseau, Kant, especially John Locke. Their driving ideology is the idea of manifest destiny. So the idea of manifest destiny is that it is the obvious will of God for America to control the entire Western Hemisphere. That's why Trump today is saying We should take over Canada. We should take over Greenland. Because that's always been part of the American understanding of the world. It is God's will that America will eventually control all the entire Western Hemisphere. And Canada will eventually come into America as well. And eventually, America will drive out all European powers, including Denmark and Britain, from the Western Hemisphere. Okay? So next class, we'll discuss America in greater detail. Today, we will focus on the British Empire, which is founded by William Shakespeare. Okay? So we will discuss William Shakespeare today. Next week, we'll start to focus on the Russians and the Germans. Okay? But these are the 4 great civilizations that will drive history from the 19th century up to today. Okay? And I will also show you later on that it is actually the conflict between these 4 great civilizations that will drive human creativity, science, technology, philosophy. Okay? And that's why from about 1800 up until 2000, you had a tremendous flowering of ideas and culture. Okay? All right. So that's the game plan for the rest of the semester. Any questions about this framework? Again, you don't have to know these ideas right away. I'll explain them in detail to you as we move forward. Okay? But understand the overall framework is there are 4 different civilizations that will drive human modernity, and they are in conflict with each other. And it's because of this conflict that drives human innovation. All right? Okay, let's move on. So the question we're looking at today is, how did Shakespeare transform English into a language of empire? So
really?
For the longest time, English is what they spoke on the British Isles, okay? Not even the British Isles. Primarily England. So how did Shakespeare transform that into the language that everyone speaks today? Okay? English really is the language of empire. You think when you learn English, you're not just learning grammar and vocabulary. You are really learning a culture, a philosophy, an identity. All right? And what's amazing about English is that it has really created, it's really, through soft power, convinced everyone to believe that Anglo-American culture is really the best in the world, when objectively speaking, it is not. You can make the argument that Russian and German culture is far superior to Anglo-American culture, but everyone, especially young people in the world today, believes that Anglo-American culture is just vastly superior. And the reason why is because most people speak English, and we absorb our understanding the world through language, okay? All right, so that's the question we're looking at today. All right, so before we talk about Shakespeare, I want you to understand some basic principles about language, art, culture, and civilization, okay? The first major principle is great art, okay? Dante, Homer, Vermeer, Shakespeare. It lifts the soul of civilization and changes the neurological structure of societies, creating a new way of being and seeing.
Whoever thought enter would be exit.
So this is a really important idea where you have to understand that civilization has a collective consciousness. And what great art does is it seeps into this collective consciousness and rewires the brain to make the civilization see the world in a new way, which causes people to behave differently. Okay, so we discussed this about Homer and Dante, right? Especially Homer and Dante. Today I'll show you how Shakespeare radically transformed the English imagination. All right, another idea I need you to understand is how poets transform civilization is they innovate in imagery, grammar, and vocabulary. Okay? When they do that, poets expand a civilization's capacity to imagine, feel, and think. Okay? So, we will discuss William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare did not live very long. He died at 52, okay? So he was not alive for a very long time. But his accomplishments are amazing. In his brief life, he wrote anywhere between 38 to 41 plays. And he established the English cultural identity, okay? Shakespeare is really the founder of English culture. And he established the English historical memory, okay? And he did this by writing a lot of plays, right? So tragedies, histories, comedies. You've read some of them in school, right? So his accomplishments are tremendous. The reason why we don't know how many plays he actually wrote, okay, is he never published in his lifetime. All his plays were published after his death by his friends who are working with his notes as well as recollections from actors who participated in Shakespeare's plays. That's why, so we don't have actually anything written specifically by Shakespeare, okay? So keep that in mind. In his plays, he used anywhere between 20,000 to 30,000 different words. So his range of vocabulary was just vast. What's really unique about Shakespeare is he introduced anywhere between 1,700 to 3,500 new uses of words, what we call a diction, okay? I'll show you what diction is later on. To put this in context, between the years 1500 and 1650, around 10,000 new words are being introduced into England because of revolutions in agriculture, in trade, in communication, in technology. Okay, so at this point in history, England is going out into the world and it's transforming its society, and therefore it needs to bring in new words. What Shakespeare does that's really important is he transforms the British imagination in order to better absorb these new ideas. And he does so through new uses of words, what we call diction, okay? So this makes sense, guys, okay? So let's examine how he does this. Let me give you an example. Let's look at the word dagger, okay? Dagger means just a short sword, okay? And it's a very common English word. But what Shakespeare does is he uses it in a really imaginative, metaphorical way that forces you to reimagine the world around you, okay? So let's look at some examples. And these are my examples, by the way. They're not Shakespeare's examples, right? We will look at Shakespeare examples later on. All right, so the first example is, he has a dagger, fat and short. Okay, this is interesting because we see a dagger, we think of something that is thin, right? Let's say this is fat, right? So this forces you to think about what dagger is as a metaphor. And this makes your mind think, oh, he has a dagger, fat and short. So is it possible that on the surface he looks fat and short, but actually as a person he is lean and mean. He's very, very clever. He pretends he's stupid, but he has very precise cleverness. Okay, all right. So that's what Shakespeare does. He takes a traditional metaphor and he radically reverses or inverts it to force you to reimagine things in a new way. All right, that's the first example. Second example is, I daggered him with questions. Now, the word daggered actually exists in the English language, but it means you carry a dagger with you, okay? So if I say, I am daggered, it means there's a dagger in my pocket. And that's a traditional use of dagger. But there's no reason why you can't do what Shakespeare does and says, I daggered him with questions, which means like I stab him with questions, all right? I'm threatening him with questions. I ask a lot of questions. And this is very visual. It's very imaginative, okay? Now, the third example is his voice is daggerly. Daggerly as a word does not exist. But because you know what the word dagger means, you can imagine what daggerly could mean, right? A voice that is like mine, very high, okay? And which you feel is jabbing at you, right? So that's the genius of Shakespeare. He takes words that we use every day and he finds new ways of using it in his plays that forces us to reimagine the world in a different way. All right? That's the power of Shakespeare. Now, what this is saying is this. What Shakespeare understands is that language can be a portal into the neurological framework of our minds, right? So you might have studied some neuroscience or psychology. You know, like our brain, it's structured by these things called synapses, okay? These pathways in our brain. And what Shakespeare understands is that by manipulating language in a new way, you can also perform a sort of surgery on the synapses. All right? All right. So, Shakespeare as music. The thing to remember about Shakespeare is his plays were meant to be performed as musicals, okay? Today in school, we have you read Shakespeare, but remember, during the time of Shakespeare, no one read him. You experienced Shakespeare by going to his plays. His plays were musicals. When people spoke Shakespeare, it was actually they were singing. And also there were lots of dance routines within the plays as well. Remember, these are people who are extremely ordinary, okay? Who are going to Shakespeare as a form of mass entertainment. It's almost like the equivalent of going to movies today. And the way that Shakespeare creates music in his plays is through a device called iambic pentameter.
The cops are after me because I hit someone with my bike.
You know, right? It's iambus is just
with my
the arrangement of syllables where you have one that is deep and then another that's high. So deep, high, deep, high, deep, high, deep, high, deep, high. When you have 10 syllables, it's called pentameter. Okay? So an example, of course, is to.
Don't let him get away. Punish him for his war crime.
So you understand how this works, right? Low, high, low, high, low, high. And Shakespeare does that throughout his plays. That's why it comes across as musical. But if it's musical, then it's easy to remember.
I can't.
Because it becomes like a song, right?
You're going to have to swing that mouse.
It's really easy for us to remember songs. So, flat iambic pentameter, Shakespeare's plays are memorable, beautiful, and resonant, meaning they touch our souls. And again, these are ordinary people. So through iambic pentameter, Shakespeare is performing a surgery on the imagination of civilization. All right. So having said that, let's go into some brief history about Shakespeare. During the time of Shakespeare, theater is extremely popular around the country. And theater is primarily the means of mass entertainment. It's also the means of mass education. If you want to know about history, if you want to know about culture, you go to the theater. The problem with this is that during the time of Shakespeare, around the 16th century, as we discussed last class, there's a major conflict going on between the Protestant religion and the Catholic religion. And so the Queen Elizabeth, is concerned about theater as a means of creating the sense.
What are you doing, dude?
So what they do is
just try it.
they force all the theater productions
to
be placed in the suburb of London. And that's where Shakespeare is going to work. By doing that, Shakespeare is being introduced to all the major theater of that time. Okay? So Shakespeare never actually wrote anything that is unique. Okay? So Hamlet, Julius Caesar, Othello, King Lear, these are all plays that are part of the British theatrical imagination. But what he does that's different is he reimagines the characters and he introduces some diction into the plays to make it beautiful. Right? So this is the Globe, which is where Shakespeare performed much of his productions. Right? The Globe Theater. The thing to also remember about this time is theater is low class. All right? So in this district, this theater district, there are lots of brothels. People go to theater and they get drunk, okay? They're drinking, they're spitting, they're eating stuff. They're also participating in something called, in a gambling activity called bear baiting, okay? Bear baiting is really strange. The idea is you take a bear, you chain him up, you blind him, okay? And then you have dogs attack him. And then you bet who wins, the bear or the dogs. And this is a really popular thing to do at this time, right? So it just shows you that we think of Shakespeare as very high class, and we teach Shakespeare as high class. But at this time, Shakespeare is very, very low class. And Shakespeare's plays are performed right beside bear baiting venues as well as brothels. Right? But this is important because Shakespeare is reaching to the masses, right? He's educating the masses into a global imagination. All right. Shakespeare in the theater is so tested by the upper class that from 1642 to 1660, the Puritans banned it from England. Okay, remember we discussed the Puritans, how they're obsessed with control. They hate alcohol, they hate fun, they hate theater, especially theater. They hate Shakespeare. Okay, so they banned
Calm,
it.
dude.
So during
Oh
this
my
time,
gosh.
Shakespeare
Okay.
is extremely controversial.
No, I can't fly it, dude.
So, having gone into history, let's discuss the genius of Shakespeare, okay? You do Shakespeare in school, you've read quite a few of his plays, so I'm not going to go too deeply, but I'm going to focus on one
God damn, it's too many buttons, dude. It is just too many fucking buttons.
All other playwrights.
It's too many buttons, dude. Okay, my brain just freezes.
It's a very simple story.
Come on, dude. Come on. Why aren't you turning?
He's going to university.
Turn. Why aren't you turning?
Germany. I believe Wittgenstein, which is where Martin Luther went.
You're too fast. You're going too fast.
And then he's visited by the ghost of his dead father. And the ghost of his dead father tells Hamlet, I was killed by your uncle Claudius, who now has stolen the throne from me, as well as married my wife Gertrude, your mother. It is your responsibility as my son to seek vengeance against Claudius. Okay, so that's the mission of Hamlet. The problem is that Hamlet, he is a very analytical person. He thinks too much. Paralysis is analysis. Okay, so he spends the entire play thinking about how to kill Claudius, but also whether or not to kill Claudius. And this is why we believe that Hamlet is Shakespeare's best play, because it is a very deep philosophical work. And in many ways, Hamlet is really the expression of Shakespeare. You may not know this, but Shakespeare had a son called Hamlet, and Hamlet actually died when he was young. So a lot of scholars of Shakespeare, and there are like thousands of scholars on Shakespeare, believe Hamlet is Shakespeare's most personal play. All right, so we're going to go into a bit of Shakespeare and look at the most famous soliloquy in Shakespeare to understand how he thinks, how he writes. All right, so this is iambic pentameter. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of trouble, and by opposing end them, to die, to sleep no more, and by a sleep, to say the end of heartache and 1,000 natural shocks. That flesh is here to, 'tis a consummation devotedly to be wished, to die, to sleep.
I don't even know what's going on at this point, dude. I don't even know what's going on at this point. I can't fucking do the camera and the camera. Oh my god, I'm supposed to hit the mouse wheel for. Come on. Oh my god, no, turn, dude. Why are you not turning? Why are you not turning? Okay. Oh, why not up? I can't do up. I gotta move the camera, dude. And the throttle's over here. What the?
So some brief comments about the soliloquy. First of all, as you can understand, it's beautiful, right? It's also, if you think about it, pretty easy to read. There are lots of really complicated words in the speech, but it's really smooth,
can't do it, dude. It
right?
just rocks fucking back and forth. It just rocks back and forth. Dude, it's just rocking back and forth, dude. It's just rocking back and forth, dude. It's just rocking back and forth, dude.
The British really are the best practitioners.
I don't know. Look at the camera, man.
It's really the
oh my god, I'm trying.
You think to yourself, well,
up,
the British invented it.
He's up. Right? Can you go up?
No. Okay.
Can you go up? No, can't go up. Okay, more gas. You need more gas to go up. Okay. Okay.
The fact of the matter is that in England, you're expected to read and know Shakespeare. Right, so it's Shakespeare that allows.
So you're gonna have to do left control. You can't move that mouse. Yep.
So this is very complicated. But it's
fuck, mom, help! Oh my god!
Deep.
Really?
It's
of course.
Dante is very,
of course.
Very deep. But Shakespeare's actually not that deep.
Come on, dude.
So
just fly.
What it actually means
just fly straight.
With these words. Okay, to be or not to be, that is the question.
Mom, can you help? No.
Is it more brave and good to bear it, or to step against it? I no longer want to bear this pain. Let me sleep. no longer want to feel my heart. My body becomes weak and injured. That's my wish. I want to sleep and to dream. But that's a danger, isn't it? When we are dead, we cannot control what we dream. And that is what frightens me. That's why I continue to get more misfortunes around me. It's my own mind that has made me a coward. And why each time when I become determined, I resolve to be hard that I cannot overcome. That's what he's saying. That's like literally what he's saying. No different.
Oh my. No, just stop. Come here and look, please. Look at it. Look at it, dude.
You lose the beauty and richness of Shakespeare.
Look. Watch me not be. Look. See it?
Why is Shakespeare so complicated? What's he trying to do in his language? Okay? So
see how it just keeps rocking? I can't.
He's trying to use language as a mechanism to convey different realities, different meanings.
I don't. What's happening?
So Shakespeare.
What's happening? Okay, that's it. I just wanted you to see that. See, 2 eyes. That's it.
All right.
Quantum.
So,
I had another witness. Got it. Thank you.
Let's look at the first possible interpretation of to be or not to be. Okay. You can say it means to die or to live.
Mom gets frustrated when Dad gets frustrated.
Painful life to run away from it.
I'm supposed to be happy about it.
This is saying that Hamlet is overwhelmed by the moral dilemma.
Dad's not happy. Mom's not happy.
He cannot escape. He has to avenge his father, right? Or he cannot sleep. But avenging his father means killing his uncle, who his mother loves. Okay, it's an impossible moral dilemma.
No, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that at all. It's all right. It's all right.
Another possible interpretation is
more gas.
To kill or not to kill, I do not know. Is it more good to let those who do evil suffer their own fate, or should I stop their evil and end their lives?
How come you're not seeing, dude? How come you're not? Now, Rudder. Now I can't see, dude. I literally can't see, dude.
Should he kill Claudius?
I can't see and I can't turn. I can't see. I can't turn. I can't see. I can't turn. Okay,
should I follow my fate, or should I defy it? Is it more brave and good that I am told or to fight against my fate, and in so doing, perhaps not? Okay? So this is a much more deeper and rich meaning where he's talking about fate and life in general. He's making the argument that we have no free will.
Take off. Get out of here.
Where we must do what fate tells us. And in this situation, what does it mean to be free? What does it mean to have free will? Where you're controlled by the forces of fate around you. Okay? So that's a much deeper meaning. And then the last deep meaning is, what is the point of existence? I do not know. When we exist, we must face pointless questions in our lives. Should we suffer or should we fight? Okay? So this is the deepest meaning, where he's actually asking, what is existence?
What's happening? What's happening? What's happening?
How do we get
What's happening, dude? What's happening, dude? Dude, what's happening right now? What's happening right now? What's happening? The rocking, the back, and the forth. Okay, maybe it's a rudder. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't. What's happening? Gas? Do I need more gas? What's happening right now, dude?
Interpret his speech in different ways.
What's happening right now?
It's
hello, turn.
Okay. In this tradition.
Okay, car right at me. Okay, come on. Let's just take off. Can we take off? Okay, can we just stay calm? Come on. Come on, let's just lie. Gas.
So let's go over
gas. Okay. Don't overreact, dude. I just had to turn a little. I just had to turn a little, dude. Just had to turn a tiny little bit, dude. I just had to turn. Oh, and now it won't stop rocking. Okay, maybe if I just let it rest for a minute.
They're seeing a movie in their heads.
Let it rest for a minute.
That's a fraction of Shakespeare.
Yeah, don't touch the controls for a minute.
Do you guys see this?
Oh, gas.
Right? And because you're seeing pictures, they remember all this. Okay? When you talk to an English person,
all right, where are we at?
It's amazing how much Shakespeare that person knows subconsciously. Another image, okay? In that sleep of death,
I think it's because you're not using the rudder.
Okay. Must give us pause. All right? So this is an image of a person who's dead, so his soul goes up to heaven. But what's in heaven? What's in that sleep of death? No one knows. Okay? Another image. The native hue of resolution is slickered over with a
no way. I did it, Mom. I passed it.
This is a complicated sentence, but it's really about how something that is clear to us, once we think about it, becomes very dark and unclear.
All right, let's go save that.
All right, so that's a power of Shakespeare. It's a visual language. All right, Another example. In the price of great pivot
please don't
moment,
tell me
they're
I've got to
crunching
do
a
that
rye
again.
and losing of action. Right? So imagine a ship, it's
That
going
thing was horrible
it's
to
going in a
fly,
direction, you're set on that path, but the moment you think about it, the moment you think deeply about what you're doing,
Cheap drones are hard to fly.
the ship collapses. You don't know where you're going anymore. Right? So is that clear to you guys? All right. So another example of the power of Shakespeare is Julius Caesar. I'm not sure if you read Julius Caesar in school, but Julius Caesar, the plot is very simple. Julius Caesar, he has defeated all his enemies in the Roman Civil War, and his friends, Brutus, Cassius, they're worried that he'll become a dictator. They're worried that he'll become king, so they plot to kill him. And Brutus and Cassius and all the conspirators kill Julius Caesar, and then Brutus and Cassius think this is over. Okay? But Mark Antony, who is Caesar's lieutenant, he swears vengeance. And Mark Antony and Octavian will combine forces to destroy and kill Brutus and Cassius. And that's the plot of Julius Caesar. Not very complicated, okay? But in Julius Caesar, you will find some of the greatest speeches in the English language. It's stunning speeches. Okay? And in the speeches, you will find an example of how Shakespeare understands language as a surgery on the brain, how through speech making, how through language, you can actually transform the neurological structure of the human brain. Okay? So let's look at an example of this. Mark Antony and Brutus are going to engage in a speech competition. They're going to debate each other. Okay? Brutus will be the first to give a speech, and then he'll be followed by Mark Antony. So the strategy of Brutus is to use a rhetorical strategy called the antithesis. Okay? The antithesis is basically very simple. You have two opposing ideas, okay? And they are opposed to each other. So the idea is, I am Brutus, I am honorable. You know me as honorable because my name is Brutus, which is also the name of Lucius Brutus, who founded the Roman Republic. You know me as honorable person. Now, who is Caesar? Caesar is ambitious. Okay? Honor and ambition cannot go together. So I love Caesar, but because he was ambitious, he wanted to enslave us. I want to free us. Therefore, I have to kill him. All right? So that's the idea of Brutus. He's trying to create an economy between Caesar and himself. If you know me, Brutus, as honorable, then you must believe that Caesar is ambitious. This rhetorical strategy is what we call the antithesis. Okay? In the human mind, you just see these two things as separate from each other. Mark Antony then responds to Brutus using something called the chiasmus. Okay? The chiasmus, it's really interesting. The chiasmus tries to take these two opposing principles and combine them together. All right? So what Mark Antony will say is that Caesar was ambitious and honorable and ambitious as Brutus. This is called what we call chiasmus. It's an A-B-B-A structure. When you do that, when you have a chiasmus, you collapse the antithesis. Remember, the antithesis are two separate ideas that cannot meet together, exclusionary. The chiasmus shows you like these are mirrors of each other. Okay? When you do that, in the Roman imagination, the human Roman mind, you then collapse the economy between Brutus and Caesar, and you see them as one and the same. But if it was Brutus that killed Caesar, then Brutus must be the less honorable and more ambitious one. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? Julius Caesar. All right. So let's see an example of this. All right. This is Brutus talking to the Roman crowd after the death of Julius Caesar. Okay, he's trying to explain his actions before the Roman crowd. He says, if then that friend demand why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer. Okay? You want to know why I killed Caesar? I'm going to tell you why I killed Caesar. Not that I love Caesar less, but I love Rome more. Had you rather Caesar were living and dying all slaves than that Caesar were dead to live all free men? This is an antithesis, right?
Yesterday.
I love Caesar, but I love Rome more. Okay? This is an antithesis. This is also an antithesis. Caesar, if he were living, he'll make us into slaves. If Caesar is dead, we will continue to live as free men. Okay? Two exclusionary ideas developed by Brutus. Now what Mark Antony is going to do is he's going to collapse this. Okay? He's going to change your neurological structure. He's going to change those synapses within you through his speech making. Let's look at Mark Antony. Yet Buddha says he was ambitious and sure he's an honorable man. Okay, so he's summarizing the argument made by Buddhists. I speak not to disprove what Buddha spoke, but here I am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? Okay, this is a chiasmus. Cause, love, mourn. Okay, you guys see that? He continues with the chiasmus. But yesterday, the word of Caesar might have stood against the world. Now lies he there, and none so poor to do him reverence. O masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong and Cassius wrong, who you all know are honorable men. I will not do them wrong. I rather choose to wrong the dead, to wrong myself and you, than I will wrong such honorable men. Okay? This is two examples of chiasmus, where word of Caesar and reverence match. Stood and lies match. Okay? For the chiasmus, he's collapsing this dichotomy. Another example is here, okay? The red match, the green match. This is what we call chiasmus. Does that make sense, guys? Okay. Have you guys learned this before? Okay. It's really important you know these ideas. All right. So that's the power of Shakespeare. Through his language, through his rhetoric, he's transforming the British imagination so that they are more open, more fluid. They can absorb new ideas and they can be more innovative. Okay? Now, we as we discussed way back at the beginning of this course, Homer did the same thing. So let's compare and contrast Homer and Shakespeare. How was it able that they were both able to be founders of great civilizations? All right. First of all, they came at a time when there's a cultural tabula rasa. Okay? Tabula rasa just means blank slate. So Homer came at a time after the Bronze Age collapse of Greece. The Mycenaean civilization collapsed, and now you have the polar system, okay? So it's a tabula rasa. Same thing with Shakespeare, where Britain at this time, it is not an advanced culture as much as the French and the Spanish. Second is rapid cultural change, where Britain is undergoing all these revolutions. When it's undergoing all these revolutions, people are anxious and they're looking for new ideas. Oral culture, okay? We talked about this, where if you live in an oral culture, people have a stronger memory and have a greater imagination. That's why they're able to sit through 3 hours of Shakespeare at one go and visualize his language. And this is like the most common person in Britain, okay? These are not the elite. These are just commoners. And so with an oral culture, you have a stronger memory, imagery, vibrancy, and flexibility. Look, guys, I hate to say this, but back then, they were smarter than we are today. We have, Google and ChatGPT, but if you think about it, all these things are just making us stupid, okay? Open cooperative competition just means that in their times, Homer was just one of thousands of bards that are traveling around Greece and singing legends of the Trojan War and the Golden Fleece. Okay? So what they were doing was they were stealing from each other. All right? Shakespeare was stealing from everyone else. And that allows for rapid innovation when you have an open cooperative competition. Democratic sensibilities. This is really important. Okay? Homer was talking to ordinary people. Shakespeare was talking to ordinary people. The problem with today's culture is there's a lot of market differentiation, where if you feel that you are high class, you're a university professor, you don't want to talk to common people, you want to talk to other university professors. And that leads to stagnation and segmentation, okay? Free market, really important idea where, how do you know if you're good or not, okay? Well, in a university, you know if you're good or not if a professor tells you you're good or not. But how do you know the professor knows what he's talking about? The free market provides an objective feedback loop which forces you to constantly innovate and improve, right? How do you know you're good? Because people come and listen to you. They pay attention to your place. They want to pay for your place, right? And it turned out that because of the free market and open cooperative competition, Shakespeare proved to be the best. Okay? And the last idea is poet as prophet. Okay? This is a really important idea where, okay, yes, Shakespeare became very wealthy because of the plays he was producing. He came from a very common background. He was not very wealthy. He didn't even go to university. That's why today there are scholars who believe Shakespeare did not write Shakespeare because he didn't go to Oxford or Cambridge. Christopher Marlowe went to Oxford or Cambridge, but not Shakespeare. Okay, so you have a lot of scholars who actually believe because he was not well educated, he could not have written the plays he wrote. But what drove Shakespeare and what drove Homer is the idea that you have a divine mission to spread the truth. Okay? So Shakespeare and Homer, they were rich, they were popular, they were famous, but they were not driven by money. They were driven by a divine messianic mission to transform the world. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? This is really important to understand. Great artists are driven by a messianic mission to change the world for the better. They're not driven by money or power or fame. All right. So having done that, let's recap and summarize the three great poets that have impacted Western civilization, okay? And compare and contrast the three. All right, you have Homer, who founded the Greek civilization. You have Dante, who we discussed in great detail this semester. He's the founder of modernity. And you have Shakespeare, who was the founder of the British Empire. All right? So, again, Homer, Dante, and Shakespeare were all Democrats in their heart. Homer was a Roman bard who went around the different polises to sing and entertain the masses. Dante was revolutionary because he wrote the Divine Comedy not in Latin, which is the language of the educated elite, but in the vernacular, in Tuscan, so that ordinary people could access it. And by doing so, he transformed Tuscan into the official Italian language that is spoken today. Shakespeare, again, was a playwright. He wrote to entertain the masses. That's why in Shakespeare you have such, I mean, it's very offensive, some of his language, okay? All right. There are different conceptions of language, though. All right, and this is very key for us to remember. For Homer, language is a window into the human soul. So go back to the Iliad and the Odyssey. It was really about what drove us humans. Achilles was driven by the thirst for fame. Odysseus was driven by his love of Penelope and his son Telemachus. Okay, so both the Iliad and the Odyssey were tremendous psychological studies of what it means to be human. And you have Dante. Okay, Dante uses language as a portal into the mind of God. What is the universe? How did God create the universe? What does God want from us? Okay, that's the Divine Comedy. Shakespeare is very different, okay? Shakespeare creates a new idea of language as a reality unto itself. All right? A reality unto itself. So, what I mean by that is, with Shakespeare, it's not really a deep meaning. It's very hard to find deep truths in Shakespeare. But the language is beautiful. And this is the culture we live in today where, you know what? People who write novels, they use beautiful language, beautiful description, great imagery, but there's really not great truths, deep truths, grand truths in the novels that are written and produced today, okay? So let me give you an example of what it means to have language as reality unto itself, all right? So let me show you what this means. And to do so, I'm going to use a different poet. His name is John Keats, okay, John Keats. And this is from his most famous poem, To Autumn, which is considered the greatest English poem of all time. All right? So let's read it together, and then I'll show you how this is a reality unto itself. Where are the songs of spring? Aye, where are they? Think not of them, thou hast thy music too. While barred clouds bloom the soft dying day, and touch the stubble plains with rosy hue, then in a woeful choir the small gnats mourn among the river shallows, borne aloft or sinking as that wind lives or dies. And full-grown lambs loud bleat from hilly bourne, hedge crickets sing, and now treble soft the redbreast whistles from a garden croft, and gathering swallows twitter in the skies. Okay. So it's beautiful. What does it mean? All right. I'm going to show you what it means, okay? This is language as reality onto itself. It is language visualizing a new world, all right? So you see how the words match, right? While barred clouds bloom the soft dying day and touch the stubble plains with rosy hue. It's a painting, guys, all right? This one sentence, it's a painting of a new world that you can see in your heart. Also, then in a wealth choir, the small gnats mourn among the river shallows, borne aloft or sinking as the light wind lives or dies. You can see the music within this picture, right? This is not just a picture, but it's a world that you can access because it's moving, it's alive. It's the power of language. Next sentence. And full-grown lambs, loud beat from hilly bourne. Head trickets sing, and now with treble soft. The redbreast whistles from the garden crop. Okay? So you see what's happening where this poetry, it is entering your soul. It is activating all your emotions, all your senses. There's the visual, okay? There's a sound, there's a smell, there's a touch. And gathering swallows twitter in the sky. Okay? That's what poetry is. Poetry is the expression of a new world that you can access. All right? And when you access it, when you enter it, it transforms your soul and your imagination, your capacity to think, feel, and imagine. Okay? Does that make sense to you guys?
I like message raps. Watch it.
All right. All right. So let's summarize what we learned, okay? Shakespeare turns English into the world's linguistic internet, a platform in which all cultures, ideas, and worldview can meet and crossbreed. Okay? So Shakespeare's transforming English into this extremely flexible, beautiful, memorable language, which allows everyone to learn English well. If you want to learn English well, just read Shakespeare. Okay? That's all you have to do. And then you can master English. So it's a linguistic internet. For the first time, all cultures are able to meet together within the English language and communicate with each other. Okay? There's a problem with this. There's a problem with this. The problem is this. But this exchange is mediated through Anglo-American civilization, which is at its heart utilitarian, skeptical, and empirical. All right? So when you embrace English, when you experience English, you're also experiencing British culture, history, and philosophy, okay? And as we discussed, the three main philosophies of British culture are utilitarian, skeptical, and empirical. Utilitarian, we discussed last class, it just means that we should do things that works as opposed to what is right. Skeptical is to be skeptical of our capacity to reason and to think. If you think you know something, you probably don't know it. Okay? And then empirical just means the only thing you know is things you experience. All right? So, in other words, Anglo-American culture, even though it dominates the world, it's pretty lackluster. It's very narrow-minded. It's very practical. It's pretty mediocre. Okay? And if you want to know what I mean by that, think to yourself, what was the last great American novel you read? I mean, there are lots of great Russian, German novels, right?
I'm sure she could play, don't get me wrong.
War and Peace.
And she's smart.
The Germans have great philosophy.
Like, you don't get, she's wealthy already.
We'll go into
you don't
that
get to be wealthy
later on,
okay?
okay?
Under
But
30 years old.
I struggle to think about what great art the Americans produce.
But I know that game is a tough game, too.
Wealthy, most powerful country that has ever existed in human
very
history.
cliquish.
Okay. And I mean, Shakespeare is great. I mean, like I love Shakespeare. King Lear is one of the greatest plays
But she was on
ever
there
written.
years ago,
But
too.
Shakespeare
She
compared
got
with Dante, I mean, I don't know, okay? Dante is like, you are in the mind of God. You can feel this is divine, okay? But with Shakespeare, you're like, this is beautiful, but is it a pretty nothingness?
Please don't tell me I have another remote control mission.
That's a question I have. And again, to be fair, it's been a long time since I actually read Shakespeare. I've read most of his plays, but it's been a long time since I've read Shakespeare. So what I want to do later on, maybe a few years from now, is actually teach Shakespeare and see if I'm wrong, okay? But right now, I have to say, Shakespeare is not as impressive as Homer and Dante. Right? I think Homer and Dante are the two greatest poets who ever lived. All right, so let me give you an example of what I mean by how British culture is kind of narrow-minded. All right, so this is considered the greatest epic in the English tradition, called Paradise Lost by John Milton. And it's really about Adam and Eve, right? Why did Adam and Eve eat that forbidden food, and why were we banished from the Garden of Eden? And look, it's 12 books, which is model of the great epics of antiquity, Homer and Virgil. And there are some parts of Paradise Lost which are beautiful.
I'm off to
okay?
engage
I mean, I
with
love
destiny.
Paradise Lost.
Good
I taught
or
Paradise
bad.
Lost.
What the hell are you talking
But the
about
reality
now?
is
The
this.
hour of judgment
As
is
an
upon
epic,
me, and I must
as a
ask
grand
myself
vision
if
of
I
the
am a
world,
sheep
it doesn't
or
really
a goat.
work.
Carl,
Okay?
will
I mean,
you
like,
be my second?
um,
Here are some letters.
I don't really
I've left everything to you in case I
think
don't make
the
it.
plot, the vision of
Already
Paradise Lost
own it.
is as
Yes.
fully
What's wrong with you,
formed
man? We are
and
crossing
as
the Rubicon.
grand
I am
as
to engage
Homer
in battle
and
with Berkeley.
as
At
Virgil
stake,
and as
honor,
Dante, okay?
and our
so
very
Paradise
lives.
Lost, you might have a chance to read it
It's funny.
In college
I've
one
never
day.
noticed before
It's a very
how beautiful
limited
this time of year
and
can be.
narrow-minded
I may never again
epic.
see Rome.
All right.
In the springtime.
So let's conclude.
A butterfly.
All right? We did British
man.
Day,
Is you gonna
okay?
battle
And I hope you
Berkeley or what?
understand,
It's a fight to the death. Come hither.
British culture. It's an island fortress. It sees itself as
Behold,
here to the Roman Empire.
no man's
It is an Anglican religion.
Man, y'all take this
it's
shit
driven
serious.
by
Berkeley's
the
headquarters is across no man's
empiricist
land.
and utilitarian
I'll
philosophy.
drive the
okay?
bandit,
And
you
Shakespeare
fly
is
the
really the
goblin, and help
founder
any way
of
you
this
can.
great
If I
civilization.
get the bandit into
Next
Berkeley's
class,
base,
we'll
you
do
must leave
America.
San Fierro for good.
Okay?
Let
And then
battle
after we do
commence.
these two cultures that now
Gosh,
dominate the
dude.
world, we'll
Yeah.
move on to the Germans and the
Yes.
Russians. Okay? That's the game plan. But was today's class clear to you?
How do I
Do you
fly?
understand Shakespeare now? Does this make sense? Okay. Any questions?
Carl, don't be an idiot. Use the goblin to move that barrel.
Okay. See, look, I can't go forward. Okay. Oh, dude, my camera. Wow. Okay. So look, I have to let go, move the camera.
Carl,
Anything
What the fuck? And now rudder. Okay, now see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buttons here. 1, 2, 7, 8, 8 buttons here, and then I have to take my hand off, readjust. Remember which way.
Another cursed
No,
barrel
it's
in the way.
intense, dude. It's fucking intense, dude. Yeah, it's fucking intense, dude.
It's a console game. You can't.
And it's just unenjoyable, dude.
Carl,
It is
Berkeley
fucking
fought me again.
it's just literally unenjoyable, dude. Okay, how do I lower the magnet? He
Okay, yeah.
told me, but
So,
of course
okay.
I don't
So the
remember
question
now.
is,
You, Berkeley.
what is
Okay,
Carl,
oh, maybe
move
I
that
lowered
barrel.
myself on it.
Like, so Shakespeare is played
down.
off, is performed
Down, turn.
all the time, and you are forced to read
And it's just
Shakespeare
learning, you know? It's
in
just
school.
fucking learning
So
a video game in my
where
spare
is-
time. Just,
Where do we
jeez,
get these
okay.
plays from?
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
let me explain
Now
to you
up.
what's happening.
Left
Carl,
mouse
I'm
button.
blocked.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so Shakespeare's plays. All right, so when Shakespeare was alive,
Okay, this way, this
he
way,
didn't really
this way.
publish his plays.
This way.
Okay, he didn't publish his plays, and there are many reasons why he didn't publish his plays. First of all, in this culture
absolutely,
at this
dude.
time, there's no copyright. So if you publish your play and someone steals it, too bad. So you're not incentivized to publish your play. Second of all, people don't really read and write, so there's really no market for his plays. So even if he were to publish his plays, he wouldn't make any money.
Get a plank from our base and make a bridge across that gap.
So what he did was he wrote his plays down, primarily for his actors to memorize. But the benefit of American Pentameter is that actually the speeches are pretty easy to memorize. Okay, and when he was alive, Shakespeare was a national celebrity. He performed his plays in front of the king and queen. Okay, he was very, very, very well known, extremely famous. He was looked down upon by the nobles, but I mean, he was very, very wealthy. And he himself will go on to purchase a noble title for himself, okay? So he was extremely successful. When he was alive, people didn't really fully understand his genius, okay? It's only about 100 years, 20 years afterwards.
Get me a plank to cross that river.
When people really appreciate his genius. And his play spread throughout Europe, especially Germany. The Germans love Shakespeare.
There's no bridge.
Okay?
There's
and
no
it was
bridge.
only after his death that people realized what a unique genius Shakespeare was. So,
Carl, I need a bridge.
After his death,
now.
I'm trying, dude.
His friends, and I don't remember their names, okay? But his friends want to remember him. They want to memorize him, okay? So they start to publish his plays. It's something called the First Folio. So basically, what they did was, okay, they took the notes from Shakespeare.
I can't take this anymore, dude. I can't fucking take. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, what are you doing?
To basically write down.
This is so unenjoyable.
Carl, I need a
dude,
bridge.
the camera, I can't see.
Remember, okay? They remember a lot because these are
I can't
actors
see and then move this. I can't.
Good memories, okay? So they were able to remember.
I need to be able to lock in and then steer with that.
And then they'll make edits, okay?
I can't. I don't want to do this anymore, dude.
Folio.
I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore.
Okay? But as you can imagine, over time, there'll be lots of additions and mistakes.
Okay, up, forward, forward,
but,
forward,
so today,
forward,
Carl,
up.
I need a bridge.
Not up, not down.
And they argue over certain words. Did Shakespeare really have this word?
Okay, forward,
or was it a later addition?
Get me a plank to cross that river.
I mean,
forward.
It's a really silly thing to do. Because as I explained to you, the genius of Shakespeare was to imagine language as a very fluid, flexible, imaginative tool for you to experience reality onto itself. Okay? So to argue, was it a dagger or datter? Or dasher, okay? And who argues?
Down, no.
I mean, like, does it really matter?
Down.
I mean, like, a lot of Shakespeare's
No, I thought that was left mouse.
I mean, like, there's really no deep truth in Shakespeare.
Down.
And quite honestly,
forward, down.
I mean, like,
left mouse button. Thank you.
These words are not going to change the deeper meaning of Shakespeare. Okay, so it's something that
using tanks.
I think
Carl, grab a bomb and get rid of any tanks that
English
threaten our
professors
progress.
Okay, just because they have nothing better to do. Okay, they argue about what was in the first folio, what was edited out, what was added to. They're trying to figure out what was Shakespeare's original intention. And
the camera,
I mean, Shakespeare, think of him as a musician, okay? He's
that way.
I mean, like, he's trying to sing
Carl,
beauty and
me
truth.
again.
But a lot of it is not intentional. A lot of it's not conscious. A lot of it's just being driven by inspiration and intuition and imagination.
Curse you, Berkeley!
Okay?
Carl, move that barrel!
Right, so when we go back to Hamlet, the soliloquy, if we change a few words, it doesn't really change the meaning of the soliloquy.
Go towards the dot. Fuck the camera.
Carl, move that obstruction.
Okay. Does that make sense?
I will after I'm on the tank.
Okay, great question though.
No.
Right? Any other questions?
Carl, I'm blocked.
Yes.
There's another cursed barrel in the way.
Come on, dude. Dude, stop.
Move it.
Stop.
Carl, Berkeley's blocked me again.
Okay.
It's so
it's a good
difficult,
question,
dude.
White man's burden.
Curse you, Berkeley.
This is a concept
Carl,
that was
move that
during
barrel.
imperialism, right? At the end, towards the end of the 19th century by Rudyard Kipling, okay? The white man's burden. The responsibility as white people to go and civilize the dark people, okay? In Africa and in China and other places. What's your
Carl,
connection to
move that
Shakespeare?
obstruction.
Okay, first of all, Shakespeare was not interested in the world. Okay, he was very provincial. He was interested in London, and that was about it. I'm not even sure if he traveled. Okay, there's a debate whether or not he actually speaks French and Latin. He knows a bit of Latin, but there's a debate whether or not he speaks French. Okay, so Shakespeare was not an imperialist. He was not a globalist. He didn't really care about the world. But within Shakespeare is British culture. Okay, he wrote up histories, tragedies, and comedies. There's like 38 to 41 plays. And together, they are the encapsulation of British culture.
This is not the end of this.
Right?
Do you hear me?
As Britain was going out into the world and conquering people and colonizing nations, they need to explain why this was happening. Okay? Why are you going and killing people for like no particular reason? And this is why Shakespeare is important. Because Shakespeare allows him to say, well, do you have a Shakespeare? Do you have like 38 to 41 plays that are beautifully written? Well, if you don't, then that means you're not civilized. Okay? We have Shakespeare, you don't have Shakespeare, that means we're superior to you. And therefore, we will teach you Shakespeare.
I forgive you.
We will educate you in Shakespeare.
No, dude, I forgive you.
We will civilize you. Okay?
I forgive you.
So this is not just Shakespeare. There are other individuals as well.
Yeah,
okay?
no.
So primarily Shakespeare.
Shakespeare
is really the greatest cultural product of the British. Right? So, but does it make sense, Echo? Okay, so Shakespeare himself was not an imperialist. He didn't really care about that sort of thing. Okay, but his legacy would be co-opted by British imperialists in order to justify and explain why they're going out and killing so many people around the world and stealing their resources. Right? Okay, but we'll discuss this when we enter the age of imperialism, which is towards the 19th century. And then this will lead us into the Great Wars, World War I and World War II. Okay. All right, any more questions?
Shakespeare doesn't care about the world.
Yeah, I understand the question. Okay, great. So you're doing Othello in class, and you're looking at Othello from the perspective of race and identity and culture, right? Okay, so let's discuss how Shakespeare wrote his plays. Okay, so he wrote around 40 plays before he died at 52, okay? Which meant that he was basically producing 1, 2, 3 plays a year. That's a lot, guys. If you read Shakespeare, the themes are extremely diverse, okay? You have Othello, who is a Moor who kills his wife, Desdemona, okay? But you also have Merchant of Venice, Julius Caesar. Okay, so there's a wide range of his plays. And so the question is, how did he do it? Well,
no, dude, if I have one more car
this is
to drive right in front of me.
There's a huge market for theater. There are dozens and dozens of really talented playwrights in London, in England, who are producing wonderful works. Okay? So he's stealing these plots from different.
Or I gotta find a helicopter, dude.
Shakespeare unique.
I gotta go find a helicopter training place and fly around for 2. No, dude. Yeah. So anyway, I've had a little enough for the night. I'm just waiting for the podcast to end.
He has some deep empathy for his character. He goes into the mind of his characters and he says, if I'm this person, how would I behave? Okay? So that's one thing that makes it easy. The second, as we discussed, is his use of language. Okay, just the fluidity and the beauty, okay, and the flexibility of his language.
It does help when you work together.
Okay, and the last thing is the realism, which is he's trying to make the plot as realistic as possible. He's trying to remove the supernatural elements. Okay, he's interested in psychology. Okay, so when you look at Othello, he's asking himself, why is it that a man who loves his wife, what could drive him to kill his wife? Okay, that's the question he's asking. He doesn't see Othello as a black person in a foreign culture. He doesn't see it that way. He just sees, I want to ask myself a question. If you truly love a person, what would drive him to kill her? Okay? But because the theme is so universal, it allows you to impose
Yeah, they're all about two buttons
cultural
at once, I think,
readings.
is the deal they're doing here.
Okay? So he himself was not interested in the issue of race, culture, and identity. Quite honestly, at this time in history, there's no such thing as race or identity. Okay? Remember, I keep on saying this, but for most of human history, we did not differentiate ourselves according to race. We differentiate ourselves according to community. Okay? So within England, people didn't care about the French or the Germans. They hate, but you know what? They cared about each other. And they hated each other. Remember, the main conflict in England at this point is the conflict between the Catholics and the Protestants, okay? So they weren't focused on the world, they were focused on each other. So these cultural readings come later. They come from today. Shakespeare himself was only interested in psychology, what drives us humans, all right? And you can see that manifests itself in Othello and in Hamlet, all right? And quite honestly, I'll be honest with you, I think it's really unfair to Shakespeare that we're doing this. All right? I mean, like, isn't it much, it wouldn't be a much more interesting class if we stopped asking ourselves, oh, Othello was a black person, so how black people were persecuted? And ask yourselves, Othello is a man of great achievement. He's a man of great, tremendous pride and honor. But is it possible that in certain circumstances, this can be used against him? And that's the plot of Othello, which makes it a Greek tragedy, right? The Greeks were concerned about hubris, arrogance, fate. These are the questions that the Greeks were concerned about. So in many ways, Shakespeare saw himself as continuing the Greek legacy, all right? And the fact that we're focusing on questions like race, culture, and identity, it sort of like degrades the play. Because it's saying like, oh, if you're a black person, then you may always be manipulated and persecuted. And quite honestly, it's also reinforcing certain racial stereotypes about black people as very violent and emotional. Okay? So if I were to teach Othello, it's a great play, and I've never taught Othello, but I would focus more on the human aspect of Othello as opposed to the racial aspect of Othello. Does that make sense? Okay? Great. Any more questions?
Is there any explanations for how is able to
That's a great question. How is Shakespeare able to focus on human psychology, given the fact that he's not well educated? Okay, I will make the argument it is precisely because he's not well educated that he focused on human psychology. Okay? When you are educated, you are educated into cultural attitudes, norms, and values of the elite. But if you're not educated, then what you do is you observe humans as they are, without prejudice. You want to know. You want to know. How are we as humans? And you have not been indoctrinated to believe certain things. Okay? If you go to school, you do one school, and you go to university, the first thing you're taught is only well-educated people are capable of deep psychological insights. Okay? And that's a prejudice. That's a failure. Because Shakespeare never went to school, he's able to see himself as equal to other people. And therefore, he's able to have tremendous empathy for other people. And therefore, he's able to understand the psychology and his own psychology. All right? He's able to see people as a reflection of his own psychology. And that's what drives his genius. And that, quite honestly, that's what drove Homer. Okay? So, I hate to say this, okay, but I did go to Yale University. I studied English literature there, so I spent a year studying Shakespeare. And I was not impressed with the education I got at Yale, because, again, the problem with going to these elite universities is you're taught to think in a very rigid way that inhibits your empathy, your curiosity, and your own psychological understanding. Okay. In fact, I'll be honest with you. I watch a lot of YouTube videos, and to do research for these talks, I'm always impressed by how these self-taught historians know much more about history than these academics at Yale, Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard. Okay. That's something that I've observed. You're much better off talking to an individual who has a passion for history and who spent his entire life asking himself, what is history? But never really got a formal education, never got a doctorate in history, as opposed to a Harvard PhD in history. Okay, that's a hard lesson I learned in my life. It was very hard for me to accept, because I am an elite graduate of elite university. Okay, but what Shakespeare understood intuitively is, no, it's the common people, the ordinary people. That's where the truth lies. Okay, not in books, but in people. That's what makes Shakespeare so great. He is first and foremost an anthropologist, a psychologist of people. He wants to understand how people think and behave. Okay, and when you read his plays, that's what you experience for yourself. Okay, he's really interested in the psychology of Iago, Desdemona, and Othello. Okay, that's what he's curious about. He's not interested in these structural forces that drive conflict and persecution among these people. Okay, that comes later. That's what we do to Shakespeare today. Okay, but back then he was only interested in what it meant to be a human being. Okay. Okay. Does that make sense, Echo? Okay, great. Any more questions, guys? You want to ask more about Othello, I'd be happy to answer. Even though my reading of Othello might be different from what you're being taught in class.
I've only read Act 1, so I haven't done much about that yet.
Okay.
I was kind of curious how Shakespeare think of these kinds of themes, like Othello, because back then in England, I don't really see much literature about race, the race topic.
Okay, so the question is, how does Shakespeare develop his themes? Okay, so Othello, so Othello, Hamlet, King Lear, all these plays are well-known stories. Okay, they're extremely well-known stories. But Shakespeare, he is curious about people, all right? Because every day, if you work in a theater, you deal with people all the time, okay? Your customers are people, your actors are people. And what he discovered over time is people are very complicated. People are very emotional. People have their own psychology. There's diversity among people, okay? And so what he does that's really interesting is he takes these legends and he combines them together, okay? He takes these legends and he takes his observations of human individuals and he combines them together to create Shakespeare. In other words, what he does that's unique is he takes these characters, King Lear, Hamlet, he turns them into people he's observed. All right? When you do that, you get a lot of interesting psychology. Right? So let's imagine you become Hamlet, and you were in a circumstance where your father has come and given you a mission to go kill your uncle because he's sleeping with, your mother. And how would you behave? Well, you probably be like Hamlet, and you'd be like very confused. You'd be very distraught. Okay, does that make sense? Same thing with Othello, where let's just say that you're this great champion, you're this great hero. Well, other people are going to be jealous of you, right? And if other people are going to be jealous of you, what they're going to do is figure out how to get back at you, okay? So it's not a racial issue, it's a human issue. If you're the top student in the school and every day the teachers are praising you, right? I'm pretty sure the other teachers are going to hate your guts. That's Othello, right? That's a human thing. It's not a racial thing. It's not because he's black. I mean, it's because he's such a accomplished individual. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Great. Okay. So next class, we do the American Revolution. All right?